if you want to fast track yourself to, like, you're the dude who's got a YouTube and you're a good arm wrestler, to people are really starting to look at you a little bit sideways and watch you differently, that's a dude. Yeah. That's a dude. And you know what? Fucking props to you, man. Motherfucker A. Let's do this. Are we live right now?
Yes, we are. We are live. And now, before you get going, RVJ, I gotta quickly get in there and just
let that's all right. Don't worry about it.
Everyone has jumped in.
Pumps of Coke. Get the next 8 hours going.
I haven't had any illicit drugs during all of this. Not yet. But we've got 8 hours to go. If you are tuning in, I've got some of my favourite people in the arm wrestling world. And I'll tell you what, if I ever get to meet them in person, they'll probably be some of my favourite people having a barbecue with the Aussie Armwrestler. We are into our final third. I've got 8 hours to go. And I am kicking it off with an absolute bang. You're experiencing a world record for an arm wrestling podcast. I've gone 16 hours.
What does Ziz do? Remember Ziz?
RVJ with the crab
I'm going to do that at the weigh-in. Mark my fucking words. At the weigh-in in Dubai, I'm going to be ripped as fuck. I'm going to break out the fucking douchebag Ziz. Watch.
I had to be caught up on Ziz.
Anyways, go ahead. We're talking. I was just trying to put some flex for you to be happy.
It's awesome.
I didn't want to stay at Thunder.
Because when more and more people come back into the chat, we will have their super chats answered. They did on the last one. 16 hours. I feel good. I've got Artem Tararenko of Top Roll Kings production, who perfectly timed his backflip decision on the Ryan Bowen RVJ matchup, which was hilarious. Because what happened? I don't know if you're watching Heather and Rob. I don't know if Artem was tired. He's like, man, I've got reasons A, I've got reasons B, and I've got reason C why Ryan wins. And anyway, Artem's like, see you, Jake. See you, Ozzy.
Hey, hold on. How convincing I was saying both of my points.
He sold it very well. He sold it very well that even people in the chat were like, that's pretty good, Artem. Anyway, Artem goes off. Arm bets. Artem was like, good night, awesome, whatever. And then he came back like 10 minutes later. He goes, dude, I've got to change my prediction. I've got to change. And then he was like, I don't know what I was thinking. Maybe I've gone a bit crazy. But RVJ wins. Like, I don't even know why I picked it. RVJ wins. And then, like, literally maybe 2-3 minutes after he'd finished saying that, you guys join the chat. So
I didn't hear that part, Artem.
Perfect.
I only heard the Ryan Bowen.
No, hold on, Jake. You said I didn't have the reason. I had the reasons. I knew why I said what I said because I realized what Ryan did to me when he pulled Lackland, right? I had the same feelings because on the internet, Ryan looked like he was fucking John Brzenk, right? And I was like, well, fuck, he gonna win this shit, right? Like, of course. And then, like, he loses. And then I'm, like, asking people I should be asking, like, I forgot, like, I asked somebody like Herman or Pradeep and like, hey, like, was my prediction crazy? They're like, yeah, you kind of stupid. I'm like, oh, okay, I'll ask next time. I'll just ask next time. I understand my place now. So now I know not to trust Ryan Bowen whatsoever. So like, no, I'm not going there again.
Yeah, I got you. That's good. I mean, I don't hate anybody for an opinion. There's no hate for an opinion. All I say is, I got a lot of people that are reaching out that would love to bet. So anybody that really wants to bet on Ryan Bowen, please fill up that block so the next block can be open for the friends and family of me that really want to bet, but they're locked out because even Ryan Bowen's mom's not betting the money. Ryan Bowen himself isn't betting the money. Ryan Bowen is doing everything with his money other than betting on himself. So listen, all your bullshit lifts, all your bullshit curls, all your bullshit fucking ginger beard trimming fucking bullshit, get up with yourself and fucking bet on yourself. Cut it. Cut the bullshit and just bet some fucking money so you can be a good dude and let the world be opened up to this platform that we are all on.
We will get to that in a moment. We first of all, everyone, just hit that like button. Let's get the algorithm going because you're not going to be more entertained. We've got Ryan Grondin.
Is this guy from Ghostbusters right now? Is that a Ghostbusters hologram? Yeah, but he's a Ghostbusters hologram.
He's probably masturbating.
David.
All right,
it's not. Hey, I don't have the studio lighting. I don't have the studio type lighting like the rest of you, but whatever. But just here to back up Grondin because he usually
back me up.
Yeah.
Ryan's got his dad to
Artem's the one who needs the help for fucking saying Bowen's gonna beat Ryan.
I'll answer a couple of super chats. Everyone that's in the waiting room, I'll get to you guys soon. Thanks for being patient and thanks for wanting to join the Aussie Armwrestler. Dung Tai with a $5 super chat says, RVJ, who's next after Bowen? Is it time to settle with the GOAT? Because John is itching for a match with you.
Yeah, fuck yeah, man. I'm going to put that old dude to sleep. Just like Barry Holmes did to Muhammad Ali. You know what? I've been real nice to him, but I think he's a little bit angry towards me, and I don't know why. And I try to be his friend, and it's like that abusive dad who, drank too much and would slap the kid around. And I was like, Dad, I just want to help you rake the leaves. And he's like, well, fuck you, rake more leaves. I feel like that's how John is towards me. So it's time to put that to rest. No, I'm just fucking around. I would like to. I was like,
I've never heard this.
I would like to. Jesus, guys, give me a break. I would like to arm wrestle John Brzenk for sure because being who he is, and I do think I don't know why I do think he has a level of animosity, but it's only because I have opinions about him and Devin. But me and John have always been cool. I don't know if he's cool with me, but I would pull him, yeah, for sure. Because of his stature, and he's still great. He's still great, for sure. I would love it.
And then another super chat from Cooper Maxwell, who's been supporting me throughout this whole journey. He says, who hates Bowen more, RVJ or Gary Roberts?
Ooh.
Do I answer that?
You can, yes.
Let's let everyone else answer first.
All right, you guys answered first. Let's go to John. He's over here wrist wrenching shit.
Artem has something to say.
I think Gary has more animosity, honestly.
Who? Gary?
His business got crushed.
I agree.
David and Sir Fatty, just hold on. Give me 5 minutes and I'll let you in the chat. They're just waiting. They're just
it's kind of hard to say with Bowen because at times you really don't know how much Bowen is saying for effect or he's saying just on the principle that, hey, no publicity is bad publicity. I mean, certainly his noises lately against RVJ have been, more vigorous, but does he really mean it or doesn't he?
I think Gary Roberts hates Ryan more than RVJ hates Ryan.
Okay, the question is really, if Gary was in front of Ryan, could he be compelled into a fight that fast?
He's a different person than you.
But could he? I don't necessarily, my business wasn't crushed by him, but I just feel the harassment by him and the bullshit that he spewed, that over the years, if he was anywhere within the lower 48, we would have sparked this shit off in the last, 2 years quick. But he's so far away. I don't know who hates him more. He's not rent-free in my head, but I do think that where he crushed Gary Roberts' business, or he attributes that, I think we're a tie. Listen, I don't like the dude at all. Don't nudge me. I don't like that motherfucker. You're nudging me. I don't fucking like him. I don't fucking like him at all. She's nudging me. She's like, ooh, here's under the table going, correct, Rob. Correct. Listen. Nobody needs to wonder. I don't like that motherfucker at all. Everything he stands for makes me want to fucking kill myself. But I'm too strong for that. He's the one that will post about that shit. I'm a strong motherfucker that will keep that shit to myself.
Well, I'm about to start a poll for the chat. Who hates Ryan more. And I hate doing this.
So hold on, I still missed. What's up? I missed the whole memo on why Gary hates Ryan. Did I miss that? Like what? Wait, like what happened?
How did you miss that?
I didn't
Weren't you
know.
on the stream for that?
You're in the same line of work as these two.
I was just kind of leaving my own lane. Like I didn't know. I didn't bother.
It's about using. It was about using Gary's content.
Yeah. Gary
it's like
filmed,
breakdowns and shit.
He like filmed some footage from a tournament, and Ryan kind of posted it like immediately after Gary posted it or something. Gary was like I didn't get any views.
Breakdown and things like that. Yeah. Under the YouTube fair use, that there's the argument. Gary doesn't like anyone using his footage, and
well, you know what? I will say I'm a fan of illustrating circumstances with analogies because it kind of paints a picture that makes people understand it in a more, like understandable way. It's comprehensive. And the way he put it out there where like arm wrestling matches are like baseball cards and some are more rare. So when you go back to 2000 and Travis was pulling Don Brzink, that's footage that Gary flew to, stayed in the bus in a scumbag hotel and was there with his camera and filming it. That's unique to Gary Roberts. That's his footage. And I think that analogy rang so true to me, and that I was like, you know what? And he says when people are making copies of it, it loses its value.
Yeah. Which
is very true. The guy was the OG of fucking arm wrestling footage before there was YouTube, before there was all this shit. Gary Roberts was sleeping on buses and trains and going around. And I'll tell you what, I gave Gary Roberts a lot of shit over his little debacle with Barry Bourne. I was like, now you're starting to step over the lines and make everyone look like an asshole. And you're being an asshole. I gave him a lot of shit. So I'm not on the Gary Roberts train. I will defend right and right and wrong. That dude used to travel around and take footage of everybody, go to their houses. He would get to know them. No footage to date. Not YouTube, not the biggest YouTube channels has been as cool as what Gary Roberts did when he was doing Arm TV. Period. Done. And then now people are pirating it and taking the pieces they want out of it. I don't blame the fucking dude. I'd have a mental breakdown too. I'd have a fucking assassin at that dude's house sniping his face off.
and basically that's it, Adam. There you go. So that's
well, I mean, if Ryan was just reposting it, then yeah, that's shitty. If Ryan was doing full breakdowns, I think Gary is in the wrong here, because if you want to protect the footage from any type of use and fair use, he will take care of that. If not, like this with this, so I feel like breakdown in full. I mean, full when you put in a full amount of work, I think it's it's more than fair use. Like it's a proper, I guess, use of the footage, right? But if you just simply reposting it, then yeah, that's kind of scumbaggish. It's like put an extra music. That's not much work.
Yeah, and there's a little bit more for it. Like they went back and forth and things like that. So there's a little bit more animosity to watch this.
I understand how people can definitely feel about using their footage, but it's something like if you really will want to protect it, you have to, because it's really easy to do anything with your footage, and like they're just lucky. The problem actually it's not even that. The problem is arm wrestling is such a shit show of a sport that is so small that you see that all the time. Like, do you think UFC really cares about people like doing all types of breakdowns, reposting and shit? Yeah, like they have some motions in work where shit gets deleted, right? Because it's a big thing, but they cannot see everybody. There's like a million of Ryan Bowens in MMA and the UFC doing little breakdowns and shit. They cannot like find everybody, right?
They have a team of moderators that strike shit down, though. They do have a team of people that strike shit.
Yeah, so there's jobs for people. Like, it's a thing. We just have here the dispute about between two dudes that like the only two dudes out there. So it's really the problem because everything's so small, and obviously everybody can have the feelings about their own content, right? But you also have to understand where you are, right? You cannot like just have this argument because you're posting shit on YouTube.
I have a question for RVJ. When the first time I ever met RVJ was at a little over 3 years ago at a tournament of Connecticut Armbenders, and he told me, he said, of all the thousands of people I've met, I could count the egotistical assholes on one hand. I'm wondering, are you up past one hand now, or what do you think?
Yeah, you know what? With the influx of, there was once upon a time this sport was very welcoming and helpful and everything, and it seems now where there's a lot of gain with notoriety and being online, that the helpful and the humbleness and wholesomeness has kind of waned. Yeah, I'm over one hand for sure now. Yeah, and things at times have changed.
Yeah.
Remember when you used to go to your neighbor and ask them for a cup of sugar and they didn't think you're a weirdo? Now that they call the police on you, the SWAT team on you if you ask for some sugar. You know what I'm saying?
So then, let's say it happens. We've finally done it. We've finally done it. RVJ, my 3 letters of doom, has finally had his match with his favourite person in the whole world, Ryan Bowen. Will you guys at the end of it just like shake hands and have a beer and go, right, that's it? Or is it like, I've pinned you, leave me alone, leave my family alone, I'll see you later?
I don't think you'll know until it happens.
No, you know what? It's going to be dependent on him. I've given him the nod of being a good arm wrestler and being an upcoming, I think Ryan's very good. I do.
You've been on record.
And I see him as a bona fide. I see him as a bona fide threat. I don't see him as a non-threat, which is great for me. I don't think he's just some chump. The problem is how he started this was his portrayal of me to get to this position we're in, which was a match, which is how he would cut me and chisel me down so he could get that match. And that wasn't okay with me. But could I have a beer with the guy? Listen, I'm not a fucking animal. I'm okay with people if they can come down. If they can come down. Once he's sitting there with his broken wing and the sling and he's got the medics taking care of him and he's got the IV in him, I'll come sit down with him and hold it and be like, hey, bro, what do you want? A Foster's? I'll get you one. Have a Foster's here to your mouth. There you go. Drink it. Okay, not too fast. Your sugar's low. You're in shock. I'll drink one too. So it's just like that. No big deal. We could be cool. I think we could be cool as long as he stops this bullshit. I don't have a problem with people. He's the only person I have a problem with, really. It's Ryan Bowen. Look, 20 years in this sport almost. The only person with the fucking problem like this is Ryan Bowen. You know why? He's an antagonistic motherfucker. Oh my God, I hate that guy.
Look how cordial you were. You were very cordial with Chuck Ryder.
Yeah.
I was going to raise the same issue. Yes.
I was just going to bring him up.
Also, were you there, David?
If you feel, Rob, that you've run out of footage to do on your channel, please do a series of Heather's reactions. I am enjoying this, and Heather, once again, thank you, because when we
did you get scared? Did you get weird? What's she doing? Is she getting fucked up?
No, it's just I just find it funny because what for me it solidifies everything you are, Rob. For me it is showing that this isn't an act, this isn't bullshit, this is RVJ being real. So sometimes you see Heather just look and go, oh, come on, man. You can't be saying that. But it's not rolling the eyes and, like I was saying before, over-exaggerating. So I'm actually enjoying it, whether it's the reactions whilst you're making the videos or when Heather's ready to watch one to see if you guys upload it and she just films herself and she's like, oh, man.
I like it. Yeah. You should go out to dinner with us or out for a few drinks with us when I get fucking hot. And she's like, oh, maybe we should jump in the car. Get out of here. You get all fucked up. You do get fucked up.
I've got
you get embarrassed sometimes.
You get embarrassed.
Oh,
this guy's over here doing wrist curls. What the fuck is this guy actually doing?
It could never work.
Are you saw in the match?
He's training for
Armwrestling handles.
That's not going to help with Jason Merlot, John.
That's his match. Gotta worry about
that's his left-handed match.
No shot.
Jason left-handed is a different fucking cat, bro.
Isn't he a very good
That is scary.
Jason? Oh my god.
I'll just punch out this.
If you
super
beat
chat.
Jason, man, that's a whole different cat, man.
We've got here awesome with the 24-hour show talking arm wrestling, but this is a standard Ohio Valley high hookers practice, and we don't record it. Thank you, Uncle John's mustache, with the super chat there. David, Sir Fatty, you guys have been pretty quiet at the moment. You can't get a word in. Have a chat, say hello, tell everyone who you are.
Well, I was going to suggest that RBJ feed him a Yangling instead of a Foster's, because I think we took care of that on a previous call. Foster's is just sold to American tourists, right? Australians don't actually drink the stuff. We don't drink it. If you got Yangling up there and
kangaroo piss.
I'd rather RVJ spit in my mouth than drink Foster's.
I like it. I like anything we can make with an Australian slur. Fucking kangaroo piss. Fucking koala dick. But
you can't hate on the whole country.
I'm not hating on the country, am I?
Aussie Armwrestler.
Well, no, he's cool. I hate on you.
No, it's banter. It's me. This isn't racist or weird. It's funny. It's funny the amount of times, people say, oh, go ride a kangaroo and things like that. I don't find it racist. I find it funny. We have a lot of kangaroos here. I have kangaroos
can't be racist
probably
when
5
you're
minutes
with
from
the
my
same
house.
Dude, nothing is funnier than seeing kangaroos kick people in the fucking chest and shit. That shit's hilarious.
I actually think Australians are more like New Englanders than the rest of America is to New Englanders, because there are people in America that are like, what? You're so offensive. And Australians are like, you're funny.
You guys call everyone cunts, and I love that.
Yeah.
It's so awesome that they can use that word freely. Like, if my mother watched this live and heard that word even come from my mouth, of all the things I've said and done, and I've lived a checkered life, and like, in case any surprise, you guys, I've been to jail. I've lived in my mom's house when I was in hiding. Everything, and she would be so offended by me using the C word. But when I hear them say it, I'm like, yes. That's because America has not adopted that word.
No,
like
it's still super insulting.
I'll get to the C word in a moment, but we've just got a couple of super chats. Was Crash? It's coming with a $10 super chat. Thank you very much. And he goes, and Gary does it right. The Ryan footage of Todd and Lachlan was boring. I like it when Gary would walk around before the match and also get views during the match. The John Dimitri match was good. Well, Ryan couldn't be there because it was on the other side of the world. But I understand what you mean there, Was Crash.
Don't defend him. Gary's better at what he does.
Gary's
Cut the bullshit. Yeah. Gary was a fucking showman. You're trying to make it like Ryan's on par.
No, I'm not saying
Ryan's a thief. And it's not because I don't like him, but I know he's done a lot of people dirty. So,
Grondin, I'm really glad this isn't about you.
Yeah.
Me
Gary
too.
Roberts has done another super chat
forth.
saying sticky link. Are you talking about my Zoom link in the comments? It should be. Is that what you're talking about, Gary, for sticky link? I'm not sure what you mean.
He's probably trying to
looks like the poll took over.
Description.
Is that?
Hey, Jake, just so you know, we 98%ers usually do a Zoom on Friday nights, so we all just decided to join yours.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
That's why we're all jumping on here.
So wait a minute. Yeah? Vic Vinia, are you? What? That's a very unique name. Is that your troll name, or is that your? Do you have a relation?
So ever since I grew the beard, I just became David Cupina on my own volition.
So it's your stage name.
Stage name, sure. But
all right. At first I was like,
yeah.
Do we really have one of these foreign motherfuckers in here weighing in? What's the matter? I can't say motherfucker. Like you're uncomfortable.
It's not like you said
I think my last name is even better than Cupina. If you read that over there on the side, can you read that for me?
This is David Shubich.
Shubich.
There it is.
And that's
still a foreign motherfucker
who has.
But going back
to that.
Hey, shut up, Dave.
If you guys ever come to Australia, I would actually be more worried. So if you're out and about and someone calls you mate, I would actually but I would keep an eye on them. We are so weird that we say the C word in a friendly term, and mate, we can say it in an aggressive term. That's how dumb we are over here. Like, if Rob comes over for a barbecue, I'll be like, Rob, you know, what's going on, C-Bomb? What's going on? You know, things like that, and it's all fine. But then if I'm walking and I bump into Uncle John, I'll be like, watch it, mate. You better watch it, mate. And suddenly, mate is, we're so dumb, we butcher the...
that's how motherfucker is here.
You know, that's how we had a little bit of a controversy with Pradeep because of this, because motherfucker is such an insult over there. But we walk into a bar, we're like, what's up, motherfucker? Like, how you doing over here? So...
yeah, what's up, motherfucker? Yeah. But then if you post so wrong, you're like, what's up, motherfucker?
Yeah.
So it's all, it means everything.
You have to remember that RVJ is from a state that's so hardcore that they have highway signs that say, please do not hit a moose or you'll end up dead. No, I'm not making that up.
Where was this? We're from Massachusetts, you know, not Maine.
That's more
I live in Maine half part-time.
Okay, that's in Maine and New Hampshire,
I'm
Dave.
attributing you to New Hampshire because I know where he goes to practice.
That's where we train, yeah.
Part-time. I'm part-time. Well, we're right on the triangle. We're right on the border of all three.
All right, I'm going to stop for a minute. Sir Fatty has been in the chat now for about 25 minutes and hasn't got a word in. Let's get my man TJ Foley having a bit of a chat. Introduce yourself.
Yeah, don't worry about me, man.
Say hello to everyone.
Oh, what's going on, guys? I'm just
live stream.
I'm just a fat kid in the Mid-Atlantic, man. I'm just here to say what's up to everybody. You know,
love that.
Have a good time. I haven't got to. Oh yeah, thank you. I got that straight from you, my guy, for $0 basically after you misjudged the shipping costs.
That's okay.
But, you know, we loved it. We loved it. Callie wears it all the time. She's actually looking forward to. She wants to have a super match in about 5 years with Rob's daughter.
Ooh.
We had to show her the video to get her into it.
She needs 5 years of training.
That's
another
amazing.
5.
That's amazing. The fact that it's circulating like that is amazing. I love it.
Yeah,
it's great.
You've probably seen her, Ryan or Rob, if you ever watched the Morocco practice where like Travis and Ron Bath and all them are there. She's the little blonde that's refereeing most of their matches.
Yeah, I watch all the videos. Like I don't comment as much, but I creep. I'm a creeper. I'm like what's it called when you like to watch things?
That's what Ryan Bowen said.
Peeping Tom.
Creeper. I'm a voyeur. I'm an arm-wrestling
Peeping
voyeur.
Rob. Yeah.
Guys, we're about to have a self-implosion if we do not let Gary Roberts speak at the moment. He is blowing up.
He wants it.
Wait. Trouble in Little China. He's about to explode. Gary, speak.
Okay, guys, I'm right in the middle. I was listening. I had to pause my dinner. I have tacos mid-cooking. I only have a couple minutes. RVJ, you know I'm a big fan. From the early days, man. And I understand you have an opportunity to arm wrestle Ryan Bowen, right? In those early days, when you were posting hate videos, like they're funny, like hating on Ryan Bowen's ridiculousness, I was trying to be impartial because I was trying to support Ryan Bowen. But it's turned out this dude is a rat. He is shady. He does not deserve the respect he's getting. And from if we were like in the mafia, I'm asking you, brother to brother, to put this dude in his place when you get the opportunity.
Are you asking me to whack Ryan Bowen?
Yeah. How much to kill him?
Arm wrestling style. Side note.
What would you pay?
Yeah, if Ryan Bowen ends up dead, I don't want to be on that. I don't want to be implicated.
I'm going to wink, but I'm going to look over here so you can't see it.
If someone asks you to shake his hand, I am asking you to put this dude's arm in the dirt. I want him to crawl home embarrassed. He has disrespected me. He has no idea. He's one of those, I don't know if he's a millennial or not, but he's one of those little bitches that doesn't know what came before him. He just assumes the shit is out there on YouTube for the taking. You know, prima nocta, Braveheart, I take your wife, you know.
Settle down.
We're going old school Latin. I like it.
This dude has taken something to me, no matter what my feelings are, calling it legal, and he's putting me in a place that if I want to exert my rights, I need to go get a lawyer and spend lots of money and shit. I don't have that. You have an opportunity to put this dude in his place. I know I'm not asking you to get in a fight for me, but I'm just saying, please do it. Put him in his place.
For section 12. Yeah. Gary. Fucking Hunger Games. Was this the Hunger Games one? 12?
Yeah. People whistling and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, section 12. The poor people. For the poor people, Gary.
Yeah.
You'll do it.
Yeah. This guy thinks that someday he's going to beat Devin Laird. He is not on your level. He should stick to commentating, stick to what he knows, analyzing video of his own, not mine. This thing, thinking he can challenge you, no shot. I need you to do it, bro.
I appreciate it, man. And like I said, in case you caught it, I loved. I'm a creature of analogies and storytelling. And the way you printed it out with how he stole your footage with baseball cards and how there are some that are more rare than others. And when you reprint them or print them, it cheapens them. Love that shit. Loved it because you were there firsthand, one and only for shit that no one else would have seen if it wasn't for you. And that's invaluable. Shit that went down, it's one and only to Gary Roberts and people pirating it. I don't blame you because I remember the days when you used to sleep on people's couches and take buses and take 20-hour trips cross country. I remember that. So I don't blame you for being bent about it now that we're in a place, in a landscape that could pay dividends, but someone's stealing it and now it's worth shit.
Yeah, Ryan Bowen doesn't, when people say they blood, sweat, and tears for something, Ryan Bowen hasn't got a clue, a fraction what I had to do to get some of that footage, and he just thinks he can come and take it. You're lucky I don't. You better back that thing up. Remove my footage, Ryan Bowen, and I'll wipe it clean. But if you continue, I hope you think the views are worth it, because one day I will jump your ass and I'll fair use your face to the deck and you won't see it coming, you dumb bitch.
Jake, this will be a good time to get Ryan back on here.
Well, too late. Gary's gone.
Drop the mic.
Gary's mic dropped us. He's left.
Oh my God!
RVJ is now.
I do believe that was actually. If I'm gonna put it in a nutshell, I think Gary was upset about that. I think he was saying he would take that to a confrontation.
He's gonna message you privately and pay you to fucking kill Ryan Bowen.
Yeah.
Is Artem on the floor? Where's he at?
Oh,
I haven't seen him for like 20 minutes.
He went and walked his dog. He messaged me. I think he was like steering clear of Gary's freight train that was coming in, and
right.
he's
I thought he OD'd
to put a hit on someone.
Arnold doesn't have respect for the live. I think. Can you kick that motherfucker? And so he's not like right now. It's like, you know, the Brady Bunch. And you have like all the kids in the squares.
Yeah, he's taking up a block.
Yeah, he's taking up a block. Kick that motherfucker. Like, fucking bounce that dude.
Put him in the waiting room.
Are there people waiting?
Yeah, fuck that, dude.
Grondon insists I'm actually a hired assassin, and that's the cover for me running to practices all over the Northeast.
Dude, there's no other reason you would go to that many fucking practices in a week.
I saw you go to those.
Oh my God.
What's your favorite rifle, Dave?
All right, so TJ Foley, what's your deal? Who the fuck are you?
I'm out of Maryland. I'm out of Maryland. My current claim to fame is I took 3 losses to Roger Bailey Leonard in one of my recent tournaments. And then
congratulations.
I think right-handed. Yeah, thanks. I beat him in the tournament, but he took me in the super match. So I'll take the credit where I can get it. I mean, I got him pretty flashy. And then my man Jake over here did a voiceover for it. So I got to plaster it on the facey space and let everybody see me beat the Raj that one time. And then, I pretty much pull near exclusively currently at the 98 events. And we're training up for the next one in March, Winter Blast. We got a team of a bunch of fat kids down here. We can't seem to find any small people. But I think like 6'1", 250 is our smallest guy. I'm about 6'3", 340. We got another guy that's like 6'1", 380, and Jesus. We got a 14-year-old kid we're trying to get in here. He's 6'1", 322 pounds. So we have no shortage of monsters down here. But a lot of big guys down here, it seems like they're like pretending to be tough or strong, and they don't like
you guys gonna drive up here? You gonna drive up here in a tow truck?
Yeah, pretty much, right? I think about renting at least like the short bus.
Yeah.
The short bus.
Now, Ryan, I know you said there was going to be a kids class there. Say we brought Gabby. She's 12.
Yes. I was going to take a phone call, guys.
Would she be in the same class as this 14-year-old, 320-pound kid?
No, well, we're going to see what the turnout, it depends on the turnout. Like we were going to make the classes, like we're going to get a bunch of trophies just in case.
Actually, she'll be 13.
We're inviting like a bunch of people to bring their kids so that we can kind of create the bracket that day. But yeah, we're going to try to keep it as separate as possible so that we don't run into like. Plus,
that kid also has not showed up to one practice. So
if I pull in the kids division,
I do believe
it's guaranteed win for the kids.
I do believe that creating classes based on who shows up is a recipe for failure. Because imagine if that was the case for adults.
Well, we're doing that for pro too. No, I'm just kidding.
Who was that?
What the fuck?
Own it. Who owned it?
I think you got to.
What just happened?
You struck him silent on that one.
Who was it? Whose frame turned green?
That was Shubich, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What?
Our residential 98 gas machine.
This guy.
Shuby.
All right. Anyways,
no shame.
These fucking
hey, you don't think that those things can catch you when you're past like grade school level, but sometimes they catch you off guard. But I think that when you start creating levels based on who's going to show up, you open yourself to a lot of bullshit, because if like only 2 people show up and then you got like a 250-pounder and a 120-pounder, you say, oh, well, you guys only 2 in the class, we'll put you together. It's kind of a fucked up scenario. You know what I mean?
This is our first time like trying a kids division.
Right.
So I don't really know what the turnout's going to be,
Yeah.
You got to treat it like adults with respect, because some of these kids, you got to think, 99% of the kids that show up at arm wrestle are kids of arm wrestlers. So they've got a clue of what's going on, what they're doing.
Right.
So like keeping them in like separate classes is always a good idea.
Oh yeah,
I'll try and bring Callie. I don't have her that week, but she'll pull Gabby. Cool. But Callie's only 7, so obviously Gabby will smash her.
Dude, my kid, I'm not saying because it's my kid. I'm really not. I'm not saying it because she's my daughter. She's fucking weird, man.
But we have other kids that are at that age. We have a 6-year-old, a 9-year-old, a 10-year-old.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Gabby's a weirdo. She will be beating men by the time she's 15, like full-grown men. She's
so excited.
She's just got it. She's super weird.
You should get
pretty good
too. Bowen.
She could probably already beat me.
To pull Bowen.
Get your daughter to pull Bowen.
Get my daughter to pull. Man, like I gotta do that. Like I think Ryan's. Truth be told, man, I'll give him the respect he deserves, which he won't give me. I think he's very good, which is why I'm taking it very serious. He's a guy that's been afforded. He's been afforded the ability to train very hard and immerse himself into this culture. So I'll give him the respect that I think he's very good. So that's unfortunate for him, because that makes me very uneasy, which makes me very worrisome, which brings out a better version.
Wow.
I don't like him, but I think he's good.
It doesn't seem like many people like him, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I get an awful lot.
Let me just get through a super chat from School Lady Boy. Sweet name, School Lady Boy. Says Ryan is Ryan is gonna have to up his home security before Gary hops on a plane to Brisbane. Gary Roberts got very.
I'll tell you something about Gary. I was listening in on this morning, having my breakfast and stuff, and Gary was like hanging shit on Blue. I went and got a haircut, went out to Fountain Gate, I came back like 2 hours later. I tuned into the chat and it was still going on. So I don't know if he was doing like a whole 2-hour rant or if he'd gone and come back on and ranted twice.
He did a solid. It was a good because he'd been away for a month or two and he came on. I thought, fair enough, he could have done it on his own channel. And he just went bang. And he went for a good 35 minutes straight.
Was that this morning? Because I was listening in when he was going, I thought, fucking hell.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. Do I detect an Australian accent there, Ryan?
It is. Thanks for having me on, Aussie.
Are you guys not related? I assume.
I know. I for sure thought they were related.
That's racist. That all
that's racist. They're both Ward. They're both Australian. Ward. Slender white guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is my older brother Ryan. This is my older brother Ryan. He is probably one of
third place right arm.
The main reason why the Aussie Armwrestler is the Aussie Armwrestler. I said it earlier on the show. I will tell you a funny story. So when this whole arm wrestling thing started coming about, I was doing training sessions and journey from one national championships to another. And I was at work one morning and Ryan said to me, he goes, dude, why don't you just commentate? You've commentated your whole life. You commentate all sports. You love talking. Just do that. And I was like, nah, man, I don't have the equipment.
What I said was I said, I don't think you train, like you're not training hard enough to beat these top guys on the table. And I said, these guys are fucking training like nonstop, 24/7. I was like, if you're gonna compete against these guys, you've got to be putting in the hours a bit more. You know, you're sort of being a bit jack. And then Jake was like, oh well, you know, I kind of really want to commentate more. I said, yeah, but you're not fucking doing that either. I said, just go and commentate some matches. There's like 1,000 of them on the internet. You can do it. And then he's given it all to, but I can't do this. I haven't got the equipment, this, and that.
Still Gary Roberts footage.
And I said, hang on a second. And so I went to the bathroom. And I commentated a match. I can't remember which one it was.
It was Paul Lynn. It was a Paul Lynn match. I won't forget it.
Was it Paul Lynn one? Was it?
Paul Lynn WAL match.
And I said that, and I uploaded it and everything. I said, here, dickhead, that took me like 30 seconds to do.
Yeah.
And then I just kept doing it. And I started like an arm wrestling Instagram account, and I was uploading every day. And then I think I even got I sent Travis Bayesian a DM, you know, if I could like have him on. I was like, this is what you got to do, man. I said, you'd be fucking fantastic at it. And so that's when Jake started becoming the Aussie Armwrestler. We started doing like serious videos, and then he started putting a bit of comedy into it. And I said, that's the angle you want to go down. I said, you want to do your videos kind of funny and just be a bit of a Larry.
So you guys, this is the person you all have to blame. Whenever I annoy you and do silly things like a 24-hour podcast, it's another Ryan. So there you go, RVJ, another Ryan for you to hate.
Well, RVJ is the only guy in arm wrestling with arms smaller than mine, I think.
What's that?
I said RVJ is the only guy in arm wrestling that's got arms smaller than mine.
True. I like that story because I could tell right away. I don't know if it's because of the genetics or I could tell you guys were related. It wasn't the name. It's the way you guys deliver, the way you punch, the way you talk. If you meet my sister, same fucking thing. The way we are aggressive, attack style, point making, you would know we were related. I knew you fucking guys were related. I didn't need to see your name because I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? He doesn't look familiar. I said Ryan Ward. I goes, I think that's his brother. And she's like, oh, I don't know, maybe. I'm like, it's his fucking brother.
Yeah.
I
said, yeah,
sure
probably.
As shit.
Yeah. I said, yeah, probably.
Sure as shit. But good story, and I agree with everything you said. The dude's got a knack. The dude's got a gift. He should be bigger. 3,000 subs is a fucking, what I call an atrocity. That's basically, in my opinion, on par with, like, slavery in the United States of America. Like, we should all be ashamed at the fact that
I think it's the algorithm has to kick in a little bit. It just got to keep uploading. It'll be fine. It'll take off for sure.
I hear about that algorithm shit. I don't know what that means.
I just need more RVJ videos.
You know what, RVJ? I don't really know what it means either, but apparently it does mean something. But I
sign RVJ exclusive contract right here, Jake.
I bet you 100% if RVJ made a 2-minute video, thank you, baby, and said, everyone, go follow the Aussie Armwrestler and whacked it on YouTube, I would absolutely, it would skyrocket. Red rocket.
Massive increase. Red rocket right there.
You believe that?
Absolutely. You have so much pull.
If you believe that, only because I would never endorse a motherfucker I don't like. If you believe that, I will give you a 2-minute video of saying not only why they should subscribe, but all about you and all your bullshit. If you really believe that and you want that endorsement, it's not even an endorsement. I will only sell something that I believe in. If you really think it'll help you, I'll do it. I'll give it to you.
If they
subscribers from that day
and watch your channel, Rob.
If that actually works, by the morning. If that actually works, then you need to make a video telling people why they should unfollow Ryan Bowen.
Man, I would love to think that I'm not influential, man. I'm just struggling on my own, man. I would love to think I'm not influential, but if I get this dude some followers, because I think he's a very talented, articulate guy, and I love watching him. And we all have our own niche. But if this dude thinks that I can make a 2-minute video that will help him, fucking, I'll do it on my own. But it's got to be my own way, right? It's got to be how I do it.
And you got 10K followers already, Rob, and that's just like, I mean, not that your content's not great, but it's especially arm wrestlers, like we all know who you are. As soon as it was known that you had a channel, we were like, man,
I would not have you here, TJ Foley, and disparage the good goddamn name of Rob Pigeon Jr.
You guys
content's not good.
I said
it's a Ryan Bowen plant.
I said it's not that his content is not great.
Okay.
He's got red hair.
Whoa. America, all right? Like, fuck all the foreigners. America.
TJ has red hair under that hat.
Yes.
Lies.
What?
But
TJ,
Ryan Grondin, you were saying...
fuck the foreigners, Shuby.
You were saying that RVJ should make a video telling people to unfollow...
if he makes a video to follow you and 1,000 people follow, he should make one to tell people to unfollow Ryan Bowen.
Well,
that's even does travel 10 times.
See if it has the same effect.
Early on, it wasn't much of a drop, but when the RVJ and Pradeep feud started happening, early on the numbers did drop from Pradeep, and then everyone came back. Really? But at the start, because I watched it, I was like, oh no. I hope this doesn't have an effect on Pradeep. And then some of the numbers were going down because Rob just, fuck this guy.
Whoa. You can't be everyone's best friend.
No, I'm just saying it.
You can't wait, before I endorse you, you can't be everyone's best friend that's on social media because you want to get an endorsement. I am okay with Pradeep, but at the time we had a riff.
You did have
That's
a riff.
2 adults having a riff. And people make a decision. You can't quite always be everyone's best friend, can you?
No.
No, of course you can't.
Of course you can't.
How about that? I think you squeezed the cunt in there for you.
I'm best friends with Paul Italian now.
Which Yank tried to talk proper English. These Americans, I'll tell you what.
Yeah. That's all right. Good. I've got.
I got you, Jake. You should be at about 100,000 subscribers, but so should I. But we'll try to get you at least past your goal.
We'll get.
I'm struggling too.
I don't think there's 100,000 people worldwide that follow arm wrestling. Is there?
Yeah,
easily.
Channel has
easily.
1.5 million.
Look at like fucking.
Wait.
Alex Topper's fucking channel has like 1 million followers.
More, like 1.5.
Yeah.
1.5.
Yeah.
1.5 million.
I had people from my job tell me about Schoolboy, and these guys have never picked up a weight in their life. Just the other day, just from the exposure that it gets from Top Roll and all these other guys, they make it mainstream. I mean, it's with the clickbaity stuff, but
Devin's got 500,000.
Everyone we meet is like, do you know that Devin Larrick guy?
Yeah. People talk about Devin Larratt like he's Brad Pitt. They're like, Devin Larratt? I'm like, yeah, man. I go up to a Canada and I sleep in his house. They're like, no, you don't. You're fucking lying. I'm like, I'm lying about hanging out with Devin Larratt now? Like, you don't know, like I got a security, key code or some shit. I'm like, yeah, man, we're cool.
Sly Stallone, RVJ. You're definitely the Sly Stallone of the arm wrestling if he's the Brad Pitt. You can be Lincoln Hawk.
Oh, I'll be the Lincoln Hawk. Yes, I'll do that.
But Devin Larratt's entered that realm. He's entered that realm where it's almost
he's kind of transcended
that pop culture thing where people might not know basketball, but they know it's the thing Michael Jordan does. People might not know professional wrestling. It's the thing Hulk Hogan does. Oh, you like that thing Hulk Hogan does. That's where Devin is at now. Oh, you like you do arm wrestling, do you, Rob? Oh, that's the thing Devin does. That's that thing.
Didn't he get big because he was pulling that
that was the most watched arm wrestling video.
Yeah, Game of Thrones, The Mountain.
The Mountain, that's right.
The Mountain got his payback though.
Oh, really? What happened there? Did he beat him?
They had a boxing match and Devin lasted 2.5 minutes.
That was not a boxing match.
Yeah.
They match that did go full circle.
Jay, you owe me a six-pack from that bet we had with Devin. I said Devin would get his ass beat.
Yeah, I did. I made a video, and then literally after the video, I went to Ryan's house, and he was like, "Man, Thor's a boxer. I've got." Like Ryan was saying,
Thor outweighed him by 50 pounds, mate.
Yeah,
there was no way.
No chance, and I was like, nah. And yeah, so we put a six-pack on it. So
Devin's a killer, mate. He's a killer. I said, one, he's Canadian. I said, he's not killing anyone. And I said, there's no fucking way he's going to punch that guy who's twice his size. He's not going to lay a glove on him.
Yeah, so there's a six-pack coming your way. And someone who's helped pay for that six-pack is B. Sims with a super chat. He's come in and said, most banging voice in arm wrestling, Jake. Unicorn, Pig, Red Rocket.
Well, it was more of a boxing match than Barry Bourne versus David Morocco.
That was disgusting.
Yeah, that
wasn't even a fight.
Dave should not have done that, too.
Yeah, what's with all the celebrity boxing matches that are happening these days? And even with that YouTube guy, what's his name? Fucking the blondie.
Jake Paul,
yeah. Jake Paul or Logan Paul? Which one is it?
Jake Paul.
Oh, both of them.
He fucking knocked out that Tyrone Woodley. Did anyone see that?
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, but he's Tyrone Woodley anyways.
Right, exactly.
I mean, he was the UFC champion. But you can't have fucking. If you're Dana White, you can't have some YouTube guy knocking out all your top fighters. That's not looking good.
Jeez. That guy was smoking coke and fucking hookers and eating crack shit and everything, and then all of a sudden he gets beat up by some YouTube celebrity for big money. Not the same shit.
Yeah, it's very.
I wish they would just make this a UFC fight.
Yeah,
we gotta see Jake Paul versus both those Island Boy douchebags.
Island Boys. They
at the
look
same
like a couple
time.
of praying mantis.
Both of them at the same time, dude.
Those Island Boys look like a couple of praying mantis. But before we get onto the Island Boys, we've got another couple. We're double dating on the 24-hour world record live stream. The double date is on. We have my friends over there in Las Vegas. They're absolute rock stars. They have been, since day one, fans of the Aussie Armwrestler, and I've been very greatly appreciated their support. We have Sarah and Jason Latona. Finally, it's probably taken way too long, but I still can't believe this is the first time you've come on the show.
Yeah, this is the first time we're talking, right? Like we've actually, I've spoke to you, but but I've never actually spoke to you. I just wanted to get on and because I'm going to get some fucking Thai food right now, and but I wanted to come on and say what's up to RVJ again. Just say a thanks to him and his wife were on, so we wanted to say hi.
Dude, Thai food is beast. Did you leave?
No,
we're
here.
Okay, this guy switched over with the Lego man. Yeah. Fucking thing. Hey man, you guys, Thai food's beast, and I appreciate you guys dropping in to say hey. Enjoy your night. I love it.
Yeah, we'll be on a little bit later.
Yeah,
we just wanted to stop by and say hi real quick, and then we'll be on later. We're just picking up our food, and then we'll be home in like 20 minutes.
Something like that.
Yeah, like 15. Yeah, like
don't go powering and choking out or anything. Like, chilling.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, Rob, because we had a great time the other day on. We were cracking up, and I told my wife, "Have you listened to the whole episode?" Yeah. Good. We had a great time with you on. And Ryan is coming on next week. Bowen's going to be on our show on your morning BJ. He didn't say anything bad. He didn't say anything bad about him, but he's going to come on, and I guess he's going to probably watch our show. Hopefully he watches. And yeah.
Did that air yet?
Look, Gary Roberts I sent you that episode if you kill him.
Yeah, I sent you the link, Rob, on Spotify. I sent it on your Instagram. But the YouTube's not done being edited yet, but the Spotify, which is the unedited version, is out on the Spotify.
Well, good.
So anyone
when is the match, RVJ? When are you pulling Bowen? You got a date?
End of March. The end of March.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's been about 15 years in the making. This match has been on again, off again, on again. It's been loaded, it's been pumped up.
I remember a while ago we were talking about it.
Probably
like ages
12, 15 months ago.
Yeah, we was talking about like that Bowen versus RVJ. And now
but apparently Rob's steroid hookup apparently backed out. Rob couldn't get juicy enough for the match. And Rob couldn't get juicy enough for the match. And he postponed. If that's
so do you guys know who Ziz is, or Z's or Ziz?
Of course.
Yes.
Of course. You guys know who that guy is, right? Yes.
Yeah.
What are you guys gonna do when I go to the lay-in, ripped as fuck, and do the Z's pose like this? Like this.
But yeah,
what douchey can you get like this?
You got to.
That guy died in a hot.
All shredded up, right? Isn't that
guy died in a hot.
Because he's gonna go like this. I go, come at me, bro. That's it. That's gonna be my way. When everyone's getting weird, I'm just going like this. Come at me, bro. You mad?
It's gonna be so douchey. I love it.
Oh my god.
The only thing that would make that better, Rob, is if you came in. The only thing that would make that better, Rob, is if you came in juicy, shredded, and with like 6-inch fucking heels on.
And a fake tan.
Pumps.
6-inch heels I can do. Shredded I can do. Juicy. I can dance around that with not being as fucked up.
Would you get a spray tan?
Wait, but
juicy.
Yeah,
I can get a spray tan.
Yellow can definitely
my
get a good spray tan.
Yeah, I'll shave my body. I'll get a nice tan.
Like tattoo sleeve shirts.
Yeah, like we're gonna play the card. So for the weigh-ins, I just gotta get like played just like maybe a henna tattoo on my whole shit.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm gonna do shit out. He might know what I'm saying. When they want to be all wordy, I'm usually very wordy. When they want all those words, I'm just gonna go. You mad, bro?
Dude, absolutely got to do this. The spray tan will set that off, dude.
I know
you Myron, bro.
They're like, what color do you want?
Yeah, exactly.
I want the most orange fucking color you have.
That would be hilarious.
No, and like
extra
I know how Rob's
douchey
an
orange.
MMA fan, and you know how Conor McGregor has the gorilla.
Oh,
you need to get a tattoo, Rob, of your own face.
Right.
Bowen's face on your chest tattoo.
Or Bowen's face.
Yeah, Bowen's face.
No.
I'm wearing one of my own. I'm doing my own plug. I'm wearing one of my
good pullers.
My pull me inside. How about that?
Yeah, well, Jason, I would have absolutely plugged the shit out of you, but you told me that you're going and getting Thai food. I had the whole spill, and I had a big thing about your podcast, about OnlyFans, and good pullers and things like that, and now you're hanging around and you're like, hey, guys, I'm going, but while we're here, I'm going to do this and this. I had a whole spiel for you guys because I was so excited you're on the show, and this is how you treat me. You're making me look like a bad host.
Fuck. It's Rob's fault. It's all Rob's. It's Rob. It's Rob's wife's fault. That's our
other
our new shirt, our Curls.
Curls Jr. Oh my God, that is the hottest shirt of the year. Who made that?
Rob, send me your address. I'll send you one.
Dude,
we have
the
regular logo.
Who the fuck made that shirt?
He wants that size. That size right there.
That is the hottest shirt I've seen in the arm wrestling community.
Is that a fast food
That's the size.
Curls Jr.
That's
Curls Jr.
Dude, it's a half shirt.
Rob. It's a Rob.
Rob will take a medium.
The sleeves are longer than the belly.
Medium.
% bigger from that shirt.
Dude, his belly button's gonna be
we have the regular logo as well, where it's a straight logo. So this is the star logo.
As opposed to the gay logo. The gay logo that we have.
Dude.
But we have the straight one as well that just goes straight across and has the star on one side.
Yeah, just the normal.
The gay one.
No, I want that thing right there that
you
I
want
just
the
saw.
gay one.
Oh,
Do you guys make
my
shorts?
God.
Dude, if you're gonna wear that shirt, you have to get your belly button pierced for the match.
Jake, show him the song I sent you.
In a pair of daisy.
My shame level resides on the level of whale shit. That's where my shame level resides.
No, Rob, I'm being totally serious. Same with you, Jake. If you guys want to DM me your address, I'd be happy to, and your size, I'll be happy to send you a shirt.
Already working on it. That's the coolest shirt I've seen in a long time. I will put that shirt on all my rant videos. All my shit that I hate, I will rip people in half with that shirt on.
I'm sending it right now.
Dude, that's awesome.
No, seriously, send me, Jake. It cost me $50 to send you one. But Rob,
I'll send you the money as well. Just send me your PayPal.
No. It'd be my pleasure.
Yeah.
Just get me on the show. Just get me on the show, a normal show with you and I, and I'll send you one anyway. And get us on the show, and we'll that'll be our payment.
Absolutely. But yeah, if you guys are looking for like funny arm wrestling shirts, at Good Pullas on Instagram is where you can find our funny arm wrestling shirts.
Yeah,
nice.
I love it.
Put a link on our Facebook page on the 98%. Everybody will buy one.
I messaged you.
Get my subscribers up so I can get one for free.
And if there's any moderators in the chat, can you chuck that link in the chat so everyone in the comments can see that as well.
Is he getting any money?
Awesome moderators that are just going strong. And
and if like I said, and give my YouTube channel is me, Jason Latona, and a couple of arm wrestlers, and we're the couple.
Yeah.
Sarah's more the usually the filming person, and I'm always flexing and doing the douchey shit up front. So
that's us.
Exactly. I'm like, I come with the video.
Same relationship with you guys.
Do something with this.
Same relationship.
Listen, videos are like boners. I come to her and I go, here, do something with this.
And Rob, imagine if you and I
do something with this.
I was gonna say, Rob, if things ever go south in either of our relationships, if you and I would start dating, we would never get anything done because it would just be two dudes fucking filming each other. Like, no, we could never get anyone to film each other.
Yeah, I was about to say, no one would be filming. You'd be harassing people on the street. Oh, hey guys, like two big dudes coming up. Hey, what are you doing? Can you film us? Oh, it's not weird or anything. We're arm wrestlers. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Prison.
100%.
Prison.
I'll have to make a new shirt with a cardboard box, and it says, we'll work for a videographer, or I'll suck you off for a videographer.
With like a glory hole box, yeah.
Yes, 100%, like a glory hole. You read my mind. That's our new shirt.
That's our new one.
I'll send you.
Can you tell me what's the website again with the t-shirts?
At Good Pullas.
So if you go on, it's on Instagram. Our Instagram is like the Goodfellas, but Good Pullas. It's GOODPULLAS, and there's the link in the bio that takes you to our Squarespace. And you can buy in our shirts. And if there's a special request, you can always DM us. We have sweaters, we have hoodies, we make the baseball shirts, stuff like that.
Get him a coffee.
We've got one of our biggest sellers. We've got the one that's one of our biggest sellers, and that's only forearms.
Yeah.
So it looks like OnlyFans. but it's only forearms.
I've seen that one.
Yeah, see, we're famous.
So that's one of our biggest sellers.
Fuck my body. So again, we appreciate
But no, wait. Or Coke.
I'm sorry?
I'll go and get the
Take the cash in.
Oh, okay.
Right here.
They look like they're ready
Oh, my
to
cat.
rob a
Just take
bank.
my credit card. Yeah. We are going to go. Sarah's going to go fucking heist this fucking Chinese food.
Yeah.
Make sure you say Sawadi Ka and Couple Ka.
I thought it was Thai.
Couple Ka.
Yeah, because I did I think Jake, you know this. I think my wife. I met my wife in Singapore. I lived in Singapore for 10 years.
Oh, hey Ryan. So Ryan Ward, Jason. This is my brother who's come onto the show.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
Did you know, Ryan? Jason was a stunt double for the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
Never. Which Power Ranger? The pink one?
Yes.
Coffee or Coke.
Is that serious? Well, back in the 90s when I was in school.
So what I did, I worked for Saban Entertainment from 96 till 2001. And I was one of the stuntmen for the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the Big Bad Beetleborgs, and the Ninja Turtles when Saban did that. So my early 20s, I was touring. It was funny, man. This is a true story. Earmuffs for the kids, if you got kids watching. But we would, one of the things we would do when we were doing the tour is the first thing we would do, one of the guys I worked with always wanted to go to strip clubs. So we would land, we'd unpack our bags and go to a local strip club. And I would be there with the guys, and they would be like, hey, like the strippers would come to us. We're like, what are you doing with like a couple Asian guys? And I was like, we're actually the Power Rangers. And they'd be like, bullshit. And I'm like, I swear to God. And they were like, no, you're not. And I literally would go out to the car, and I'd bring in like our 8x10s, and we would trade strippers because they always had kids. They're like, oh my God, my kids love you. So we would trade kids autographed 8x10s Power Rangers for lap dances.
Fantastic.
And that's how I spent my time.
Champagne, isn't it?
It is. It's worth it. So that's a fun tidbit about myself. So
quick shout out to Rob and Heather there. They've done a $10 super chat. Really appreciate the support. They said a coffee for Jake or Coke. You decide. You decide. Well, we'll see. We'll see.
Jason, have you got like a martial arts background? Have you?
I actually, my father was a trained. He actually spent time in Indonesia, and I started doing traditional martial arts when I was about 5 or 6 years old, and then I started Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu when I was about 18, 19. This is about 1995. I started doing before. I'm sorry.
Who's your jiu-jitsu coach?
I started under Marcio Simas, who was, I don't know if I said this on the show or not with Rob or not. I don't remember. I walked into my first jiu-jitsu class, and there was at the time, this Brazilian kid, like, looked and I said, they asked me how old I was. I was 19. They said, oh, our buddy there, he's 18 and he's getting ready to fight in the UFC. And it was Vitor Belfort. And I knew what I looked like as a 19-year-old. And I was like, that guy he's eating, his muscle tech is working a lot better than mine.
He's got the same diet as RVJ has.
He has the same protein as RVJ, yes.
Same protein, same brand and everything.
Hang on a minute, guys. I gotta read it. This last super chat, I've lost it. Travis Newsom, $10 super chat. He says someone needs to check David's pulse.
I didn't even hear you.
Are you alive, David?
Dave, are you okay? Hey, did anybody
David?
Did anyone call in? Did anyone call in a wellness check on Artem?
He said in the chat that he was smoking a J, and then he would have never came back.
Mrs. Monster, Michael Todd, Rebecca. She says hi, Heather. She does a bit of a shout out in the chat. She's saying hello, Heather. Tim Pipe with a super chat. He says, Jake, you big sexy beast. Is anyone going to supply you with a beer after this marathon? Tim Pipe, well, after I get my Coke from RVJ, thank you very much.
That's the truth.
Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler bought some beers in the fridge to celebrate in the last hour. So,
hey, I thought you were cutting out the carbs, Jake. I thought you were off the booze, brother.
For a few days.
What the fuck? What good is life if you can't enjoy it? What do you cut carbs? Carbs are good times. Listen, that bullshit about like enjoying life, you can achieve one little minuscule goal that lasts about 30 seconds. Let's be real, people.
No, because what's happening, Rob, is I'm currently, well, obviously not today and what's going on, but I've got to drop some weight before I get my hip replaced. Because I'm like the oldest.
That's not a bad beard over there.
It's the oldest 37-year-old in the world. Yeah, yeah. So I'll be getting a hip replacement.
Okay. So you're getting a hip replacement. So I stand corrected. Cut down the carbs, pal. But still enjoy that fucking beer. That beer is not enough carbs to send your hip replacement off. Do 24 hours on this bullshit. Drink the fucking beer. Stop. Don't be a pussy.
Oh, I'll be happy to sorry about that because we have knocked over. We are up to 17 hours. We've just knocked over the 17-hour mark, and I'm hanging out here with some big legends. If you have just tuned in and saying, why do I have a whole heap of 98% podcast? Why do I have Power Rangers ordering Thai food sitting in a car? Why do I have RVJ and his bodyguard in the chat? And why I have Monster Michael Todd? I'm doing a 24-hour Armwrestling World Record podcast. 17 hours in and appreciate it. Monster Michael Todd, welcome back, my friend. Welcome back.
What's up, Michael? Happy to be here, guys. Happy to be here. Just wanted to catch back up and say I love what you're doing. That's awesome.
Thank you very much, mate. It's it's been good. My brother's just joined in. We got some of the 98%. 4 guys from there. Well, maybe 3. We're not sure if David is breathing. So, hi, Isla. That's my niece, Isla. Hello, Isla. Love you.
Is that Michael Todd on there? Is that the monster?
That is the monster.
That's the monster.
Michael, is Corey there with you?
King's move.
No, man. It's like 9 o'clock here. Corey's at home.
Good. I'm still the largest man on the podcast. Yes.
There you go.
Stop doing me.
Michael, how are you doing, man?
Man, I'm blessed, dude. I'm blessed. I jumped on here earlier and spoke with Jake a bit, and I wanted to get back on because I want to support what he's doing. I think it's awesome. But yeah, doing good. It's weird prep time for me right now. 3 weeks out from the match. Normally, I'd be setting PRs in the gym, and I've taken Devin's approach and tried to, doing a taper leading into this. So I'm hoping that I'm really strong. I just haven't done anything in the gym necessarily to prove it. Every time I get on the table, I'm better than I was previously. So hopefully it works out.
Michael, Brandon and I don't know if Brandon hit you up yet or whatever. Like I said, I know you're in training and everything like that. But if you get a chance, we'd love to have you on the Morning BJ podcast.
Yeah. I have no one's contacted me yet, but that'd be cool.
Okay. Well, it's either me or him. Well, one of us. So he's up in Glamis right now. And because we just had John. I don't know if you saw the video or not. John Brissink came to our practice on Saturday, last Saturday. So Brandon and John got to grip up a bit. And Bob Brown and Bob and Craig Toulier are coming to practice with us tomorrow. So that should be fun. We'll make some videos with that. But Brandon's in Glamis, and I just didn't know what your schedule was going to be. I mean, not that I don't have your number. And so, I can give you, Brandon and I, one of us will give you a call or text and see what works for your schedule.
Yeah, just let me know. Yeah, I saw the footage of John come down, and I even saw John on his Monday Night Live or whatever talk about, if he didn't get serious with Brandon could sneak some in on him, or at least put him in enough bond to where it blow him up to where he could win the future round. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah, no, he was very complimentary. Do you guys want to hear a fun, this is the kind of gentleman Michael Todd is. I'll give you a background story. One time, it was like me and Sarah are sitting, my wife and I are sitting watching TV. It's like midnight or something like that on our time. And my phone rings and it's Michael Todd. And I'm like, I was like, hello, hey brother, what's up, man? He was like, hey man, I'm just driving back. You're the only person I know that's probably awake. I was like, oh, thanks. when you call me, and I was like, thanks, Michael.
All the normal people are sleeping.
All the normal, no, because he was like, you're the only person I know on the West Coast, and because I think they were like on East Coast. It was like I forget what you guys were doing or whatever, but so Michael called me and I'm thinking like, oh man, I hope he's okay. It's like an emergency. And he's like, oh dude, I'm just trying to stay awake. And he called me. He's like, I figured you'd be up, and I'm like, I was.
It's pretty cool.
We've got a super chat from Ben Young. He says, and sorry, Monster, you answer this question, I reckon, about 15 times a day. But he's asking, how heavy is Monster Michael Todd at the moment?
293 currently.
You're not big.
But I'm down about 10 pounds. I was sitting, every night I was going to bed over 300. And I cleaned up my nutrition in January 2nd. But I'm going to start adding. I just wanted to kind of get, just wanted to get a little bit better fuel in me. But I'll start probably Monday increasing 1,000 calories to my existing meal plan for a week. And then I'll probably try to go up another 500, 1,000 that last week or so before I head out. So maybe get back to 300.
1,000 calories a day. That's, how many calories are you having now a day?
4,000.
Oh wow! Jeez, that is.
It's a lot harder to eat 4,000 healthy calories than it is to eat 4,000 junk calories. Right?
I was gonna say that's like three slices of that. That's like three slices of that deep dish pizza you guys get out here.
Yeah, tomorrow's our cheat day. Tomorrow's our cheat day, and I'll probably do 10,000 calories at least tomorrow.
Oh.
Oh,
and I hope since the last time Michael Todd has come on the show, I hope a lot of you have gone out and bought the pay-per-view that's coming up in March 19th.
Okay, so they probably don't. Sorry to cut you off, Jake. They don't need to buy it yet.
Oh.
It's only the way it's set up on YouTube is it's a 30-day subscription, right? It's going to be a premium subscription. Yeah. You'll purchase that subscription. It lasts for 30 days. So you don't want to purchase it until you're 30 days out from the event,
No, they should purchase it now and support you and pay for 2 months.
Yeah.
Because
well, I mean, I appreciate that too. I mean, they can get some cool bicep flexes.
How big is that, boys?
Spaghetti arms.
Sign it up right now.
Oh no, it's 60 days. I'm sorry, 60 days. You're right.
Yeah, the event is actually on my mum's birthday, so I hope Ryan and I, it's going to be our mum's birthday on March 19th. So let's hope mum's not doing anything for her
Is he
birthday.
off there for that? No, he's Turkey.
Commentate this event.
He's going to Turkey. Michael, you're going to Turkey, right?
Yeah. My match is essentially 21 days. I mean, because the time's ahead of us. So 21 and a half days from now, I would already be raising my hands in victory.
Are you pretty confident, Michael?
I don't know, dude. I need to win this match more than any match.
Dude, Michael's going to smash this motherfucker.
Yeah. I'm going to do what he said.
Smash that motherfucker.
As long as I got
my big brother too bad.
You can't lose to that dude. He's got the only thing you're fucked by is all the things that guy doesn't have. Your kryptonite is everything Gennady Kvikvinia doesn't have. How the fuck can you lose? You can't.
Rob,
you just caught quad aces with the king kicker.
Rob, I'm going to change your mind in 2 seconds.
Oh my God.
I'm going to change your mind in 2 seconds. Something you may not have considered. I
considered all things, but I already quantum leaped you.
Hold on.
Here it comes. The only thing maybe you haven't considered why now I'm favoring Gennady in this match. Ryan Bowen picked Michael Todd to win.
Oh.
You know what?
Mind blown.
That's like the curse of death, right?
Consider and think that maybe somewhere along the timeline of history, just like that match with Dallas Langston, that epic match with Dallas and Brendan Mulvihill where the tent fell down in the middle. That God epic tent that fell down, maybe that will happen. But reality is, shoulder to shoulder, arm to arm, fucking bang to bang. The only thing Michael has trouble with is a fucking weirdo, tall hand and wrist that knows how to maneuver it. What I saw with Hermes, and I know Hermes is a strong-ass motherfucker, but
I'm saying, though, now
he doesn't have those goods. If he doesn't have those goods to put it to task, Michael's going to run this shit.
I normally would 100%, 1,000% agree with you. I had my money ready to bet on Michael Todd. Ryan Bowen makes a prediction. My money's on Gennady. Sorry, Michael, I love you, but I can't. The only thing that's more powerful than Michael Todd's endurance, will to win, is Ryan Bowen's inability to make wrong predictions.
Nah, hey, Jason, kick back and listen to your favourite Australian. Let's just listen to my prediction, and it'll change
right,
your
here we
mind.
Go. You may be able to
take this bet straight to the bank. What you need to do is you need to go to your laundry cupboard and you need to get a broom. Because Michael Todd is sweeping this 6-0, 3-0, 5-0, whatever he needs to do. He's not losing around in this one. You get it out. Shoo, he is sweeping Gennady off. It is all over. You can take that to the bank.
It's gonna be in Michael Todd fashion with the woo and the fucking the sexy blue steel pose once in a while to Rebecca. The little bit to Rebecca, right? There's gonna be a little sexiness in there. It's gonna be comfortable. It's gonna be coasting. Round 1 will be the test of round. It'll be uncomfortable. Every round after that is gonna be super, super, super comfortable. The dude can't lose. He can't lose. And Gennady, we were all scared of him, but after what we saw that motherfucker cannot win right now. He's in a fight that he cannot win. It's like having it's like saying can a lion beat a shark in the water. No,
Jay, you're pumping me up the way you speak. You should be a life coach, man.
Definitely convincing me. He's convincing me.
A whole life saving for my next business endeavor if you keep me on the line.
Michael should be already practicing saying "I am your limit" in Georgian. That's what I think.
Trust me. You have not heard those words for the last time. I will be repeating it. I promise.
Yeah, you got to do it for the West. You got to do it for the West, man. Can't let these Easterners beat us.
Just quickly,
let me tell you, this is the one thing I can guarantee is you will see the old Michael Todd. You will see a very aggressive, intense, fierce Michael Todd. Like,
I thought
we can be friends after the match, but there is no more friends before the match shit with me.
When you said the old Michael Todd, I thought, oh shit, he's coming out with hair.
Yeah.
Tan is
he's gonna shave
hair and a broken arm.
Sexy as shit.
Well, when we say old Michael Todd, I was thinking. When we say old Michael Todd, I was thinking clean shaved, spiky hair, abs, 220 pounds.
That's what I thought. 12 or 13 abs, oiled up as shit. That's what I thought. But either way, I'm excited to see their version.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take off and do some stuff for the kids, man. Thanks so much for having me on the show. And thanks for having me. Thanks for having me on.
Fuck you, you cunt. You're gonna go take care of your kids.
You guys have the same eyebrows.
Oh, this guy's super weird. Oh.
No, my eyebrows are a bit thicker.
I got caterpillars.
You guys comb them. You comb them the same. You guys comb them the same. That's how I knew you were related.
Hey, big boy Jake. True story, Mike. I'll be talking to you soon enough. I'm sure. I want to come train with you guys. David, chill with the excitement. Jake. Jake, listen, I want to make a video about how you should be way bigger than you are, man. Like you got the gift, you got the whole swag down. You're on it. So we'll talk about that. If I can help, I'm a nobody really compared to all the somebodies in the sport and even in YouTube. If I can help, I'll try. Hey, man, it was a pleasure. I always muddy up the waters. That's what I do. I'm a mud runner. That's what I do, dude.
Shubich on the Red Rocket.
Shubich.
It's coming, Rob. It's coming.
You don't have any crayons?
Dude, I love it. I love it.
You will love it,
guys. Man. Listen, we're gonna kick off, watch some smutty ass reality TV. That's not really reality about marrying people they don't want to be married to, but that's what we do. In between arm wrestling, I like watching people's lives fall apart, so I feel better about myself. So I'm gonna take off.
Rob.
Jake, you should be bigger than you are, and I'm gonna help you with that. Michael, all you guys, 98%. Sarah Latoner and her boy, whoever you are. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Sarah Latoner's boy. That's what.
You're on my fucking. I'm not sending you shit, Rob. Fuck you. You're not getting a shirt. I'm gonna send your wife a shirt.
No, it's because on the bottom it has my name.
Can you at least make the shirt my size? Thanks.
I will.
Guys, for real.
I'm gonna forgive you. I'm gonna forgive you.
Jake, stay strong. If you can avoid the drugs, do the coffee. If you need to do the drugs, take the 24 hours. Just do it.
Thank
Just
you.
do it.
Thank you, RVJ. Thank you, Heather, for coming on. Really appreciate
This
your
is
time.
one of the coolest fucking ideas. When I first heard it, I was like, what's this fucking guy cracking up there? Like, what's he thinking?
I was always a believer.
You got literally across the globe, across the whole fucking globe, every dude that's a dude in the sport through a YouTube or social media logged in on your game. That's pretty fucking cool, man. You had every person circumnavigating the globe on their time zone getting logged in. That's pretty fucking cool. Some people are re-tagging in. Props to you, man, for that cool idea. It's almost like a Dick Clark New Year's Eve countdown thing. I love it. I love you. If there's something I can do to help, I'm just a little guy in the pond. Hey, we can all work together. Again, all you guys on this panel, it's been a pleasure. For real.
Thank you very much.
All the best. Michael, you're going to fucking smash this fool. You really are.
Yeah.
I just want to see Rob in that half shirt.
What?
I just want to see Rob in that half shirt.
Wait until you see me in Dubai, ripped as fuck, zizzing out. Like this.
Oh my god.
Michael, we're gonna send the next factory event you have.
You need a tribal sun around your belly button.
Michael, you want to come to the next factory Supermatch event you have?
Okay, I'll give you guys a shout tomorrow.
All right, cool.
Hey guys, sincerely from Arm Wrestling World, we love you guys.
Anybody can use a word like circumnavigate while flexing is a man to be reckoned.
David, you've talked too much already. You're overpowering my ears. Settle down now.
To see you off.
Thank you, Heather. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, nice meeting you, Heather.
Good night.
You
Take
too,
care.
Sarah. Bye, Rebecca. I know you're watching. All right, bye.
No, I'm still on. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll knock over a couple of things. The Arm Wars production wizard, James Statham, related to Jason Statham, has become a banger. He's chucked in a few bucks there, which is awesome. Thank you very much. And then we have a, where to go? Super chat from Phil Woody, UK. He says, this is Monsters Year. Proud to be a YouTube member. It has to be. It has to be. We spoke about it a bit earlier. This is like, especially this match with Gennady, this is huge. You know, a lot of us are like, yeah, Michael will win easy and things like that. It's a bit more than that. We touched on it briefly earlier, Michael. You need this win. You need to bounce back from King of the Table. We were speaking about some awesome main event. You were saying six-figure matches. Six-figure matches that are on the table, and they don't give that to people that lose. So this match with Gennady is beyond super important. So I do understand, you know, when you've got a drunk RVJ and then you've got Jason, you got myself, we're all like, you're going to win, you're going to win, and things like that. We love it, and I understand you're just like holding it all in because you're like, man, I need to win this match.
Yeah, on that note, so I have great respect for Gennady as a person and as a competitor. I will not be underestimating him. I was in the sauna earlier listening to you guys when Artem was on, and he was saying I was going to have to King's move. My intention is not to. My intention is to go hard, go fast, get this shit done with very quickly. But if it takes a King's move to win, Mark, I'll do whatever it takes. I am winning this match, so.
Well, I love hearing that.
And Mike, when you were over in Dubai with Levin, did you ever just like shake his hand? We never got to see that on camera.
We shook hands. We had a thumb war, but we never arm wrestled. Not one time. Everybody, there's so much rumors that we actually got on the table, and I'll tell you why we didn't. I was the one negotiating the money, and I was in the room with the people who were potentially putting up the money. So when you're trying to set up a match of that, I mean, and we have never spoke about the money, but it was the largest payout that any single match has ever had. But you can't give it to them for free. Now, losing to Devin, in retrospect, I'm like, damn, I sure wish I'd have grabbed a hold of him. You know what I mean? But I'm going to get my shot. I'll get my shot at both of them.
You've just heard King of the Table 5 and 6 main events. He's basically said it there. I've translated for everyone in the arm wrestling world. You can quote me on it, send it to all the papers. Monster Michael Todd is going to pull Levant at King of the Table 5 main event, and then when he wins that one and upsets the YouTube world and flips it on his head, he'll then pull Devon for the revenge, and then the match that happened, King of the Table.
And I appreciate how you said that, Jake, but it will not be that way. It's going to be on my own terms. Because like I said, as long as I beat Gennady, the winner of that match in June will have the opportunity of a lifetime.
And I absolutely love it. One, that we were speaking about earlier, the success of your channel. Two, your 3 major sponsors and everyone else that's been jumping in. The fact that now in arm wrestling, I mean, Michael, you've won world champions and you probably got $3 and you had to pay for parking to win a world championship back in the day. And now there is talks, and it will happen, as you were saying before, talks of 6-figure matches. Like, never would we have thought that there's hundreds of thousands of dollars being put on an arm wrestling match. And I just think that is unbelievable. I think that is great the way arm wrestling is going, and you've played a big role. You've played a big role in that, and you putting up a lot of your own money. You put in the work. I mean, you went on that caravan and the big Monster Michael Todd bus, and you travelled for, I don't know, 150 days straight or whatever it was, and it's all paying off, man. So I love this. I mean, if you want to tell me if it's 100,000, tell me when the stop is at 150,000. I'll keep going up, and then you just tell me when 200,000 is this match going to be 250. Are you saying 300,000? Holy moly, it's a 350,000 match. I'm not sure if you heard, Sarah. Monster Michael Todd, you said it was a $400,000 match. Stop me when I'm near it there. Whoa.
Wait a second.
What is it? It's not me.
I just have a quick question though, but is that 400 Australian dollars? Because that's like 15 US dollars.
Yeah,
if I'm not mistaken.
400,000 Australian.
I'll tell you guys right now.
Hey, Jake, I've got to go, man. Jake, I've got to go. I'm going to stand up. Yeah. Hey, Michael, kick that guy's fucking ass, yeah? I'm sure you will. And thanks for having me on the podcast, man. I appreciate it.
Anytime, my
Ryan,
friend.
see you, brother. Nice to talk to you.
No,
Ryan, nice to talk to you, bro.
I'll see you guys later. And Michael, good luck on the match, yeah?
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
No worries, man. Have a good day.
Ready, bang. Yes, sir. You as well.
All right. Ready, bang. Ready, bang.
We've even got Mrs. Monster saying, Michael Todd, please shh.
All right, I can't let the cat out of the bag then, but yeah, it'll be big. It'll be big.
Yeah, it's amazing.
But like I said, it's all contingent upon me winning this match in 3 weeks. And I'll just go ahead and throw this to you. So if I was to lose, right, my path to that number one spot really there's no real path, right? But I could always be that 250, 60-pound pretty boy lean guy again. And if these Monster Factory events are successful, every couple months I could be pulling a different name. I could be pulling Matt Mass, Michaela, Marcelo Bozo. I mean, it's not like I'm done if I'm not the number one guy in the world. There's still a lot of other things I can do. But right now, that's my goal. I'll turn 49 in 5 months, and I really think I'm capable. I genuinely will. Now, every bit of everything about me tells me I can beat Levant. I know I can do it. I know I can do it. So I just have to get the opportunity.
I was gonna say, Michael, if you get that lean and that sexy again, honestly, just come to Vegas. I know a bunch of guys that can hook you up with people that can eat sushi off you, and they'll pay big ass money. Yeah. And
start an OnlyFans.
Just so you know, Jason, we're not there yet. You know what I'm saying? I'm not that desperate yet. I'm not saying it's off the table, but I'm not there yet.
Listen, me and Brandon are already working on a foot wrestling thing. We got a lot of backup plans too. So I mean, again, I think you're going to beat Gennady, so you can stay on your path. But just in case, we got Plan B. and a lot of baby oil over here. So
people pay a lot for fetishes. It's a niche market.
Oh, yeah.
It is unique.
And what's crazy is most of the money's actually coming from Jake, which is insane. So he told me not to tell you, but that's our cat out of the bag.
Well, hey,
I'm a fetish
I appreciate
guy.
the support.
I'm a fetish guy. That's just what I do. I like weird things. And someone that's going to help me pay for these weird things is Deborah Gibson with a super chat. She says 98% of the 98% logo is tucked under David's pec breast. You're competent a bit today, David. You're a really nice guy. You are absolutely competent a bit in the comments, my friend.
Some real
hey, Michael, are you looking to entertain Brandon's call out?
Oh, we've already spoke. I already had the match with Robbie set up for a left hand. So that's the other thing. My left hand's always an option, right? So that's what. Okay, so with these Monster Factory pay-per-views, Corey, it's the funniest thing because apparently there's some people out there that just don't realize how strong Corey is. And I have an opportunity with these events to showcase him, right? Now, that's what happened with this first one. I tried to get Matt Mask. He wasn't going to be available. Marcio said, he wasn't going to have time to be ready. Derek Smith didn't want to commit until after his match with Tim Bresnan. So I could not find an opponent that I felt was worthy on that short of notice in the States without having to fly somebody in from overseas, right? So, and it came down to, we want this first one to be successful. I feel like we have the North American market pretty well sealed up with the card. People are going to want to watch it. I didn't know how much European interest was going to have. So it was either bring Corey on and find him someone, which was getting difficult to find a legit match for him, or throw my left arm on the card, right? Because like I was telling him earlier, Devin has trashed me enough left-handed that either you're going to tune in to see if my left sucks, if I'm any good left, or if you're going to tune in to see me get beat. But I think it's going to help with the pay-per-view buys. So we'll alternate most likely. Corey will be on, I'll be on, but I'm getting so much interest from people. This thing could get really big. You know what I mean? Like we could have, and I said this on the live last week, like this on this Sunday at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time, we're going to do a live announcing the undercard matches. But last week I was asking what matches they wanted to see. And people were like, well, you and Vitaly, you and this, you and that. And I'm like, guys, in today's climate, those are 5-figure matches for me. But if enough of y'all want to support this thing, I will happily bring these guys in. If there was enough support, I'd arm wrestle every couple of months with the right. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I like the idea. I'm optimistic that it's going to be successful. If it doesn't, hey, we gave it a good shot. I got to hang out with my buddies, and it was a good time. But
hey,
I think
Michael,
we're going to bring something. To what?
I was going to ask you because this week from today is the King of Cali 2. It will be on Brandon Allen's. We're going to do the most of the match from Brandon Allen's channel. I'm going to be there doing the live emceeing and commentating for the fight or for the event. And then Derek is going to have, I believe, on a pay-per-view on his channel for the finals, him and Tim. What's your thoughts initially of him and Tim, Derek and Tim in that match?
Obviously, Tim Bresnan is a badass, and he's had a stellar career, but I'm 60-40 Derek's going to win.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to hear somebody, who's obviously knows both those gentlemen, knows arm wrestling and is high profile. I haven't asked I haven't got to talk to, because I figured, guys with data on both guys, maybe Devin, like I said, eventually, I know it's not going to be everybody. We're only going to get one more person on the show before the match. Ryan Bowen is joining us next week. And yeah. And like I said, I don't know how much data he would have on either of those guys. So, I wanted to hear someone like you. So why have you here? I figured I'd ask.
Well, the reason I think Derek is a giant, and he's a very fundamentally strong arm wrestler. He has the entire toolbox of options. It's just, has he upped his horsepower enough to compete with someone at Tim's level? And my belief is he has. We haven't seen Tim in a while. The last footage we saw of Tim Bresnan was him and Daniel Mosier in an overall, and them slipping out in the center of the table, going to the strap, and then Mosier tying him up for a second or so before he gets pinned. I just favor. Derek has been consistent. He's just been extremely consistent. And maybe Tim's just somebody who doesn't put his stuff out there, and he's going to shock us all and just run through Derek again. I just don't think so. I'm not a big gambler. Like I bet on Corey versus Todd. I lost. But I really expected that match to go all rounds, just like round 1 went. And I do think there's a couple things. They were supposed to be on 7-7 pads and ended up being 7-9 pads. I think those extra couple inches allowed Todd to use his back pressure a little bit more. Not saying, Corey would have won on 7x7s, but so I lost that match. So I don't bet much. I'll bet on myself, but I'm not much of a gambler. But if I was to, like I said, my money would be on Derek.
I think the pads may have been something, but I think what hurt Corey more in that particular match was the fact that I think Ryan Bowen did pick him to win. So,
well, there you go. Yeah. So,
and that's the only unbeatable fact in arm wrestling.
Just as serious as the Madden curse.
Oh, so it's a curse. We've got a question for you here, Monster Michael Todd. It's come from Was Crash. He's jumped in with a super chat. Thank you very much for supporting as we tick over, 17 and a half hours into this 24-hour live stream. Being very lucky enough to have people from all over the world awake or asleep in the chat at the moment. So it's going pretty good. And we've got, he says, Monster Michael Todd, if you do a pay-per-view, please let us see a walk around before match and not a static match view as well.
I'm sure we'll come up with something good. I don't know exactly what we're going to do. I know that there'll be a big 8x10 stand-up banner backdrop. I'll move all the arm wrestling tables into the free weight area of the gym. The only one I'll have will be the Monster Factory table that'll be set up in front of the big backdrop. And talking to you guys earlier, possibly doing that post-match press conference type deal where we're just, asking questions or whatever. I think that's a good idea. If we can make that happen and set up, I think that'd be great. But yeah, I think we're going to keep it pretty entertaining. It just depends on whether the cameras are all set. I know that we were going to do, a couple of cameras and just keep it real clean, real easy. But my guy at Nine Line Apparel, he's been thinking about this. He's like, we're going to do it this way, and we're going to have. I was like, holy crap! Like he had this whole professional thing laid out in his head. So he's going to come out and help us with it. So I think we're going to have a very clean product that we're going to be able to, give everyone. So if that works, I think we'll keep just getting better from there,
I think you used a really strong word there because the last few pay-per-views, for me, I'm old-fashioned. If I'm paying $4, $5, I don't care if someone sticks a phone center table. I get to see the match. I don't care. But you used a very strong word in you're going to have a clean production because I know when I've tuned in and,
fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, of course. I don't want to curse it for you, but yeah, that'll be great. I mean, you can tell the difference in production when something's crystal clear. You can watch it, you can see it, and you really enjoy it. And then there's other moments, where you can tell they've used a potato to film it, and it's just not working. And we still get to see the match. So, especially because it's your first one, I wouldn't overdo it. I would just be like, you got your couple of cameras. People are going to see it. People want to hear you talk. That's going to happen. People want to see you pull. That's going to happen. So, and we've got bonus gun matches in between. So, anyone that just complains, I think just are out
well,
there.
That's going to happen regardless. If it's a perfect production, people are still going to complain. Somebody will, right? So I'm not going to stress about it. I'm just going to do what I do. And that's just like me in general. You either like me for who I am or you don't like me for who I am because I'm this consistent. I'm always the same guy, right? Yeah. I'm pretty transparent. I wear my emotions on my sleeve. If you piss me off, I'm mad. If I'm sad, I'll probably be crying. I'm pretty open about who I am. So I've never tried to be anybody else. I remember years ago, somebody told me, he's like, man, you need to be born like Travis Bajan. I'm like, man, I'm not going to be famous trying to be Travis Bajan. I'm going to be famous to be Michael Todd. So that's just it. I've always just been true to who I am. And some people like that and some people don't. Rebecca was telling me the other day, she goes, I think some people don't like your transparency so much because I am just extremely transparent sometimes and it may rub some people the wrong way, but I don't know how else to be,
Well, I'll tell you what, you have rubbed one person the wrong way, and that is the Aussie Armwrestler. And I will accept an apology in the moment. Monster Michael Todd, I have to ask. I really have to ask. I might have to get in a comfy position here. Now, it could be that I'm almost, 18 hours in. We never know, but let's have a chat. Everyone get in there. How did you feel at the last King of the Table taking the Aussie Armwrestler's job as the other commentator would Neil pick up? You didn't once think to sit there when Core Sports said, do you want to commentate? You didn't go, oh no, I can't take Jake's job. I can't do that. That's his job. So how did you feel taking food off the Aussie Armwrestler's table?
Man, I felt horrible about it. Honestly, I had no idea that. Maybe you told me. I don't remember.
No, I just made it up.
Yeah.
Of course, I'd love to be a professional commentator. Jason does a good job with everything that he's been doing when I've been tuning in. So, of course, I'd love to be a commentator. And then they were like, "Oh, we're going to get Monster Michael Todd." I was like, "Oh, look, if I'm not gonna get picked, well, I'm glad. Like, it's a multi-time world champion who knows arm wrestling. Yeah, I think I can miss out this time."
Well, you definitely have the skill. Go ahead.
And I was going to say, I can give you some insight, and Michael can maybe attest to this. So going into that match, because I knew obviously Brandon, who's a good friend of mine, training partner, and they were talking about that. And of course, I was pitching myself to go to, do the commentating. And then I know you had something. And to be honest, Adam Silver gave me a phone call and told me he was considering you as well. And then he asked me a question that I could not, and I know, and I forgive me if I did this the wrong way, and I spoke for you. And he said, listen, we've got it narrowed down to 3 guys to do the commentating, you, Jake Ward, and Michael Todd. And I said, fuck, this is amazing. And then he said, but how is your breathing? Can we hear it on the camera?
Yeah.
And I said,
listen,
you know what?
You used to have my phone number. You are now blocked. You no longer have access to me. You have a blocked number.
Oh, that is.
I just wanted to see if I could get Michael's transparency. Boom, I got it.
Hey, and I was coming back to Vegas next week, but now you're not going to see me there either. So, that's fine.
Damn it. Oh, man. I've said that joke like 10, 5. Well, I mean, we talked about it, but I actually didn't even hear it. I didn't hear it. I think people were talking about.
Yeah, I didn't really understand what the whole big fuss was about. When I
I
definitely heard it.
I
didn't hear it.
Actually,
there was at times where it sounded like he was on a forced oxygen machine, for sure.
The thing was, the arm wrestlers were Mike. Now, I went back and watched the Gennady and Hermes match today while I was doing my workout, and there is a couple times where you hear me like breathe, but a lot of times it's the arm wrestlers that were Mike.
No, that's what I thought that actually right away, because it sounded like that's what I actually thought it was. And I was like, poor Michael's getting the fucking rap for this. Meanwhile, it's because you can hear anytime they were adjusting their shirts, especially like you said in the Gennady and Hermes match, those guys were really intense, and you could hear it. And I was just like, and they were talking about it, and I was like, I don't think it was that, but I couldn't. I mean, while I have you guys both here, I could not throw that fucking joke out. So
no, I like it. So the other thing I was going to tell you, sorry to cut you off. I was going to get back to what I said about you, Mr. Jake. So if I was breathing heavy, it sure the hell didn't affect my performance on the table that afternoon for the practice. Because I know y'all talk about my match with Ron, the practice matches and everything. And then Artem was talking about how I want to go to the strap. And yes, normally I like the strap. But if y'all go back and watch that footage, there was not a single match that went to the strap because we slipped. The only reason we ever applied the strap was because Corey was just trying to get some sort of purchase with me because he couldn't slow me down. I'm hitting differently now. My hand so here's what happened. Because of COVID and the nerve damage, I lost my riser and I lost my pronation for about 4 months. So that whole road trip, I was getting palm turned up and just pulling side pressure, which is a lot of the strength I used to have before I started open top rolling, right? Well, that built that strength back, right? So I got all that strength back that I used to have, and then my riser and pronation came back. So I honestly feel that this is the best version because I have access to everything, right?
Wait, Michael, is that before or after the Devin match, are you saying?
Of course, it's after. I mean, you not following my life at all? What the hell you been doing?
Strike two, Jason. Strike two.
No.
Just when I thought we were friends.
That's what it was, but I'm pretty sure. But that's what I'm saying, though.
Yeah. So I got COVID in July, and something during COVID, my thumb muscle atrophied, and I lost access to my riser and my pronation. Whether it was a coincidence or it's just something that happened during that 2 weeks where I thought I was going to die, I don't know. But then I went back on the second leg of the tour, and I was just getting palmed up against everybody. Every single person I pulled was taking my hand and turning me palm up. But I was still winning from ridiculous positions, which I used to do all the time. And then I came home and I let my body heal. And once that healing happened, things just got really, really rigid. You know what I mean? So, and I'm gonna tell you why I'm hitting so hard is because when you trust your hand and you don't have any pain in your elbow, you can hit with complete disregard for the safety of your arm because you know everything else is coming too.
I've just got we'll keep going on that. I've just got a super chat to read out from Matt Brown. $20 super chat. It says, just over 6 hours to go, man. You're smashing it. Ready, bang. Matt Brown, if you're still watching, is this the Matt Brown who I think it is? AKA my brother-in-law. If it is, you're a big legend. If it's another Matt Brown, thank you very much for your super chat and things like that. So,
what I was going to say about you all go as far as commentating, you obviously be great at. You have, like Rob was saying earlier, you have a gift. You're very charismatic. It's just, for me, they were like, hey, you want to practice this? I'm like, dude, I don't have to practice talking about arm wrestling. It's freaking arm wrestling. I've been doing this forever. It's super easy to talk about arm wrestling, you know? And I don't mind doing it. It's not necessarily my forte, but it's, if you're entertained by the match and you're just giving your thoughts, you know, it comes across pretty genuine. So that was it. But yeah, I mean, your personality and charisma, you would do really well at it.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it's a shame, Michael. It's a shame, Michael, that the world didn't get to hear and really see the production that went in, and everyone that's involved. You, myself, I'm speaking selfishly, but you know, I was there the whole time listening to you and everything like that, Devin. That they didn't see with the whole NBC thing, you know, the Olympia thing.
Oh yeah. Now here's the deal. I don't know if you've been in contact, but there's still options on the table.
No, yes, I understand. Yes, and I yes, I'll just say yes.
Yeah, I do. I mean, everything I've seen so far from it, that's gonna be one hell of a production once they release it.
Yeah. If and when,
it's just a matter of where it gets released, you know.
Yeah, no, true that. Hey, Jake, I just wanted to say on behalf of my wife and I, thanks for having us on. We're going to go eat our Thai food. Michael, it's good to see you, man. We're so pumped for your match with Gennady. Ryan Bowen's curse. I don't even think Ryan Bowen's strong enough to out-curse you with this match. I can't wait to see you do your thing, man. And yeah, I mean, just like, again, it's been great for me and my wife. And I don't know if I've said this to you or not, but, you know, from when you, rewind back like 2.5 years ago when you and Rebecca meeting Sarah and I for the first time, and, you know, and the massive stride you guys made on your channel and what you've done, the tour, you know, and everything like that with you guys both. You know, congratulations, dude, to you and you guys on your success. And I love, you know what I love the fact that you didn't do the Travis Page thing or this thing. You were just for you. And I think you're a really good man. I think you're a decent man. And you know, I think that's the best thing about you, man, is always giving credit to God, putting your wife first, something that I personally am really invested in as well. For myself, it's always made me identify to you as a man, as your hunger, as a competitor, your drive and your discipline. You know, I love Devin as well. You know, Devin is true to himself. And I think that's the thing that everybody needs to understand. If you want to get success in life or in these YouTube things, people can smell disingenuousness and just, you know, from miles away. And you, like you said, you may not be the cup of tea for everybody, but that's okay. It's all good. Myself, same with Jake. But you know what? The people, the same with Rob, Rick Bowen. And I love all you guys for all the reasons that you are. Just keep being the person that you are. And I hope to, be that guy as well, you know, and my wife and I doing our thing. So, but man, I do, man. I for what it is, and I know I'm saying this on people watching, but I admire you, Michael. I admire the man that you are, and your love that your wife's your best friend. I think you and met Sarah and you know, Brandon Allen's like that with him and his wife. And I just admire good dudes like that. And it was nice to see Rob and his wife on. So, you know, I know Ryan Bowen's had his wife. So it's all great. I love it in the arm wrestling world and just as human beings. So, you know.
Amen.
But
I appreciate the kind words and very, very. It really means a lot, and it's always been a pleasure having you guys as friends as well. So thanks a lot.
They let their food get cold for you, Michael.
Yeah, right.
Crazy.
Jake, I also want to say real quick, I'm really, really excited for all the matches that are coming up, but I love that the women's matches that are coming up. And I know I was watching you guys earlier, and I just want to say, like, I am so excited for Sarah and Gabby and for Angie and Anna. Like, those 4 women have, you know, I don't really know Gabby, but the other 3 have been a part of my journey in arm wrestling.
Yeah, no.
Like, Anna was one of the first people that I met at my first tournament, and she cheered for me in my first tournament. I didn't know her that well, but she was there. Sarah coming to Vegas, you know, I met Angie in Hawthorne. Like, this is for women, this is huge. Like, these 2 matches for women in arm wrestling is awesome. So I just want to put that out there. I am so excited for these 2 matches. And I'm so happy that you have really pushed for people to watch the women's matches. And I just want to thank you for that personally.
No, that's very nice of you to say there, because they're killer matches. It's not trying to be equal or fair game and things like that. I promote shit that's good. Gabby Vasconcelos is an amazing puller. Thea Rasic is pulling Rebecca. Like, I study all
She's
the
another
matches.
one that I love.
Because they just...
Thea is another one that I love.
And Marlon Kleinsmith was on the show earlier. She's a rock star and things like that. I just start. I'm not just promoting it to be PC or anything like that. I legit love watching it, and it's very rare. So I'll always support it. I've absolutely loved finally, after a couple of years, actually meeting you guys. So let's not make it another bloody 2 years. I want you both back on the show. Appreciate all the nice things that you say. You guys have been, just heaps of fun, full of energy, and I'm kicking myself we haven't done it earlier.
Hey, Jake, real quick, you sent me your address. I appreciate it. Make sure you send me the size you want. And if you want, go through the site and let me know what you want. So seriously, do that, please.
All right, we'll do. We'll do.
You didn't send me the size, because unless you want me to send you a female extra small as well, like Rob.
Cropped up.
I think it can be extra small.
Crop top.
Yes.
But please do that. But anyway, like you said, thank you guys for having us on, Jake. All the best for your success. Like I said, I from the very first time, again, living in Singapore for 10 years, having an Aussie roommate from Brisbane, and that's how, knowing that cunt doesn't mean the same thing it does here. It just does there. You love your cunts. And Rangas, I know what Rangas are, and deep fried Mars bars, I know what those are. So the first time I heard you do your thing, I was like, hooked. I thought it was fucking awesome. And and to see your channel growing and everything like that, it's awesome. Like I said, we're a small business. I love supporting small businesses. And I said it today on my live training. I've been doing my training live. Sarah and I've been putting our training out on Instagram Live, and it makes me laugh when people say, "Oh, isn't $20 or $24 a lot to pay for a T-shirt?" And I'm like, these are the same people walking around with Louis Vuitton bags and buying $300 Jordans that cost $6 to make in China. So, I don't understand that. But again, to each his own. I love everybody. And thank you for everyone who has supported our little company and bought T-shirts from us. It means the world to us as well. And Michael, and if you want a T-shirt, man, I have your number. Send me your address and let me know if because we got our new Curls Junior shirt. I'd love to send you one you can rep one for us.
I'll send you an address for sure.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Michael.
You have to unblock him, Michael Todd. You have to unblock him.
Yeah, okay, unblock. Yeah. I tried to text him. He's a man of his word. Like you said, I tried to text him. He already blocked me. So
just put his number in the chat. Put his number in the chat.
Thank you guys for having us, and everyone else who's on the show still. Love everybody, and
also thanks to 98%. You guys are awesome.
Yeah, we love it. Dude, and Ryan, your videos fucking, man, are like the fucking band videos and stuff you're putting out are brilliant. So I love those. Those were amazing. But you guys have a wonderful evening. Jake, stay strong, and we'll talk to everybody soon. Again, Michael, all the best. Safe travels to Rebecca over in Turkey.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you.
All right, brother. We'll see you guys. Ready? Bye.
Warm that food up.
Yeah, legends.
It was gotta be ice cold at this point.
Go microwave your food.
The R.I.P. I got to quickly knock over.
I almost said my goodbye during their goodbye.
Because they involve Monster Michael Todd. Please go support the Latonas. I've always been a big supporter of them. Super chat from Rebecca Todd. Michael Todd.
Would have eaten my food.
Come to bed. Want to go to sleep so I can wake up and have pancakes. A super chat from Mrs.
I was waiting for Jason to finish so I could say I gotta go. That dude's long-winded. You know what I'm saying? What are you talking about?
But then the next super chat came in and said, from Travis Newsom, he said, Monster Michael Todd, he gave a $10 super chat, and he says, stay on the chat with us. I paid more than Rebecca. Quickly, Michael, I know your time is very precious. I appreciate you coming on the show. The person that has just joined, his name is Jamie Barrett. He's 16 years old. He is a mega rock star from Australia. Whoa. He's an up-and-coming puller, and he snuck on. I know he quickly wants to say hello to you. He's a big fan of yours, but keep an eye out for this young man. He'll be on one of Ryan Bowen's pay-per-views, but Jamie Barrett, keep an eye out for this young fella.
How's it going, Michael?
Jamie, I'll be watching. Hey, guys, I got to get off here. I appreciate you guys having it. What you're doing is amazing. I really enjoyed being on, and God bless. Get you some rest after this thing's over. Ready? Bang!
Yeah!
Yeah,
Thank
buddy.
Thank you very much, Monster Michael Todd, the dead set legend. That is unreal.
He's 16?
Oh, yeah. We'll get to my man in
I'm not allowed within 500 feet of someone 16
or in Zoom calls.
So, Deborah Gibson with a $5 super chat says David Shell save some snapper for the rest of us.
What? I don't even know.
Summer
lighting you up.
Man, did you see how Michael Todd has his garage painted 98 green? That's pretty awesome.
I think Sam should be coming on soon.
Yeah.
Sam's gonna. Oh man, it's just. All those comments, poor Dave has copped it.
I hear Aussie Armwrestlers bringing Danny Tesh out of the woodworks.
You know, and the Latonas were saying nice things, and Michael was saying nice things, and I'm reading the comments, and poor Dave.
I love Michael's response. Yeah, cool.
We all ignored Michael because he's a 2%er.
You all turned your videos off, but one video.
We've heard enough of Michael Todd talking on his YouTube channel.
Beautiful.
Watching all his videos. No, we like Michael.
I love all of these sentimental send-offs of everyone just like having long-winded goodbye.
I know. I just said see you earlier.
I've got to go play Call of Duty, so see you guys. I don't know.
Oh, you loser.
Actually.
I feel like I left earlier. Now I feel like I got to redo my goodbye from earlier and make it real.
It pays off. I reckon I was the OG of saying goodbyes.
Yeah.
When I was going on like Arm TV and that, I would go through every single person and tell them what a rock star
thank everybody.
Like that they are. But I tell you what,
hey, how are you? Hey guys, how are you?
Look at this. We've got two. Look at this. Now I'm packing some heat. We've got 3 Americans, and now we've got 4 Australians. I'm finally winning the battle. As I said, we've got this 16-year-old switchblade. This guy will cut through you like there's no tomorrow. He's a genuine, honest young man, and I've been a big fan of him since I first met him, it'd be about 12, 13 months ago at the Queensland States. Just a young, positive man, and the dude can pull. Bang! Can my man Jamie Barrett pull? And so welcome.
Does he have a third place left arm?
Left.
Jamie is one of the Brisbane 8. He'll beat Levant easy, and he's only 16.
Easy.
Give him 2 weeks.
Pins him with eyes shut, and then of course, if you haven't already, this is Sam Burnett. There's being in good form, there's being in great form, and then there's being in Sam Burnett's form. He is absolutely rocking it. Comes from a bloodline, awesome family. There's 15 boys. 4 of them are mega rock stars, and they're actually national snooker champions as well. They've represented Australia in snooker. And then, of course, we've got the lovely Miss Rebecca, which is Sam's partner. Beautiful young lady that I met at Ryan Bowles' wedding, who's also giving a bicep flex. That's how you pump energy into a podcast that has just ticked over 18 hours.
That's insane. 18
congratulations.
Good job.
Doing well, smashing it.
Thank you very much. How are you guys going? You've jumped on. What's been happening?
Yeah, we're going well. Joshy just had his 18th birthday party last night, so we're all a little bit hungover from last night.
Lots of arm wrestling all night.
And
so
we arm wrestled for hours last night as well.
Are you hungover, Jamie?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if anyone needs to Google the legal drinking age in Australia.
It was fake alcohol. Fake alcohol.
It was 18 when I was there.
Hey, that's good.
But no, it's brilliant. And funny enough, Jamie is actually going to pull one of the Burnett's very soon on Ryan Bowen's channel.
Nice.
They have mega matchups. Nick Burnett, which is the next one into the throne after Sam. They're just all mega and ready to go. So, and then the third one, Josh, who just turned 18, was like mega at like 12. He was like pissing people off in his chair bag at school. He was just destroying people in primary school. And then there's an even younger one that's got to
enjoy because.
So how was the birthday party, Sam?
No, it's great. It was good fun. Yeah, Joshy loved it. And then we just did some, junk after pulling and extra training, and
he's away for more partying today for the Triple J Hot 100 as well. So he's not stopped.
Oh my God! Have you guys had any sleep? No one hurt themselves.
Barely. No one hurt themselves, and we're actually going to Ryan Bowen's house later today as well for an arm wrestling session, so that should be good.
Sam was in the hospital earlier. Broke his arm last night.
I recovered overnight.
Do not say that. It's bad enough. Travis Beckley with the $5 super chat. He says, "Glad to see David's heart attack finally subsided. Welcome back." If you haven't been watching Jamie and Sam, David's just been kicking back in his chair, just watching, just waiting patiently and enjoying it. But unfortunately, there was about 9 of us in the chat, so David didn't speak for an hour and a half.
I was just going to congratulate them because, the feds over here have browbeat all 50 states into raising the damn drinking age to 21, which doesn't mean, of course, that, any of us, actually wait till then, whatever. But I think I'm been reasonably active when you consider that I'm older than the 3 people that are sitting there with about a decade left over. But 3 of them combined. But hey, whatever. Actually, I have to be up early. I have to be up early tomorrow morning because I'm taking one of my traditional 4-hour trips to a big practice down in Virginia.
Oh, nice.
Oh, wow.
Nice. Yeah, I was just going to ask.
Long drive.
I was going to ask Dave if if you guys are all arm wrestlers. Well, I assume so, but I haven't really heard.
Yeah, which is not to say you're very good arm wrestlers. I mean, Ryan claims to be the worst arm wrestler.
I'm the worst arm wrestler in the world.
Have you seen that, Sam and Jamie, the worst arm wrestler in the world? The dude with the bands?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. No, it's all clicking.
People don't recognize me unless I have all my bands on,
And then TJ's rocking one of the coolest tats, one of the rarest tats. There's only 10 of them in the world. And he's wearing an Aussie.
I might have the only one in North America then, as a matter of fact. How many you had to send out here?
I was crazy enough to wait until age 66 and take up the sport. I'll be 71 in April, and whatever. So I still.
Wow. You're looking good though. That's insane. For that age.
We took a life insurance policy out on it.
Oh my God!
Yeah, there has to be a defibrillator at every training event, just in case.
Well, I'll tell you. I went into hiding for about 2 months when COVID started, and finally talked to the doctor. And I figured, shit, the rate we're going, I'm going to stay in hiding for a couple of years. I'm just going to have to say screw it. And so I've just been running to practices all over the place. I've put about 104,000 miles on my car in the last 4 years, and the vast majority of that is running to arm wrestling.
Let's
go. How many kilometers is that?
That is true.
Talking about with miles.
Impressive.
Proper effort. Now, Sam, you're entering. Both of you guys are.
Roughly.
We'll start with you, Sam. You're entering the pay-per-view realm. You're going to be a pay-per-view superstar on Ryan Bowen's channel. I don't know if you've watched the last 18 hours. Who's been the most popular?
Really?
He's a friend of ours, but he's not popular with with a lot of the public.
Oh, what's everyone saying?
Oh, Rebecca, you just need to turn on any arm wrestling show. He's not very well liked besides us.
Yeah, okay. What's the criticism? Is the people don't like the pay-per-view or?
He's Australian.
Oh! Lucky I'm not Australian then.
RVJ and Bowen headbutts hard.
Oh, that's right. RVJ was on before, hey.
Yeah, so just go back, rewind, and enjoy that. But Sam, you've got a big match coming up very soon, and Jamie will get to your match in a moment because I'm pumped about that little round robin. Sam, first of all, tell everyone how much you weigh, and then tell everyone who you're about to pull.
So currently I weigh 81 kilos. My next opponent is around 130 kilos. And how tall is he? What, 6'5", I think? So big,
6'6".
6'6", I think. Big Islander boy, and I just beat him in the last super match. So we're having a rematch, and that one was a grinder. And I feel like this match is going to be a lot harder because he's motivated, and word on the street is that he doesn't want to lose this time. So
and there's money on the line this time.
And there's money on the line this time. So yeah,
176 pounds for us Americans.
That's unbelievable. That's 50 kilos. My wife is 50 kilos. Like that's another person going on. That's unbelievable. So when is that match again?
February 12th. I think February 11th for
America.
For America, yeah.
So there you go. Lock that in. A nice little pre-Valentine's Day present. It's going to be unreal. I mean, if you are, I've got my 98% crew with me, but anyone else that is in the chat watching, these two little Aussies that I've got here, they might be little Aussies, but they're big names. Sam Burnett, Jamie Barrett. Write it down, take a picture, screenshot it, do what you got to do to make sure you follow these two, because I've been on the bandwagon of the both to day one. You take how do you pull someone like TJ's gone? I was about to ask him, but why are you pulling someone 50 kilos bigger than you? Why are you pulling?
So I was training pretty consistently for my match with Kyle Howarth. I was supposed to go to WA, and a couple of days before I was supposed to leave, the new WA restrictions came in, so I couldn't fly over anymore. So I was prepped, I was feeling ready, and I wanted to super match Marcus on that night that I versed Lou. Marcus said, why don't you just verse my friend Louis? He's around the similar sort of strength to I am. Marcus is a little bit stronger. And I said, yeah, I'm in good form, I'll pull anyone. And then I versed him, and then it turned out to be a really good match. And it was a burner, and my elbow is still a little bit tender from that match. So I've been trying to do some recovery work. Hopefully it'll be all fine in a few weeks' time for the rematch. So
the rematch is going to happen. You'll end up smoking this 410 kilo bloke. I know you're going to win. It's going to be massive. It's going to be awesome. So then, where do we go to next? Because I'll be honest, Sam. If I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. I am a big fan of you. I am sick of seeing you pull in Australia. How and who and how can we get you over there? I mean, are you going to take the same route as like a Mario Tambakis and just go and get your name over and pin people at tournaments? Are you going to try sit on your hands, pin some people over here and take the Jordan Davis route and try and get on an Arm Wars or something like that, or a Lockie Adair? Have people been approaching you for some big time super matches?
Yeah, I'd love to do all that sort of stuff. I'd like to go on Arm Wars, compete at Arm Wars, do the same thing that Andy and Mario and Lachlan did.
We just need the sponsors.
Yeah, it's need a few sponsors, and yeah, I'm happy to go over and happy to test myself against the best over there.
I can't believe I'm going to say this. It's really going to piss me off. I will work with a promoter. If someone can book Jamie Barrett and Sam Burnett in an international super match, I will do another 24-hour live stream and I will donate every single dollar super chat to help fund that. If someone out there is listening, I don't know, everyone probably thinks I've lost it after we've just knocked over 18 hours, just over 18 hours in this one. But I will put my money where my mouth is. I believe in you two. And there's a lot more, but I don't know. I've just got a special bond with you two. So I will
really appreciate it.
I will do that again. I don't know how Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler will like that, especially considering having finished the first 24-hour one. But I will help out. And anyway, we can get you a proper. I don't want just anyone. Like, I want proper.
Who would you put them up against?
Even matches. Look, Sam's always chased Alan Fisher, so the only reason why I'd like that match is just so we can get Sam's name on the world stage and see, and just really see where Sam is at. I like, I've got no problem with people punching above their weight. We've all seen my wife. She's way too beautiful for me. I punch above the weight. Ryan Grondin, you're married. You know what it's like when we do way better than what we should. It's, things like that. So I really want to see where they're at, and I'm happy to do the same for Jamie. Who I would put Jamie up against, I'm not too sure. That's why I'm excited to see Jamie.
You say he's pulling Kyle Howard? He's pulling Kyle?
I was originally supposed to verse him,
yeah.
But I was going to go to WA, but the new border restrictions came in, and so no one can come from WA into Brisbane. We can't get in there at the moment, so that match has been postponed.
Did you train for him with his handle?
No, I haven't used it.
Good question, though.
Good question, but yeah, young Jamie has his handle.
Yeah.
Do you like it?
Jamie buys all the handles.
It's a good handle. I think if it had,
I got one.
Yeah, I think if it had to stop your coronation.
Yeah.
Hey, like, how can not someone have a super match with Jamie? 16 years old, he's got a deeper voice than me. Listen to him, he's just come in and go, no way, not only got the handles, but I'll rip people's arms off there. Fuck.
All of us are trying to talk deeper now.
But there's a big four-way battle going on, and funny enough, Jamie's actually taking on one of Sam's brothers. He's taking on Nick Burnett. He's taking on the Mud Crab Bozo, and then don't tell me I always get 3 out of 4. The other Burnett, 2 of the Burnetts. It's Josh Burnett, it's Nick Burnett, it's Mud Crab Bozo, my man Mustache Power, and Jamie Barrett in a four-way battle.
I'm thinking for that. That'll be sick.
It's going to be sick. When's the date?
February 12th.
So I think they're having those matches just before my one. I think I might be the main event. There might be another.
So it's on the same day. For some reason, I thought you were like a separate one-off pay-per-view match, and then it was the other. Oh, beautiful. So if you want to check out these studs, sign up to Ryan Bowen's pay-per-view membership.
You lost me at Bowen.
Just help out all the new arm wrestlers up and coming.
That's true. I think it's only like $5-6 Australian.
Yeah.
And then you sign up to be a member from his channel, so you guys can watch it live.
Support new arm wrestlers.
It's like $3 for you guys.
Just well, if it's American, it's probably $1.50 for $6 for us, because our currency is garbage. So with Sam sitting there, Jamie, tell me hard how you are going to crush his 2 younger brothers and their friend, my mate Mustache Power.
Well, it's 6 rounds, so if someone wins 4 up, we keep going.
Why?
I'm not sure. This is how Ryan wanted to do it. So It's full 6 rounds, so that's pretty much in my favor. I think I can get a pin on Nick, for sure. I can get Mud Crab. There's no doubt with Mud Crab.
Poor Mud Crab.
Poor Bo. Bo's a ripper dude. And then you're crushing Josh.
Yeah. I've been analysing him since I lost last year. I think I'm ready to super him.
Now,
Yeah, Jamie.
What I want to know, since there's a beaming amount of confidence, Sam, there was a party last night. Do you have any incriminating photos of Jamie that might just cost him as his matchup? Now that he's coming in with uber confidence, you just got to sit there and go, well, Jamie, I actually have naked pictures of you, and I will release them.
I might have to, eh?
I think it's cool. I love that you guys are getting a platform because you guys live near Ryan. So I'm glad he's doing that, and I'm glad my guys are here at the 98%. Dan the Nightmare, I've seen you there, mate. Don't worry, I'll get to you in a moment. You're my guy. You're a Patreon supporter. You've been a supporter, but just having a chat with some of my fellow Aussies that are just ready to put their name on the world stage. They're just getting a bit impatient. Even though they're young, I just want them on. I want them on, and I want them dominating. I want them absolutely dominating. Sam, how do you see this 4-way battle going?
I think I'll have to agree with Jamie when he's versing Nicky in the first rounds, and I think since it's 6 rounds, Nicky's endurance hasn't been the best in the past. I don't think he is very fast, but once he gets caught into matches, his endurance is still good. But I think it still does favour Jamie. I'm interested to see the Mud Crab and Josh have another rematch. The Mud Crab's been training hard, training consistently, and he said he's not losing this time to Joshy.
Oh, they've got a big rivalry between them.
Yeah, they've clashed a few times in the past, so that'll be another great match. And yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how you go against Nicky. See if you get the stop on him. He's got to stop Nicky's hit.
Well, my main game plan is probably affecting his fingers. If I can make his fingers fatigue, I think that match becomes in my favor very quickly. With Mud Crab, he goes right into my strength. I'm expecting him to bring a top roll because he has been developing it, and his technique with it looks very good. I've been watching.
But Jamie's a very smart arm wrestler. He analyzes everything, and I respect him for that. I think that's how you evolve in arm wrestling. When you have a match with someone lined up and you think about all the possibilities, what's going to go wrong, what if you go right, if you do things right, that's how you sort of level up as an arm wrestler, I believe.
I'm expecting a high hook from Nick. I think he'll surprise me with it. I just got to think about what round he will do it, because he's been working on his hook, and I'm expecting it.
There you go.
It'd be really interesting to see how it goes. So I'm going to go around the room with my 98% guys, and I just want to show you guys what kind of a battle you just might be up against. So we've got Dan the Nightmare Schwartz. The man is just getting himself in physical peak condition. He's lost a ton of weight, and he's coming in strong. He's been a Patreon supporter, very appreciative, and he's been a supporter of the Aussie Armwrestler for quite a long time, as everyone in this room has, which I'm very fortunate for. Dan the Nightmare, first of all, welcome to the World Record Arm Wrestling podcast. You're a part of history. These guys, they're exciting. They're 2 sticks of dynamite that are going to team up with other sticks of dynamite and go bang. Would you be buying a Ryan Bowen pay-per-view to watch?
Yeah, absolutely. Check them out, because I got to see what my competition is going to be looking like. I mean, I think they're in my weight class, so definitely got to do my own research on them. I mean, I'm probably nowhere near their level of experience at this point, not yet, but I'm always looking to see where I need to get to next.
That's cool.
Yeah, check out
Robbie. You're the one in camo, right, Robbie?
Yeah, looking up.
Yeah, well, if you wanna suss us out, I've got a YouTube channel, Brother Brothers, so we've got all our matches on there as well. So.
Oi, Sam, I'm the one doing the plugging. You don't think I've got it all lined up, ready to go? TJ was asking a question, and you're just sitting there going, "Oh, quick, let's go on the Aussie Armwrestler show and just pump our own tyres up." Jeez, TJ, what were you saying?
It's Robbie. You're the one in the camo shirt, right?
No, that's Sam.
Sam, sorry. Schwartz, he's about 176 when he said earlier with his weight in kilos.
Okay, yeah, perfect. That's my weight class right there.
Yeah, around the same sort of weight.
76 kilos,
yeah.
I'm about 154 kilos. I'm a little out of your guys' class.
70 kilos at the moment.
What, 70?
Yeah, it's both the brothers.
And yes, everyone that is watching that is still hanging around, and we're ticking over almost 18 and a half hours. Yeah, the Burnett brothers, they'll overtake my channel soon, which is what I want to see. I love seeing
not after RBJ.
After me, and I love them seeing
RBJ will help.
I love them seeing take over me because I just love to see everyone grow. I want it to happen. The Burnett brothers, They've whipped out some T-shirts. They do a lot of them training. They do reactions videos. So there's a whole heap of that going on, and the three of them, soon to be four, are just this cool. As you can see, it's cool, laid-back dudes that just love the sport. So make sure if any of my moderators are still awake, who have just, some of them, especially Fox 8 Ball, have been from the start. Carolyn Looms dipped deep into her pocket, and she's just been awesome the whole trip. Can you chuck the Burnett Brothers? The Burnett Brothers on YouTube, they got this cool blue and grey logo. Chuck it in there so other people...
oh, yeah, so we can all like it.
Thank you.
All get in there and subscribe. Dave Ryan, TJ, would you guys buy a Ryan Bowen pay-per-view to see these kids?
I've already bought one of Ryan Bowen's pay-per-views, so, I can pretend like I don't like him, but I don't have nothing against him. I just... goofing around with RVJ earlier, I will absolutely be watching the pay-per-view for you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll give money to just about anybody except Travis Bajan.
Fuck that guy.
All right.
Yeah.
That's fine. Because like a lot of the times, people were just coming in, like, really going absolutely nuts. So going nuts, and I was like, oh. Yeah, they're like, oh, I'm not buying it. If it's him, I'm not buying it. And I was actually surprised. I thought you were going to get a whole heap of no's there, Sam and Jamie. So it's awesome. At least you've got 4 eyes from the States, and a really good arm wrestling community group are going to go bang and watch it, which is good, which is what we really want. I absolutely
I'll have most of my team here watching it.
It's going to go good.
Ryan. I will say this for Travis. At least. He's a crook, but at least he admits he's a crook. And, in fact, he revels in the fact that he's a crook. And, and besides that, he's the only the only time I've ever gone to a tournament, I've been to quite a few, where the promoter gets up and says, if you break your arm, don't be a little bitch, just go to the hospital. Which, I thought was kind of an interesting way to put it.
That's funny. What were you guys' thoughts on Travis versus Brendan? Huge upset, hey?
I mean, I think Travis, first off, I think he underestimated Brandon, and he went in there fooling around, and he got a couple fouls, and he got ahead of him. And then when he actually tried to go for it, Brandon fucking got him. Yeah. And he was like, oh, shit, I don't think that was planned at all. Like, I think he screwed up,
Put a bit too coffee.
Yeah.
He didn't prepare for it.
I sit on a different side to the lot of yous. I got Brandon Alcester on the show, and we had a bit of a chat about it, and I've been winding him up about it. I see Travis win convincingly, and then it was called a foul. Then he flash pinned him, and then he lost round 2 on elbow fouls, but was the stronger guy. Round 3 gets in a pure, strong, dominating position. Just about wins. And then doesn't. I don't know. Bit of rock.
That's what we're saying, like, a weathered Travis, right? Not necessarily even training, but if he'd have put in 5 days of 3-hour practices on the table, he doesn't burn out right there. He can say that he did a little training or whatever, but I mean, even the pros like Michael Todd and all them earlier will tell you, like, he's still not, or RVJ, I think, was the one that went on a rant about it. Like, it's not motivated Travis. Travis on his own was like, I'm going to start a little comeback.
Yeah,
actually, it wasn't some huge match offering him $1 million.
I was on my way back from one of my many practices actually with Dave Shubich, and listened to the Aussie Armwrestlers commentary rather than the main the main feed, which apparently, of course, the audio was much better on the Aussie Armwrestlers than it was on the main feed. But yeah, you definitely did give the impression there, Jake, that you thought something was a little bit smelly there.
Uncle John saw it as well, and we both noticed it, but we didn't see, we didn't have the sound and everything, and Brandon, assures me everything was kosher, and I'll take Brandon. Brandon doesn't seem like a dodgy dude. He's a hard worker. But yeah, I thought, okay, Brandon is Paul's guy and they want to get him over and things like that. And all of a sudden, you know, if you beat Travis Bagent, your name's higher on the list and suddenly you just got outclassed. And there was a couple of awesome stops. So don't get me wrong, Brandon, proper power. But then, yeah, Travis
we've talked about this a little before.
Round 3 and then not.
We've talked about it a little before. I mean, if Travis is in on the loss, he somehow made a whole lot of money to take that loss.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Like
Yeah,
he
he
didn't do
doesn't
it
like
for
to
free.
lose
He
at
didn't
all,
do it
yeah.
for the stakings or anything like that. You know, someone would have had to pay him to take an intentional loss, and not a little bit.
Or sleep
Yeah,
with
they
him.
have a fairly large practice going on in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania tomorrow with Brandon's, from what I understand, Brandon's going to be there. Dustin Jelliff, who he trains with, is going to be there. Paul Lynn's going to be there. You know, Justin Bear, and you know, there's quite a bit of and a couple of the newer guys too. The you know, the Deweese brothers from Maryland that are, you know, fairly new at it, but quite powerful. I mean, there's going to be tons of power on the practice tables tomorrow in Harrisburg.
Oh, it's I'm totally agreeing with you. I'm just sending a link. A few people are like, "Can I come into the chat?" So excuse my. Oh,
I can't wait to see Deweese at
I was pulling for Lachlan in that fucking match too. I wanted him to beat Todd.
Yeah, same.
Dude, he came early. He was hanging out with us. He hung out with us after. He after pulled everyone. Todd showed up 2 minutes before the match, pulled it, and then left. And I was like, dude, you could have hung out a little bit, you know?
100%.
So who was there? Was Dave Chafee or any?
No, he wasn't there. I mean, just people you saw probably in the video, like Travis. You know, there weren't really big names. Paul Talbot was there. John Lava.
Jonathan Lava apparently is really funny, isn't he?
Lava,
yeah. Apparently he's hilarious.
When he dressed up in that costume of Paul Italia, that was hilarious, dude, with the cowboy hat. That was great.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, he's similar to RVJ. He's gonna say what he's thinking, but he's got a less douchey delivery, I guess. More of like a New York jerk delivery, but funny about it.
Well, yeah, we've got people going around. I want to go back to some of these big matches that are coming on. I want to get everyone's tip. As my man Burger has entered the chat, he hacked into my.
In this guy.
Oh, what's happened there?
Yeah, Lava had a super match with a guy named Joey Tidwell from Delaware a couple of years back, and he made a series of videos before it, and they were the funniest damn things. He had one where my favorite, he was pretending to be sitting on a toilet, and he was, you know, really squeezing like he just couldn't get it out, and how this shit is, you know, tougher than you, Joey, and it was just, you know, Lava's just a piece of work. He really is. Quite the humor.
It's yeah, he seems like real funny. Right, Ryan, I'll probably ask you these questions before because you've done a good solid few hours here, which I greatly appreciate. But we've got a whole heap of matches going up, and I love it. I love it. We've got, I mean, Beer Man is in the chat. Hopefully he comes on the stream a bit later. He's pulling Schoolboy. Does Evan Burgoyne have any chance against Schoolboy? Evan believes it, which I love. I love when if everyone writes you off and you believe you're having a crack. I absolutely love it. Does anyone else besides Evan think he has a chance against Schoolboy?
Josh got a lot of money last night, I don't know.
Depends how many beers he's had.
Depends how many beers he's had. So what gets Beer Man into maximum power, Ryan?
I'm not sure. I mean,
less than 8.
I think he should just go in there 3 sheets to the wind and go at it.
Oh, it'll be the most entertaining, probably the most entertaining match on the card. Absolutely. Yeah. What about you, TJ?
Sure.
Who wins?
I gotta take Schoolboy, right? I mean, it seems. I mean, Evan's definitely more known for being drunk than like a great arm wrestler now, right? I mean,
wow.
But he is training very hard at the moment. but I don't see Evan taking a pin.
The real myth there will be if Schoolboy to top like React. If Evan can set off Schoolboy, win or lose, I think Evan kind of wins.
Oh, we only got that.
You're pretty choppy, Berg.
Yeah, you got rubbish internet there, Josh.
With the broke up.
Yeah. Dave, what do you think?
I really, I think I don't know enough to make an honest decision, so I think I'll, let it that. I will say though that RVJ can also be very entertaining when he's 3 sheets to the wind.
Oh God, yeah.
He was hilarious. He got pretty drunk on the show and went absolutely nuts, it was awesome. The guy went nuts, and that's what you want. And that's going to be another one. So we'll go around. First of all, Dan, give us your tip on Schoolboy and RVJ. No, Schoolboy and Evan.
I'm gonna actually throw it to Evan's way. I think he's gonna pull something out. As long as he catches inside, I think he might actually surprise everybody.
That's cool. That's very, very cool. I like that. I like going.
Should get that 16-year-old who's talking shit from WA.
Oh, true.
What's 16-year-old that's talking shit? What's going on here? You got to remember, guys, you're not on mute. We hear everything.
There's a 16-year-old talking shit in WA who thinks he can beat all of us young blokes.
Pretty sure it wasn't it South Australia?
Yeah,
kill that motherfucker.
Yeah.
Kill that kid.
Put $100 on the table.
Get him on the show. Get him on the show. We'll sort that.
Yeah, get him on here. We'll tell him.
Now, does
I think if Evan,
and like most people, I'm really looking forward to a couple of matches at King of the Table 3. The first one being Ryan Bowen and RVJ. Does anyone here think Ryan has got a chance?
No chance.
Not really.
I think he has a chance, but it just depends what version of Rob comes in. If his Rob, comes in prepared, it's going to be a hard day for Ryan. But Ryan believes in his own mind that he has a chance. And
I know what Ryan's tactic is leading into the match, and I think he can get a pin or two.
What's his tactic?
Tell
us, Jimmy.
Well, look, Artem thought that Ryan would win, and now look, he's dead. So
he went to take his walk and disappeared.
Never came back.
He never came
I
back.
don't think he has a chance. But in my ignorance, I didn't think Brian had a chance against Chance either a couple of years ago. And boy, I was wrong about that one. When he came over to Chance show in Florida.
Now, Sam and Jamie, I will ask you again, and I want some honest answers from honest young men. Do you think Ryan has a chance?
Yes.
I believe he has a chance. I believe he has a chance. But, yeah, it's going to be a tough day for him, I believe. Because RVJ is looking massive at the moment.
What do you think? Strong. What do you think, Jake?
Oh, sorry, Rebecca. Who's hosting the show here?
No,
I'm a content creator, so I'll make a video about my predictions. I'm very excited for this matchup. Don't you worry about that. So I've had RVJ on the show. I've had Ryan on the show. This match is going to go bananas, and we're going to see fireworks. Katy Perry is going to be at this matchup. That's what is cracking on there. We'll try and get Josh Berger again in the room, but I reckon it's going to be an absolute perler. And also an absolute perler of the match. We've spoken a little bit earlier with most of you guys, or with some of you guys. Sarah Backman's back on the table, and she is looking jacked. She is ripped to shreds. She is as big as Texas, just looking phenomenal. She spoke on the phone earlier on the show, and she's taking on the 319-time world champion, Gabriela Vasconcelos. If it wasn't for Ryan and RVJ, this would be the main event and the highlight. I think they're actually pulling on the same card as Devin and Levan, or they might be. Anyway, doesn't matter. Bang. Who is winning this killer matchup? This is two of the best that have gone at it. A legit 33-time world champion. You're going against everyone's favourite female arm wrestler after she got absolutely rolled up and smoked at WAL, and then has just transformed, transcended, jumped in the Starship Enterprise, and has transformed into another human being. Sarah Backman is just looking beyond fit. So what do we think about this one, gentlemen?
Well, wasn't Sarah injured in the last match? I heard. Did she have like a little injury or something with the last match with Gabby? Or is that,
I believe it was her off arm that she was hurt.
Okay.
I'm not 100%. I could be wrong.
And that would
have sick mustache.
Yeah. I think Gabby has it.
I think you have some fans, Evan Burgoyne. I think you have some fans.
Looks like a proper Viking.
There you are.
Now, while Evan has his drink, what I must say, Evan Burgoyne has just come, well, not so much come from out of nowhere. We know how this man rolls. He shoots straight from the hip. I love that he's doing some amazing things on YouTube. And I love that he's got this match with Schoolboy. It's going, I mean, one of the most entertaining people on the YouTube planet. Beer Man with Burgoyne is happening every Wednesday Australian time, Tuesday night, happening on your local TV. And by TV, I mean YouTube. It's going to be awesome. Evan Burgoyne, mate, welcome. Just welcome. Welcome. You know I love you. Welcome.
What's going on, man?
What is happening? How is the training going for one of the biggest matches of your career? And what do you think? You know, I don't know if you've been watching any of the stream, and I'm sure you've been listening to the Arm Wrestling News. You're not the favourite in the match, and I know you want a King's move, look Engen in the eye and pin Schoolboy, and then flip the world off at the camera. That I'm looking forward to if you can do it. But how is the training going? Because your body shape has changed. You've really taken it seriously, and it's been awesome.
Yeah, man, I feel strong as fuck. Like, I'm working hard every day. I don't really give two fucks what anybody else thinks. I don't need somebody else to believe I'm going to win for me to believe I'm going to win. And, like, I was down in Kingston last night training with Mike Gould. I felt fucking great. So, anybody that thinks Schoolboy's just going to walk through me is fucking retarded. They've got no fucking clue what they're fucking talking about. I am way too fucking strong. Yeah, I get it. The kid's good. Yeah, TJ. He's going to be one of the very best in the world soon. But it ain't yet. Like, I don't think I'm going to be able to beat that kid in 2 or 3 years. But I can now. And I'm gonna. Good for Canada.
Love it. So, I mean, just take a leaf out of Evan Burgoyne's group. If you have any sort of super match coming up, you go in like you are the king. That's I get invested in stuff like this. If you've got a super match coming up or a tournament, how are you feeling? I feel strong. You know, you just even win the mental game. Even if you don't win the match, like, I feel strong, I feel mega. No one's touching this. I'm the man, and I'm absolutely loving it. So, Evan, this is what I want to know. I'm painting the scene for you. Is it a best of 5? The super match?
Yeah, all of the matches on the card are best 3 out of 5. But Alex and I were talking with Engen, and we might be able to run just our match the full 5.
All right, let's say your 3 wishes have been granted, and you get this 5-round belter, and at the end of it, Evan Burgoyne 5, Schoolboy 0. Take us through the Evan Burgoyne celebration. Are you going to, like, put a cigarette out in this guy's arm?
Dude, I'm going to start celebrating as soon as I fucking get to Turkey. If they let me in the country, I already win. And Engen did tell me that I am allowed to drink. He said I'm a grown-ass man, and he doesn't give a fuck what I'm consuming. So I can get as drunk as I fucking want. He said as long as I don't start a fight with, like, the ref or something, he doesn't care.
Beautiful.
The loser of each round has to take a shot. Fuck you, man.
Make a drinking game out of it.
It's
right,
fucking horseshit.
The winner too.
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah. Now you're talking. We both can take a shot.
Yeah.
So, Evan.
Shot every round. There you go.
Evan,
We should make this the best out of fucking like 40 then.
Hey, Evan, I heard you're backing Ryan Bowen against RVJ. Is that true?
Ooh, who the fuck is talking to me like that?
That is Sam Burnett. Very good puller in Australia.
What a ridiculous fucking thing to say.
Oh.
Well,
Nobody is backing Australia in fucking anything.
I was just trying to see your reaction.
He's a bigger underdog than I am, for fuck's sake. That's just ridiculous.
Is this the reaction you were looking for?
Poll time. That is an great quote there, Evan. Poll time. Let's get it in for all those legends still hanging around. Who is the bigger underdog? Oh, why aren't we typing?
Jake.
Who is the bigger underdog? Is it? Oh, Beer Man or Bowen? So who do you think the bigger underdog is in this matchup? The poll is going. There we go. I think we're rocking. Let me just check. Yeah, beautiful. Get your votes in. Who is the bigger underdog? It's going to be amazing. Let's see how the votes go in this one. Everyone start clicking and having a go. I'm excited for this matchup. When I heard about this matchup, I messaged you straight away, Evan. Been watching a lot of your lives. Like, I've been having it on my phone while I do my work. That's why I haven't commented or jumped on, because now I've got to work full time. That shit is awful. Like, I'd rather just hang out and sit on arm wrestling podcasts all day. I love it. When do you leave to go to Turkey?
When do I leave?
Yeah.
On the 9th.
Beautiful.
So it's fairly close. But the way the time zones work, I've already got my sleep pattern adjusted to the match times pretty well. So I'm going to be showing up. It's like I'm pulling at 3:00 in the afternoon. So I shouldn't have a whole lot for jet lag problems.
No, you'll be right. You'll be right. A few drinks on the plane. How long's the flight?
I think it's 9 hours there, 10.5 back.
Oh, oof. Mate, cakewalk. I think a few people might just change their mind at the moment and just lean over to the Beer Man. He's got a quick, easy flight. Carolyn Looms has jumped in with a super chat. Thank you very much, Carolyn. You have been in and out and hanging around for multiple hours. She says, Evan, please don't insult these kids' heroes, Bowen. Thank you very much. You got to smile out at the Beer Man. That's all we ask for.
You should swim there and then win.
Oh, well, could you imagine that?
If I knew how to fucking swim, maybe.
Right.
If it's awesome. We've had 32 votes in the poll and 72% with Evan. They're saying Ryan is the bigger underdog in this matchup.
Well, I mean, just to be honest about it, Ryan has to be the bigger underdog in this. RVJ is one of those elite guys, top of the world. Bowen's obviously good. He's got some really good fucking wins, but he doesn't have a win on anybody the caliber of Rob. He just doesn't. If Rob shows up ready to fucking go, Rob wins. If not, Ryan has to have taken a much bigger step in his career than we've ever seen, and he's coming in smaller than he was against Lachlan. We just saw what happened with Lachlan and Hutchins. And I don't know for sure, but I think Rob has the winning record on Todd. Todd won the finals every year, the WAL, but Rob won every time they met at the regionals and everywhere else.
That'd be an interesting stat if people can go check that out. That'd be.
If he's not ahead overall, over the course of their careers, it's fucking close. I'm sure of it. But Rob's got a lot of wins on Todd. I just don't understand how people think Schoolboy is that good. I've been there watching them where he'll stand there and hold the fucking wall up for 3 hours till everybody's tired. And then they pull out the camera and he gets his footage arm wrestling against all these dudes that have been arm wrestling for fucking 3-4 hours straight on the second day, Like the footage of Schoolboy with Devin and Hutchins and shit at that Zombie Fest when Arnold's got canceled.
Yeah.
That's all taken on the second day of pulling when he wasn't there the first day, and it's hours in. You know? It's... If he was able to do that with Devin and with Hutchins, like fresh, yeah, I'd probably be pretty sure I'm in big shit. I'm fucked. But that's not how it went. You know, and there's just a lot of fucking people that only see him pulling on the shit they put out. And media is a hell of a thing. You can spin that however the fuck you want. You know, you do all your own editing. You get to look however you fucking want at the end of the video. And he's just not as good as people think he is. He is good. But, I mean, he's not that good. Watch his fucking last performance at Worlds in the juniors. You know, he's getting thrown into hooks. He's getting his hand taken. And these are by other juniors, like, and not guys that are going to fight the way I am.
How are you gonna attacking? Because we know it's hungry, it's attacking. Like, but which way do you want to go?
Everywhere. I want to beat him absolutely fucking everywhere. I would love to take his hand first, which is probably the hardest thing to do. But if I can get a hold of his hand, to bleed him out from there is going to be a lot easier. And once you get it, just everything becomes easier. Now, yeah, it's going to be the toughest, probably the toughest part to attack on him. That's his best part, right? But because his arm is so long and mine's not, when we get into that setup, he's not going to get to start with this big fucking post. Like, we're fighting under WAF rules. When I drop my arm down, he's got to come down to me. I don't have to come up to him. So he's going to be starting with an open angle on his bicep with me posting over top of him. And I just don't... I get to work with bigger, better hands than his all the time that I'm just fine with. Like, Rick Heidebrecht, he's not very well known outside of Ontario, but the guy is fucking mega. Like, he is 6'7", 6'8", he's 300 pounds. He's a fucking monster. And he pulls a very similar style, real heavy on that cup with his wrist way extended away from you. So it's tough to actually get a hold of him to get any type of containment. But I've been pulling against that guy for like 10 fucking years now. And he hasn't beaten me in like 4 years. So I'm very used to pulling against guys with these long levers and this style. I know how to deal with it, and I'm pretty comfortable doing it.
Any of you guys that are in the chat watching Evan McGoyne, the Beer Man? First of all, go subscribe to his channel. The guy's a superstar. Is Evan pitching you? Are you convinced? Do you think this is going the right way? Evan, I mean, I love the authenticity. I love that, you know, like it's a silly match that Evan has this. I love that. I love that in his voice. It's like, I can't believe they put Schoolboy with me. Like, that's ridiculous, and things like that. So, is anyone here that's still hanging around in the stream or anyone in the chat? Has your mind been changed? Has Evan convinced you that he's just got to go over there and attack inside, outside, on top, in the hook, bust the hand open? I absolutely love it. Neil's index finger is coming with a super chat, and he says, "I'm in your corner, Evan, but I hope you're training to improve the strength gap. If you can do that, I think you're the better arm wrestler. Can't wait." Thank you very much. How tall are you, Evan?
6 foot.
Okay.
Is your block sold out, Evan?
Not a clue.
Yeah.
I haven't checked the stakings for any of it.
Well,
I know.
Just don't care.
And you're just about sold out, almost.
I don't know. It's sold out a few times. I know that, but I don't know.
I'll see if I can see if I can quickly find. So if I go to Stake Kings.
Hey Jake, wait. Before you do that, I got a question.
Talk to me.
Do you want a super match?
Do I want a super match?
Yes.
I don't know if I'm allowed to travel anywhere. I'll have a super match.
Doesn't have to be shortly, but
Jamie's throwing bombs.
Oh, you want to have a super match with me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's cute. Oh, wow. Of course I'll have a super match with you. Of course I will. I rate you
Did you
very
show him the
high,
trophy?
Jamie. Wait, which arm?
Both arms.
Beautiful. Of course we will.
Where's the trophy? Can you put the trophy on the line?
You need to put up a lot of money if you think you're coming after the most sought-after trophy in the arm wrestling world. You think you just come on and try and attack me at my weak point when I'm almost hitting 19 hours into a stream, and you're trying to get me there. But I tell you what, I'll definitely have a super match with ya. Of course I will. That'll be awesome. But tens of thousands of dollars, like Michael Todd, Ron Barth, they challenged me earlier in the stream for this trophy, and they're willing to put up thousands of dollars. But we can sort something out, mate. I don't know when, because I don't know if I'm allowed to travel anywhere. So that'd be the only problem. Might be able to road trip it somewhere, because I'd certainly love to just leave the state that I'm in. But yeah.
We're awesome to have you.
Yeah, I'd love to take Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler up there and go bang. Beautiful. You've got it. Screenshot it. Chuck it on burnitbrothers.com. Do it. Whatever. Let's work something out and have a match, and then, yeah, and we'll still be friends afterwards.
He'll be of legal age to drink before they let you out of Victoria, for God's sakes, at the rate you're going.
That's what I mean. So Jamie might have to come here, and then I'll fill him up with booze beforehand, and then he'll get all drunk. Oh, I love you, Aussie Armwrestler. And then I'll go bang, and I'll pin him, and then I'll win the super match. But he's a very good young man, so I'd be more than happy. And if he pins me, then that's awesome. I mean, it won't happen, but if he pins me, fantastic. And we can go from there. So lock it in. I am down, Jamie. I am down.
Awesome.
Are you actually gonna have a match?
Yeah.
Oh my god, yes.
Whenever he's let out.
Come up here, Jake. We'll do like a big Brunette Brothers special.
Yeah, well, I can try, but I'm not allowed to leave the state at the moment.
Okay, that wouldn't help, would it?
Yeah, I might be. I don't know if I have to quarantine. I don't know. This is the problem is when you,
Australia, hey.
So, Jamie, we keep in touch anyway. So we'll keep in touch and we'll work some details out. Repulsive Gravity has come in with a super chat. Thank you very much, Repulsive Gravity, and said, Evan, do you believe Schoolboy is your hardest competitor, or have you faced higher competition?
Yeah, that's not even close. I've pulled a lot of guys that are bigger and better than Schoolboy is. Like a lot.
Like in comps and things like that?
Yeah. I mean, just in Ontario, like Devin Laird, Earl Wilson, Mike Gould, Rick Heidebrecht, Pork Chop, Mulvihill, Ian Carnegie, Crazy George. I've pulled a lot of guys that are better than Schoolboy. You know? And that's not even the Americans. Like, that's just local.
Jesus.
You start getting the Americans that I've gotten to compete with, like Daniel Worley, RVJ, Jeff Dabe. Like, I've pulled a lot of guys that are fucking way better than Schoolboy.
What's your biggest win?
Well, I've beaten all of those guys except for Devin.
Oh,
have you beaten RVJ?
Yes.
Wow.
I have a perfect record against Rob.
What year was that?
2018 was the last time I pulled Rob.
Oh, that's interesting.
Damn.
Wow.
So
I did not know that. Yeah.
There you go. Oh, Evan's just turning the tide on some of these people. I absolutely love it. Pedro.
So I got Professor Burgoyne right here, Professor Beerman, right there in the background. He's gonna teach.
Yeah, man. School's in session. Like, he's gonna fucking learn real quick. He might not like it, but he'll fucking learn it.
Oh, Evan, the principal. I absolutely love it. You said before you get to put Schoolboy in detention, and you said that when the match was first announced, and I couldn't stop laughing. Pedro Cortez with a $2 super chat. He says, Burnett Brothers, who the fuck are those guys? Trying to be Conor McGregor. Do you know who Pedro Cortez is, Sam?
No idea.
Oh, well, then, Pedro, go check out the Burnett Brothers now. Superstars of Australian arm wrestling, and got the little pump on and things like that, and then they try and come on my show and disparage the good goddamn name of the Aussie Arm Wrestler by challenging me to a super chat. 19 hours into a live stream. So, no, they're fantastic. Go check them out there, Pedro. They're doing good things. There's three brothers, and then they're hanging out with Jamie Barrett there on the left of your...
The honorary Barnett.
Yeah, an honorary Barnett. It is awesome. But no, that match is awesome. Evan, I just want to know that there's like 412 matches on the card for East versus West. Where would you like to be on the card? So if Engen said, pick a number between 1 and 16, where would you like to put yourself? Where would be an ideal spot for you to have your match?
I prefer it right at the beginning, so I can get to the real reason I'm at these events. But Schoolboy's got a big fucking name, so we ended up being fairly high up on the card.
Okay.
We started as the co-main event, and it was just the Michael Todd and Gennady after us. But then the Jumbo Blah Blah match got added in, so that went right to the top. And then the Hutchins match, that went right up to the top. So now we're down at 4th, but...
That's still all right, though. You're getting bumped off by some pretty good pullers.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not wrestling, so I don't get paid by where I am on the card. But if all things were the same, I'd like to do it early, so... I don't have to sit around all fucking day, you know?
Could you imagine the heart attack the people over there would happen if you were in the first match and you clean sweep Schoolboy and then you are all day on the cans just antagonizing everyone there? They're trying to run a whole event and Evan's just bumping into people, half piss going, I beat your Schoolboy. I beat him. That was me. Did you see me?
Well... it's tough to talk shit to anybody else on this fucking card. Like, Schoolboy and I are like the worst two guys at the whole fucking event. You can put either one of us against anybody else on the fucking list and we're getting crushed.
I like it.
I like that I got matched up with the only guy on the card that I can beat.
I like it. I like the way that it's going about. Josh, are you convinced? Is Professor Burgoyne, is he making an honorary student out of Schoolboy or what?
That's what I think, but we're going to have to wait and see.
That means I'm scared to say Schoolboy's going to win in front of Evan. That's what I got from that response.
Hey, I made the meme. It's proof.
No, Josh doesn't hold anything back. I liked it. There you go. 98%. It says, I sub to those Burnett brothers, handsome devils. Beautiful.
Thank you.
It was good. Your might be a silly question, Evan. It's not. You guys aren't meeting at a weight, are you?
No.
And then,
no. Whenever I got called and offered the match, I wasn't very heavy. I was like 242, 243, and then I got told it's open weight match now. Schoolboy showed up for Larry at like 277, I think was his official weigh-in. Okay. That's a big dude. So, yeah, I kind of threw diet right out the fucking window. And it worked out really well because Wendy's brought the mushroom melts back. So that's a lot of easy calories to jam in. But I've been just eating whatever the fuck I can. And a lot of it. I wanted to show up like 275.
Oh.
But it's not working.
Oh, no.
Weight won't go on right now. Like, it just will not do it. I'm like stuck at 250.
I think we got to head out. Got to go to Ryan's house, do some training.
No worries. Guys, thanks for coming on. Jamie, let's talk. Let's try and set something up. Absolutely. If you want to watch Sam Burnett in his super match and Jamie in his 4-man round robin, you've got to subscribe to the membership, the pay-per-view membership on Ryan Bowen's channel. And, of course, head over to the Burnett Brothers. Give them a like, share, and subscribe. They're doing some good things. They're just, as you can see, they're just good people, loving to hang out. And thank you, Rebecca, for hanging out as well. Appreciate you guys coming on.
Where's my arm wrestling match?
We'll get you a match. You should arm wrestle Celine from here in Victoria.
I actually would. I'm down for that.
There you go. Maybe Celine can come up with me when I bury Jamie. So that'll be good. Maybe road trip it.
Thanks for having us on. See you guys later.
Anytime, my man.
Have a good one.
Anytime at all. Beautiful. Let me just double check my messages in case people are wanting the stream. I'm very quiet. Okay. People are saying, I think because I'm leaning too far back from a microphone, people are saying I'm quiet. To everyone else, I probably should move.
Fuck this guy.
Move forward because I sound perfect. But thank you, Mickey. Beautiful. Alrighty, that is happening there. Are you guys fans of the pay-per-view system that is going on? Like everyone's doing a pay-per-view now. Are you guys fans of it?
The only thing since I was kind of at one, the only thing I didn't like was how and it wasn't a knock on them, but like they kind of blocked it off and you couldn't get there for a little bit of it. And even when you were in there, you couldn't film because they didn't want anybody kind of pirating what was going on. So it just kind of made the atmosphere a little different at first with blocking it off. But I didn't mind having nobody filming because you didn't have 20 people in front of you with their hands up. That was nice. Everybody was in the moment. They were cheering. They were rooting on. So I was cool with not filming it. But how they kind of had it secluded in another room, that wasn't the best move. But it was a shot. They tried it to see how it worked, and I just think that was a swing and a miss. But they try something different next time. I think it's all good.
So a secluded room. So what did they? Yeah, what happened?
Well, I remember I called you, right? Yeah. You remember that had the security guards? We didn't even know Yeah, because you asked why wasn't I watching the matches. I didn't even know they were going on, to be honest. Like they kind of had us get out because I thought they were setting up, kind of getting ready to start them so they could let everybody in, whatever. And then when Travis opened up, that was the first I saw Damon and him on the table. Damon and R. Kelly. I didn't even know. So I was like, dude, the security's tight. They're not letting us in yet. But right after that, he said, everybody come in. And then he already fussed me out. So he was like, hey, you can't come in there with that. And I was like, yeah, I was just walking in real quick and walking back out. And he was like, yeah, get that shit out. Just being a dick, just being fun, And, but you couldn't hear it because the audio was just bad. I don't know if it was the reception or if it was so loud. I've got to get a good noise canceling headset for the next event.
There you go. That'd be interesting. What about you, Dad? The Nightmare. What do you think of this whole pay-per-view stuff?
I don't like it that much, to be honest, because of the violent changes of the tournament itself. For many reasons. I mean, certain tournaments I can understand it to a certain degree. I do like the core sports one. It makes sense. Pay-per-view at a local tavern. Then I don't think that takes away from the locality of the whole thing. It makes it more puts it on blast in a way that if you can't record your own matches or your friends' matches to kind of use as your own way of training and working on things right then and there, and you have to wait for someone else to release it, or if you don't have to pay, you have to pay to see it. I don't know. I personally think that you should be able to see your own matches when you want to review it.
Oh, there you go. TJ?
I don't think that necessarily affects the pay-per-view, though, right? I mean, I personally like the pay-per-views. I think it's fantastic to be able to watch the certain matches that I want to see. And if you think about, some of the local ones for us aren't local for the rest of those people, right, Dan? So just like you were saying how we liked watching the ones that are over in Dubai and stuff because Dubai's not local to us. You know what I mean? So the people in Dubai may not have necessarily had to pay for it or feel that it's local to them type deal. But when we got John Brzezinski pulling, we made the trip to most of those, right? I seen you at those events. Like, how cool is that for us? And then again, to be able to watch that live versus having to wait a week or two for it to hit YouTube or hit Facebook. I mean, it's a lot faster than that nowadays too, right? Like a day or so if you know where to go look. But I mean, I think the ability to pay some of the arm wrestlers too is fantastic from the pay-per-view events. Who's upset with an arm wrestler getting paid?
What about you, Dave?
And again,
sorry, TJ. Sorry, I thought you'd stop. Keep going.
No, you're good. I was just going to say the price is acceptable too. If they were charging $40, $50, $60 like UFC events, then I'd be like, I'm against this because we're not that big and we're not paying the arm wrestlers that much.
No, that's exactly what I'm
actually start off with other charges, like when they say like spectator fee, live spectator fee, and we're charging for a pay-per-view. That gets to me more of a greed grab than anything else. How much of that does go to the athlete? It makes me question that type of thing. How much is actually really genuinely going to that athlete if they're doing a pay-per-view? is it be going to the channel or going to the person hosting? You know, how much is that really genuinely going back to the arm wrestler and the athlete that's providing the content?
Well, that's definitely an interesting question, but YouTube automatically take like 30 to 32%. So there's your first bit.
You're talking about like $4 and $5 here, though, to watch these things if you want to watch it live. It's not going to break the bank. And if it is, don't worry about it. Somebody is going to have it on YouTube tomorrow morning anyways. You're going to get to see it. The footage is going to be available. Just if you want to watch it live, if you've got the time to sit down and watch it, is $4 really going to make that big of a fucking difference?
Nope.
But it makes a difference when you got a few hundred people paying that $4 on the other end.
No, and actually, your point, Evan, and what TJ had ended up with was what I was going to lead off with, which was, frankly, the cost of this one was less than a movie popcorn. And so as long as it was something reasonable for somebody that wants to see it live, fine. As I say, I was on the road and wasn't really able to watch. I was listening, so I was listening to your commentary, and and with that got my curiosity satisfied, certainly as to who was winning, who was doing well, and who was not, which was sufficient for the immediate moment. And of course, then you can look, as you say, you can look at it afterwards when it's and so on. But so I think this one, from what I gathered, this one was poorly handled at Virginia. In that with the, as I say, blocking people off. And from what I understand, they actually started, because they were on a time schedule, they started this while the tournament was still going on. So people were competing in one room in the brackets while the super matches were starting. And that was not, really, not only was not particularly cool, but really was not explained. I think that caught a lot of people by surprise. And, Josh, you were there. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's my understanding, that they were actually running both at once.
They were, yeah.
Yeah,
this is a bummer for the guys that are competing. They didn't get to watch all the matches,
Right. Yeah, the guys that were still competing, actually, hell, the ones that had, basically had burned out and lost in the first couple of rounds, they could watch it, but the people who were still, in the action couldn't, which was, certainly a rather interesting, perverse perspective.
Yeah, and I'm just like, just pay the money. You now have so many matches in advance. We've all known about this East versus West thing, and they're asking for like $10. We all know about King of the Table. They offered 3 of them super cheap, really, really, really early. Monster Mogul Todd, like, I'm sure we can all just get a money tin and chuck $1 a week, $2 a week in there and pay it. I want to sit there and would absolutely love it if, if Evan gets looked after, Evan doesn't have to pay for his flight, Evan gets an appearance fee, and Evan gets paid for, a prize money. And it's not coming straight out of Engen Terzi's pocket. That's what I would love for arm wrestling to be. It's like, Evan, King of the Table 5, we want you to bury Larry Wheels. Awesome. Done. Appearance fee, $1,000 if you win, and we'll take care of flights and accommodation. That's why I'm so, I'm happy to pay $5 here, $5 there, and if people are struggling, I'll pay for their bloody things like that, because I know a lot of the channels that are doing it, I know they're not, the majority aren't doing it to make a big giant profit. They'll reinvest it.
That's the case. And I want to make sure I'm clear. I'm not like the big demon guy that says I don't appreciate the YouTube channels and won't support them. I will support the ones like yours that are meaningful and helpful to the arm wrestling community, and that don't try to blindside other parts of the arm wrestling community. So that's definitely something that I won't subscribe to. But Evan's fucking awesome to watch, and his show is fucking epic. As is yours, and what we do with the 98% and RVJ. So, I'll even say I'll watch that fucking Ryan Bowen delusional shit. It's kind of funny. It entertains the hell out of me.
Yeah, I'm definitely have it for it all. Nashville Armwrestling, you big lead. He has jumped in with a super chat saying, "Morning, Jake." Oh well, good morning to you too. It is now 4 p.m. here, and I started at 9 p.m. last night, so I'm still going strong. We're getting there. We're getting there. What are we? Almost 19 and a half hours into this one. For those that are tuning in, you know why you're here. You're here for the 24-hour live stream. World record arm wrestling. And I've got people from the 98% that have been a big supporter from the Aussie Armwrestler from day one. And it was a live stream like this that got my very first introduction to Evan Burgoyne. It's one of my favourite stories in the arm wrestling world, and as Evan has that little cheeky grin, we got him to smile a bit. Let me tell the story. Thank you, Evan. Of course I will. Evan Burgoyne was probably the MVP / almost got Gary Roberts' big New Year's Eve live stream cancelled. It was very close. It was very close. So Evan doesn't like Barry Bourne. Not many people did like Barry Bourne. If you don't know who Barry Bourne was, he just suddenly claimed he was this world champion and got his 5 minutes in the sun.
Hey, well, just fucking pump the brakes there, bud. I think Barry's hilarious.
He did very well to get his 5 minutes of fame and things like that. But Evan, he was knocking him like this is the quickest I've seen Evan knock him back. Yeah, they were just soon shum, and then my favorite bit. Evan was telling Barry Bourne to shut the fuck up so Evan could talk, but Barry was on mute. It was hilarious. It was the best, and Evan's like, "Oh, shut the fuck up, Barry. Let me talk. Ah." Right, you're no world champion. I'll beat you up for 500. Shut the fuck up. And like that. And he's on mute. Gary's put him on mute. And then you would see the rage. I reckon if I go back and watch it, legit fire comes out of Evan's ears. Because a lot of the time I was watching it and I was about to come on and show everyone, hey, the Aussie Armwrestler can hang with these guys. And then it would just be like you could just see like a horror movie, Gary Roberts' finger like this. Heading to the mute button, and when he mute Evan, oh my god, I cannot only imagine what Evan was saying. So I was like this, and Evan's giving his normal spiel, why we love Evan Burgoyne, and he was doing these ones. Suddenly, you saw the little thing in the corner that went mute, and then lost it. It was like if he had stuff, near him, the couch would have been smashed up onto the wall. It was smashed the window, and you could see he's trying to message Gary, unmute me, motherfucker, and he's in the comments and things like that. That was my first taste of Evan Burgoyne, and ever since then, every time I've had a chat with Evan, the two things I say to Evan, you're my guy, and don't ever change. It's one of my favourite Evan Burgoyne stories. It's the best. And that's
that wasn't even my fault, man. It really wasn't. It was my friend's birthday. So before a New Year's party, I usually end up going to say happy birthday to her. And she asked me if I like Jaeger bombs. I'm like, of course I fucking like Jaeger bombs. She's like, here, I'll make you one. Except I don't have Jaeger and I don't have Red Bull. So what we're going to do is we're going to put a 3-ounce shot of rum here, and we're going to drop it into this glass of rum and Coke, which has another 7 shots of rum in it. So you're just going to take 10 shots of rum with a little bit of Coke. And then she makes me do it like 6 times. So I had like a 40-ouncer of fucking rum into me within an hour. Like an hour before I got on there. So anything I did is not my fault.
Was hilarious. Anything you did was hilarious. And I remember, just watching, I was like, man, you got to kill this stream. And at first I wasn't liking you because they were like, because they didn't really know who, like they'd heard of me, but didn't really know who I was. And they were messaging me going,
that's because I'm a loud, drunk asshole. Nobody likes me.
No, what it was, Evan, I was like,
no, seriously, ask my kids. Nobody likes me. My kids don't even like me.
They were like, you can go on after, the Barry Bourne segment, and like that. And so I'm sitting there and I'm watching. I'm sitting in my kitchen telling, I said, this is my time to shine, telling my wife. And then Evan wouldn't shut up. And he kept going. And I thought, this stream's going to get cancelled and I'm not going to get my shot. So then I was like, who the fuck is this Evan guy? I don't like him. And then it's like, okay, you can come on the stream. And then I was like, oh, Evan, he's my guy. I love that guy. Don't ever change Evan. That's awesome. Because I got my shot. Everyone saw I can hang and things like that. But yeah, and I will tell that till the day I stop in the arm wrestling world. It's my favorite ever Burgoyne story. It would be very, very hard to top.
Yeah, that was actually a really fun night. And I'm surprised I have any memory of it at all, because I woke up in the morning and I didn't even know I was on the live last night.
I'd say it's documented for you too if you need a review.
What was that?
It's documented for him. So like if you check out the YouTube channel, the whole video's on there.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah,
I have never ever rewatched anything that I was on, ever. Seriously, I can't fucking stand me. If I were to ever meet me, there would be a fucking fist fight for sure. That guy is a loud fucking dickhead, and I couldn't deal with him.
For some reason, in this sport of arm wrestling, Evan, we all love you.
I mean, I think that all comes down to basically anybody that actually engages in arm wrestling is fucking stupid to start with. Like, there's no fucking reason to do what we do. It fucking hurts. You don't actually gain anything from it. You just fucking destroy your elbows. And for what? And there's no other answer that you can give besides I fucking love doing it.
Yeah. Stick your
arm in. There's nothing logical or sensical about it. And the fucking sport's boring. Go show a fucking arm wrestling event to somebody that doesn't arm wrestle. You will never keep their attention for longer than 13 fucking seconds. Unless you get some loud, drunk asshole. And they're like, hey, I'm going to watch this event for a little longer because that guy's got to lose. I got to see that fucking guy lose. Right? Other than that, either way, arm wrestling's fucking stupid. And none of us should do it.
But we need more characters. That's the one thing I really think if we want to push into the mainstream and the pop culture and really have, arm wrestling legitimized and things like that. One, we need characters. I'm a big fan of characters. Evan, you get it. You've got a pro wrestling background. You get it. Characters, storytelling, and things like that. You understand it. That's why the Beer Man is working. It's you, but you know how to project you. You get it.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the whole basis of any great character, Whether you're trying to be a heel or a face, you got to be you, just with the volume turned up to 10, right? And it's really easy to turn that up. Like, I can turn it off, just be me and have a conversation with anybody and, not be a dickhead. And I do when there's no cameras rolling. But it's just more fun to bring it up.
That's right. And then...
you always have people... I may not be the most liked person because of the shit that I do, but I'm either going to be one of the favorites or the most hated. Nobody's ever going to have me in some middle ground where I'm just not noticed.
Yeah.
So the worst thing you can be in something like this is not noticed, not remembered.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, if it's your goal to be, what you and I do, Evan, then yeah, 100%, because you want to be remembered regardless of what's happened. You want to be remembered. The second thing I would change, and I'm going to cop it at your event, Evan, I'm going to cop it, is there's 30 seconds to a minute to fight for your grip. The slip, the walk away, then strapping up in a rest grip and things like that. It's taken now 13 minutes for a round to starting straps. That could have easily been cut down to 2 minutes. I think that's, I think that's we need to eliminate that.
Well, we could eliminate that, or these stupid fucks that are arm wrestling, instead of just sitting there silently letting them put the fucking strap on, can understand that this is their time to shine. I've got all of this time not only to work on my opponent, both physically but verbally. And there's still cameras rolling in those 13 fucking minutes. And I can spend every one of them making sure that people are paying attention. So if you use that time to give people something to watch, and you can get the referees paying attention to your nonsense, so they don't pay attention to your hand and what you're doing as much. It gives you a lot more opportunity to get a better setup and to secure what you're looking for in that setup. Plus, it can entertain the crowd, whatever, right? You got to use every one of those minutes when you're up there.
And that's a perfect example. You go back and watch all of the new Arm Wars videos are coming out. You know, their little episodic TV show that they're doing. It's fantastic. Now you watch all them, and if you come back and don't tell me that Uncle John's episode was the best, I will call you a liar. I will call you a liar. His character building in that it's out of the ones that have been released so far, it's the best one.
Yeah, no, Uncle John's was great. I really did like the Bogdan and Froda. That was really good too. But yeah, Uncle John's stole the show so far. It makes me really want to see his next one. Unfortunately, I know how the next one's going to go, so I don't want to see it as much. But yeah, if you get somebody that can put on that type of show, and like Uncle John gets it, in between rounds, he's not sitting in the corner. Yeah, his arm's all blown up. He's not sitting there getting his arm rubbed out, though. He's walking over to the other corner and making sure that those cameras are picking him up, too. That's super fucking douchebag thing to do. Because you've got your camera following you, but now you're over in their corner taking their camera, too.
That's right.
You know, like, fuck this guy. He's not getting any of this airtime. They want to air any of this footage. It's all me.
100%. And you got to.
But it's what you should be doing. It's part of the show. You have to sell that show as well. And if you can convince that other guy, you don't have to believe the shit you're doing. You just have to make him believe it.
That's amen. Amen. Absolutely. What do you guys think? 98%. What are a couple of things that we just need to change in our sport to just bump it up? Might not get us to the mainstream level, but it'll get us to the tier before it. What's something to be on there? My dream would be I come visit Evan and we walk down the street and kids are like, oh my God, you're that arm wrestler off TV, and they ask for a photo and things like that. You know, the same with any of you guys. I want someone to go, oh, that's the Nightmare. That's the Nightmare, Dan Swartz. Oh, can I have a photo, man? I'll be like, yeah, I'll take the photo for you. That would be my dream. What do we need to change?
You don't get that at home?
Not yet. No one.
Oh. Well, I do.
Ring card girls.
Doesn't quite answer your question, but I don't know if you're aware of one thing that might speed things up a little bit, cuts out some of this, is if you've heard, Jake, the Jason Vale Memorial Tournament in Queens, New York City in May is going to be a totally strap tournament in memory of, Jason being the, the strap master, whatever.
I've been to events, yeah, where all the matches. Sorry, I just dropped something. I've been to events where all the matches, yeah, you just starting a strap, starting a red script. Too many matches to get.
The only one I've seen, they did one of those in Albany, New York, about 2 years ago, where supposedly as a safety measure, they had all of the amateurs start in the straps, which I would kind of disagree as that necessarily, enhances safety, but that was their reason for doing it. But whatever.
I went to one event.
I'm sorry. Go
where
ahead.
they were trying to just get it going really fast, so they came up with their own grip style, where you come to the table, you put your hand on the peg, you reach straight across, and you grab each other's hand in the air, and you lift your arm up till your elbow is face height, square your shoulders to the table, and just set your elbows straight down in the center of the pad, and the ref says go. And if you can take that grip, when you take your grip, your hand straight, you roll it out straight, lift it up, and then just bring straight down, neither guy feels fucked. Everything is super fair, and it's extremely fast, except the problem with it is everybody wants to readjust once they get down to get a little more. And then, so it was the immediate ref's grip. If either guy opened his hand to re-grip, once they took that and set their arms down, it was straight to ref's grip. But anybody that actually bothered paying attention to the rules, like if they were just fouling people out for regripping in that setup, that would have been a super awesome way to fucking just get those matches going. Because when I found out that we were going to an event like this, and I had to ref it, so we started doing a couple of practices where guys would just do matches with this setup so I could get used to reffing it. And everybody loved it. It was really awkward to get used to not trying to re-grip. It's just take your grip, lift it up, bring it down, and go. But both guys feel like I've got something, but not everything. But that's both guys. It was super awesome. Try fucking around with it a little bit, or check out the Table Monkeys.
Yeah, they're cool.
So this was back in August, but they put a video explaining exactly how they do this grip, and it's fucking awesome. I would love to see that grip get employed like at all events, just for time. When you get to like super matches, whether it's for rankings or whatnot, but in a super match, I like to let those guys fight. Give them a minute, give them 2 minutes, let them fight. You know, if either one of them asks for a ref grip, okay, go ahead. But if two guys are willing to fight and figure it out themselves, I'd rather see them do that. Just not in a tournament format where we've got 150 other matches we got to get through.
Yeah, well, depending on how many matches you have on the card, absolutely. I just in the history of watching matches, I think it's about a 12 to 15% success rate of people agreeing to a grip. I've never agreed to a grip in a match.
No, and you fucking shouldn't if you have the option. I mean, unless you've got everything, and then you should absolutely. Anytime you see me being really, really nice and listening, and like just telling the ref, yeah, just fucking say go. Like I don't care what he has. Like I'm straight, I'm center. Just fucking say go. I've got everything I want, right? I don't need everything, but generally, depending on the opponent, there's something that I want. Yeah. And as long as I have that, I don't give a fuck about any of the rest of it, right? So immediately, if I feel that I've got what I want and I'm going to be good, I will stop fighting everything. My shoulders will not move. I am straight, centered, ready to go. Just fucking say go. Like, I want to go right now. But if you don't have what you want, you should never, ever let that match start. That is the worst thing in the fucking world that you could do, is let a match start when you know you're fucked.
Yeah. Oh, beginners.
I would rather get fouled out than let a match start when I know I'm fucked.
Yeah, beautiful. What do you other guys think? How can we get that?
Before you go on any further, sorry to interrupt, but I got to get running here. I just wanted to hop on and say hello.
May I say one thing, Evan? I want to say one thing to you before you go. Before you got on, they went around and they asked people what we thought about your upcoming match, and who would who was the underdog, the overdog, whatever. And my honest answer at that time was I didn't know enough about either of you. And I just want to say you certainly in your talk here you have convincingly sounded how you feel confident, and didn't sound like a pile of bullshit. And so I would probably swing in your direction.
I wouldn't doubt that about you. But honestly, I'd give zero fucks about your opinion, just like everybody else's, including you, Jake. You can all get fucked. I gotta go.
Fuck that guy.
Yes.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
You had to make that clear earlier. He didn't give a fuck about what anybody thought. So.
Nah, man.
Oh, good job again there. Hey, I'll tell you, to be honest with you, I would... I'd hang with you till 5 o'clock Eastern Standard, except, like I said, I'm going to be getting up at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard. So I don't know if I'll quite make it to the end of your, 24 hours here, but it's certainly been fun.
No, that's okay. Everyone, look, when I first started, I was there with Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler, and because it was like short notice, like decided on like Monday or Tuesday, I was like, let's see if I can do it. Let's see if I can just sit here for 24 hours and have a chat. And then I reckon it was about 15 minutes beforehand, and we were talking, and we were like, said, I don't know if anyone will turn up, actually. I don't know if anyone will watch. I don't know if anyone will turn up. Well, I've had a rock solid 80 people, 80 legends in the chat, and I have been left alone for maybe 40 minutes throughout the whole thing. And now we have ticked over 19 and a half hours. So it is now 4:38 p.m. and I have to get to 9 p.m. Melbourne time.
We're coming up at 7 o'clock European Standard. So where the hell are the damn Europeans? They should be joining in now.
Wow, everyone has just been amazing. And if I've got to ride solo for the last 4.5 hours, that is cruise control because everyone has really helped out and got me through. I can do Q&As with people in the comments. I've got plenty to talk about. Like I even touched on the Mike Aiello, Corey West match. I haven't touched on the Matt Mask, Lars Rabakin match. There's plenty of other matches that are happening at East versus West. Potential matches for King of the Table. Barbosa getting the spicy cough and pulling out. Man, there's heaps. I can go through my arm wrestling highlights, which was one when Josh was trying to tell me about the two coolest security guards at the tournament last week, was it? Yeah, that was cool. So for those that were, if you weren't watching Uncle John and I do a commentary on the live stream, it was quite funny. Because Josh just came in and we had Josh and Ryan on a bit earlier. I just wanted to have a chat with them because they're my guys. And then later on suddenly I'm hearing all this talking and Josh is like, "Oh, these guys just did they card Travis Bajan?"
Yeah, no, not Travis. He was already in there, but Mike
Todd Hutchings. Todd Hutchings.
They were like, "Who are you?" He's like, "I'm a competitor." So they let him in pretty quick. They bought it that he was a competitor, but then Paul Talbot came up. He tried to go in, and they're like, wouldn't let him in, and I was. He told him it was Paul Talbot. They're like, they went in and got somebody and asked them if Paul Talbot come in. They came out and let him in, but they made him wait. They were fucking around, dude. They were tough.
We certainly had the representation because I was telling Ryan the first name that came out of your mouth once you came on was Ryan. Was Ryan Grund? Oh, there's Ryan Grund, and he's talking to basically how he was bearing the hatchet with Paul Italia, and then there's Berger. I thought, oh good God, we're all over the place, aren't we? But yeah.
It was good, man, because I was messaging Ryan and Josh during the week, and I was like, if you guys are there, you want to come on the show and just show us what's going on, and and Josh was my hookup, and he jumped on a couple of times, so it was really good, and we finally got
I really wish.
You go, Josh.
I really wish the audio was better because what Travis was saying was really funny in Travis's way. The way he's like, "What the fuck is this? Get that shit out of here!" Treat me like paparazzi and all that. But when I rewatched it was just so garbled, and you couldn't hear any of the good stuff. You got the gist of what was going on, but it would have been a lot more funny if we had some better audio on that. That's for sure.
Oh, I thought it was hilarious in the first place. I thought that was awesome when you jumped on. So the audio would have just been a bonus. I didn't sit there go, "Oh man, I wish I had the audio." I was like, "What's going on? This is cool." Like Travis is, I thought he was like having a go at you because you were 98% or something like that. Because I couldn't hear, I was like, "Oh my God, so many options. They've really pissed someone off here."
He could see you guys. So when he saw that it was a podcast, he's like, "Oh, get that fucking shit out of here!" Oh, he was not having it because he was stressed about having anybody record. He was running a big event. They were trying the pay-per-view, so you could tell he was wound up a bit. He was really trying to keep it tight and didn't want anybody mucking it up. So I respected that, but I was still having some fun with him.
Oh, yeah, absolutely shit stirring him up. It was awesome. Carolyn Looms, your big legend, has just jumped in and said 98 Professor is a legend. The 98 Professor is a legend. That's pretty cool.
Well, Thank you very much. Was Burgoyne just the professor for the night because he's going to school the schoolboy, or am I not the only professor around there?
I thought you were the professor.
Just for the match against Schoolboy. Yeah, he's just Professor Beerman against Schoolboy because he's going to teach him a lesson. That's why I made that.
Excellent.
Yeah, so I did look up the stakings also.
There's lots of flashes around. There's lots of this and that around, but they supposedly the professor was was somewhat unique. But
you are the professor, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought. That's why I was getting a bit confused. TJ, you've got stakings up.
Yeah, I got stakings up. It looks like Schoolboy is sold out, and Evan is not yet sold out.
Does it say on there like how many blocks and things like that?
Let's see what happens if I try to buy something. Oh, it wants me to log in,
isn't it the kind of depending on they just open more blocks if everybody buys enough? So if one person sells one, the other person doesn't open another block until the other person has caught up.
I'm pretty sure this like colored line under the bottom is like a progress bar, and I would say Evan is at like 95+% full on his blocks.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because they open
So
one block.
he's really close.
Because what it does, it stops everyone pumping their money in on Schoolboy, and then if Schoolboy wins, they lose all that money. So they try and keep it even. All right, we want $1,000 betted on Schoolboy. We want $1,000 betted on Evan. So then they just use the losers' money to pay the winners. So State Kings actually just give you a platform to have a bet on. They actually don't lose any money. I think it's great.
Well, and how I got into this is, I went to James Reed had a tournament and said, if you don't have a nickname, we're going to give you one. And I thought, oh shit, what is this? A WWE or what? And so we came up with Professor, and Hot Rod, Dennis Kotchel, said it should be Professor Shell Shock, since Shell is my last name. And I said, no, 2 reasons. Number one, I won't fit on the shirt. But I said, everybody gets their panties in a bunch. The main reason is if I call it Shell Shock's what they called PTSD after the First World War. And somebody is sure to get their panties in a fucking bunch and go on about, oh my God, you're disrespecting the veterans and all this shit. And so I said, yeah, whatever. It's just going to be Professor. Thank you. But no Professor Shell Shock crap.
Professor Shell Shock's a cool name.
Anyway. So, hey, how are things loosening up at all in Victoria that you might actually be able to, cross the state line eventually, or what's going on?
I don't think so. No, I think you can. I think we can fly to a couple of states. I think we can go on holiday and things like that. Definitely a lot easier if you've been jabbed. But if you're someone like me,
of course, the big news that's been hitting over here is the tennis guy that got booted out of the country, but because he didn't have the right vaccine. But oh well.
No, he got booted because they thought, I won't go too much into it because we want to keep talking about arm wrestling, but he got booted because they assumed he would have been anti-vax and then caused a disturbance on an assumption. Right. It was very dangerous what they did, and now he can't come back for 3 years.
Wow.
Because if you get deported... So he's been officially deported because he appealed and he can't come back now. Yeah. All right. People are still talking about. All my microphone is turned up to the max. Do I need to turn down?
I haven't had one issue at all here all night.
You were a little quieter than other people, Jake.
Okay.
It's not bad.
Yeah, I know. I get told a lot.
I'm half deaf, and you've been perfectly intelligible to me, and I'm half deaf.
Yeah.
You sound fine now, but when I was watching on YouTube, you were a touch quiet.
Yeah, I don't know. I've got this new thing that I've plugged in, and I was probably sitting too far. I'm used to sitting far away from the microphone, but now I think I have to get very, very close and have a chat. But it just depends on who's YouTube, because some people are like, it's fine, and then other people are like, no, it's not. It's not going there. Guys that are in the chat, still hanging around, give the Aussie Armwrestler some energy. 2 things I want from all of you guys. First of all, give me a ready bang. Give me a ready bang. Arm wrestling's greatest catchphrase that is coming on. And second of all, guys, in the chat, let me know whereabouts around the world you are from. That is something I'm fascinated about. I don't know why. Thoroughly, and just because I find it very, very humbling that I'm sitting here in Melbourne, just outside of Melbourne, and looking at some of the comments already, Japan, Sweden, I had people from Bangladesh. Where else did I have people on the show? Singapore, Bangladesh, England, Canada. You guys in the States, it was.
I've had people from the entire U.S. coast to coast.
Yeah.
You had some Californias on. You got the whole East Coast is on here with you now. I mean,
you got some Tennessee, Ready Bang from Canada.
Arkansas, right?
Everyone just being absolute rock stars. Chris Gamo is coming with a super chat. He goes, Ready Bang from Arizona, USA, brother. Beautiful. Thank you very much, Chris Gamo. You dead set legend. Thank you very much for supporting the Aussie Armwrestler. Thank you, a lot of you that have just been here. Niagara Falls, London, England from King Hoddle. Adam, that one guy. Ready Bang, Cleveland, Ohio. Jeremiah, still here, mofos. How long have you been here for, Jeremiah? I think Fox 8-Ball might have fallen asleep. If you don't know who Fox 8-Ball is, he was on from the start.
Who's on from Cleveland?
Where'd it go?
Oh, okay.
Right.
I was just out in Cleveland for a tournament last weekend. But maybe somebody ran into.
Adam, that one guy.
There you go. Yeah. Top of I-95, Halton, Maine, Inland Northwest, Ready Bang, New York City. New York, USA, across the ditch, so New Zealand, another country I've ticked off. I was going to come in and save you from all these 98%ers, but the meeting code is invalid. Oh, you've got, Travis, you've got to tick in the pinned thing. The pinned
Top
one.
of the chat window.
Yeah, in the live chat window. Thanks, TJ. Yeah, okay. 30 minutes from Cleveland since 7 a.m. What is the time there, Jeremiah? Yeah, so Lawson Peterson, have I had a fun time on the stream? Yeah, I have, man. I've had an absolute ripper of a time. I'm a bit tired now, I'm not going to lie. But I've had so much fun. Like, even catching up with my 98% guys, talking to, some friends. Evan's come on. I got to meet some people that I'd been messaging for a year or two, like the Latonas. They were great. It's always great catching up with Rob Vigin Jr. But I got Heather on the show, who organises everything. It has been a whirlwind. It has been very, very good. I mean, yeah, everyone's coming. Missouri. Adam, that one guy says, I was there, David. He was on. Beer Man has jumped on.
Beckley from the hunting lodge.
Evan McGoyne doing what Evan McGoyne does best. He says, doing a 24-hour stream is a great way to tell people you do meth without telling people you do meth. Oh, I'm getting that. Yeah. Yeah, you got me, Evan. That's a good one. That is a good one. Travis, get in there and make believe you're a Bajent so we can roast you. I'd love to have Travis or Devin on the show. If they're not coming on now, I don't think they'll ever come on the Aussie Armwrestler. But that's okay. I will keep hustling them. I'd love to have those guys on the show. But we've got an absolute banger. A guy that is a member. And he's come in and he's supported the Aussie Armwrestler just like each and every one of you. And his name is Travis Beckley. Travis, welcome, my friend. Man. How are you?
I'm not loud enough to be a Bajent, I don't think.
Do you guys know the 98%? 98%, do you guys know Travis?
Yeah, he's been on.
Travis.
He's been on our Zoom calls from the boondocks of somewhere in the middle of Indiana.
Yeah.
And in fact, I'm going to have to get in touch with him because this summer I have a conference in Indianapolis in July, and I'm definitely going to have to stop by and do some pulling with him.
Beautiful.
Yeah. My brother's a bartender up in Indianapolis, so we can probably have a pretty good time.
Yeah.
Here we go. Now we're talking. Jeez, I might pop in. This is beautiful. Free beers. Absolutely. So what's going on, Travis? What's been happening? Have you been watching you've been doing a few super chats, so you've been watching. Have you been in and out? What's going on? What do you think of the 24-hour world record Aussie Armwrestler being a lunatic podcast?
I think it's a long damn time. I was trying to get my stuff done so I could come in here and keep you company. I'm trying to get my college work and crap done, and I'm leaving in a couple of days to go down to Florida for my cousin's wedding. So I was trying to get all that shit packed, and now it's like 1 a.m, so I'm finally free.
Look at that. Beautiful. And how's the arm wrestling going, my man?
Very slow.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I train all the time here at home, but I've got a lot of damn kids, so it's really hard. The closest practice for me is a 4-hour round trip, so it's slow going, but I'm not going to give up on it.
No, that's good, man. That's good. That's what we like. Passion, hustle. We need people like you to stay in the world of arm wrestling. And people like Travis Newsom, who's whipped out a $10 super chat. Thank you, Travis. Thank you so much. You got no idea. Ready Bang, coming at you from North Dakota. Thank you very much. I'll tell you what, all you guys and people that have jumped in and commented, and whether they've liked the video, shared the video, they've become a banger, they've donated their own hard-earned money. Man, you guys make me feel like one of the most famous arm wrestling celebrities on the planet. You know, to be not left alone for 45 minutes of... What are we up to? Oh, shut up. I'm about to hit 20 hours, and I've been left alone for 45 minutes. I'm about to hit 20 hours. Oh, that's giving me a bit of a, bump,
All right.
I've gone to the toilet.
Second win.
RVJ would be happy that $10 was spent well.
Like I honestly thought I would be here and I'd have to chuck. You know, it was funny because Gary Roberts came on. He had a lot of beef with Ryan about stealing people's content and things like that. I was sitting there. No, if I have that, Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler, she's here supporting. I think if I have that, I don't think I'll be able to sleep. She came with a pre-workout shot, so get that into ya. But
get it up.
But I thought if I had it, and then for 4 hours, that'll take, because I'm hoping to just be exhausted. It'll be 9 p.m. here, and I'll go to bed. Well, first I'll give Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler. Oh, I'm just going to stick with the water at the moment. Thank you. Love you. She's a rock star. Absolutely love her. Where was I going with it? Yeah, so I thought throughout this whole journey, I was like, I'm going to have like 3 people watching. Okay, I've got a couple of things I wouldn't mind talking about. I might have to put on like a WAL event and we just watch it, you know, and I'll do my own commentary. And I was like, but no, everyone has been awesome. Everyone has been rocking on. And things like that.
Well, if you miss Gary, I can find something to bitch about for a couple hours, I'm sure.
Well, we'll get you to drop some truth bombs in a minute. Carolyn, it says Devon. Apparently Gary was giving it. Who's Devon? None of us are Devon. Yeah, Gary was giving it to Ryan earlier. Haven't rewound the stream yet. Yeah, I don't know why he said Devon, but yeah. Dave Beerman was on here before. We had a bit of a chat. He has things to do. Someone wants to reach out to Devon and love him to come on for the home straight and just have a bit of a chat and say g'day. Travis, drop some truth bombs. What's going on, man? You need something to get off your chest.
No. I mean, I can find something to bitch about if you want, but
no.
I don't have anything ready to roll.
Happy positive vibes. We're rocking and rolling in here. We're hanging and banging, slinging and slanging. So much happening in the arm wrestling world. I mean, what have we got here? Is moving shit.
Well, I've got a question for you.
Yeah, man.
So, getting into the arm wrestling scene, like January 2021. You know, watching a lot of you guys do the interviews with a lot of the, the Larretts, the Bajents, Michael Todd, all those. What I saw a lot in the comments was, backstory stuff, especially with Devin wanting to know like special forces and how he got into it and whatever. So over the course of a year, I kind of developed the idea of like an arm wrestling show, but much different than what everybody else does, called Off the Table. Whereas, everybody tends to be focused on the table topics. I kind of wanted to take the arm wrestler like from the beginning to the table. So everything off the table, I kind of wanted to get their background and growing up, and kind of like a Between Two Ferns meets 60 Minutes, where I kind of fuck with them a little bit, but also, do like a decent interview.
It can definitely work, my man. I know in my earlier interviews, I was trying to be a little bit off key and obscure, which I tend to still do it when I have people on the show. So like when Paul Lynn was on the show, I found out what number he wore, found out that he played NFL in Europe and, things like that. Found out Travis Bajent's, he was like collegiate baseballer and led every statistic and things like that, including pitching and batting. Yeah, so I think there is a market for it. I think some people would like to see or talk about, what an arm wrestler does outside of it. What's their downtime? What do they do for work? How do they juggle work? I think something like that could definitely work. And plus, I think if you get some good characters on that people can get invested in, once again, everything comes back to me with being invested in the characters. I am big on building character. Some people, have stayed for the whole 20 hours that are coming up with the Aussie Armwrestler and things like that. You guys have been huge for the Aussie Armwrestler. You're invested in me, like I am with you guys. So it can work. It definitely can. Of course it can work. I think just about, pardon the pun, but 98% of the ideas can work if it is presented well. We just had so many people tell us Schoolboy was going to whip Evan. Then Evan presented himself in a way of a winner. Evan presented himself in a way of a champion, that he's trained much better people, blah, 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 and things like that. So then people were like in the chat and they're like, okay, maybe Evan's got it. So your idea can definitely work.
Yeah, Evan would be a good one, and just from like a fan base standpoint for a more reputable arm wrestler, being able to how they grew up and stuff, being able to geez, I'm getting tired. I'm sorry, man. I'm so tired. Just, how they grew up, being able to follow along with that and, compare it to how they grew up and, what they did when, in middle school or in college or in the military or, whatever. I thought it'd be pretty interesting.
I mean, if you go around the room now, there's heaps of people that have done it. I know when the 98% had me on their show, they dig deep into that. Professional basketball player, professional wrestler. I've done massive charity runs. So my last charity run that I did to raise money for breast cancer research, I ran 1,500 kilometers, which is, 1,000, 1,100 miles or something like that over 30 days and things. I like big challenges, hence the 24-hour podcast. So yeah, I think.
What's the training like for that?
It comes in log form. Nashville Arm Wrestling, I'll get to your super chat in the moment. So when I did my very first charity run for breast cancer research, it was 110 kilometers. So I don't know, what's that, 70 miles or something like that. Forgive the conversion rate. And I tried to get as fit as possible. I wanted to do it in under 19 hours. It was just wake up in the morning, go to CrossFit, then go to the gym, go to work. I'd run from town to town to go to Aussie Rules footy training. Then someone give me a lift home. I'd have a rest and things like that. Did pretty well there. That felt okay, but then I didn't let my body rest. So then I ran home from the Sydney Opera House to Melbourne. 1,000 kilometres. So what's that? 660 miles or something like that. And that was, I trained everything physical. I was about 15 kilos lighter than I am now. 10% body fat. I was looking, I had some pipes on me. I was sexy as hell. It was awesome. But what had happened was, I remember turning onto this highway, and it was about 800 kilometers home to where I was finishing, and my body gave way. My feet were swelling up. My ankle was popped.
Did you shit your pants?
Almost a few times. I had chronic tendonitis in my Achilles. Like everything, has been going. Like everything went wrong, and I didn't train myself mentally because I was like, I was fit, thinking nothing would go wrong. I just cruise every day and get home. But then the last run, it was just training mentally because I had to be heavy. I had to be 95 kilos because I was going to lose 10, 12 kilos during the run. So trying to train when you're heavy, it's horrible.
Yeah, I won't keep you on this topic too long, but just real quick, check out a guy called David Goggins.
Oh, yeah, he's awesome.
Yeah, he actually grew up in this county.
Ah.
Yeah, like 35 minutes north.
That is cool. That's very cool. Yeah, David Goggins. Yeah, he was in the military, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's a Navy SEAL.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen some of his videos. Very very inspirational. Yeah, but keep shooting around with that idea. Run some trial interviews, Travis. You know, send it to your friends that will give you an honest answer. Send an episode to me, and you know, and I'll watch it and just go, oh, hey man, probably work on this, maybe work on your delivery, or you know, if you just do them as interviews, you could you know, put pictures in, whatever.
Yeah, because I mean, honestly, I mean, I could. My whole thing wouldn't be to like grow a big YouTube channel or whatever. It would just be something that I think's fun, and if other people liked it, well, then fucking watch it. If you don't, then don't.
Mate, and I tell you what, it's that sort of attitude that, for me, loves. They're the channels I like to watch, because I know Travis Beckley is making content because Travis Beckley is having a lot of fun doing it. And I think that's what drew a lot of people to the Aussie Armwrestler. He's like, this dude doesn't care about views and subs. He just cares, all right, Josh Berger's had a real shit day, and I'll come in and go, ready, bang, oh, you big dick, what's going on, Josh? And suddenly in that moment, Josh has had a smile, he's forgotten about his rubbish day at work and things like that. Or, you know, like when TJ messaged me, he's like, dude, I got this cool match. Can you do your little voiceover? I'm like, yeah, man. And in that moment, might go for 38 seconds. But in that moment, TJ's not thinking, you know, his little girl might not be feeling well, crap day at work, marriage not going well. In that 38 seconds, TJ's just he's having that mental break, he's having a laugh. And I think if you make a channel and you do not care if anyone's going to watch it, I think that stands out a little bit more. So really look a bit more into it. Travis, I got two super matches. One from my friend Ryan Blue Bowen, who jumped on early on at the start of the podcast. Spent about 3.5, maybe 4 or 5 hours with me at the start. He says, YouTube won't let me write RVJ sucks. You're killing it, Jake, you marathon man. Thank you very much, Ryan. It was very interesting when RVJ came on, but yeah, really appreciate your help. Ryan, as everyone knows, Ryan's done nothing wrong by me and a huge supporter of me, and I can't wait for that matchup, Ryan versus RVJ. Nashville Armwrestling, who's an absolute banger. Ryan's a banger as well. What's everyone's favourite lift right now? Let's go round the room. What does everyone love to lift?
We don't do a ton of lifting here. We do a lot of table time. But if I had to pick one, I'd say the top roller.
That's your favourite? Yep. Awesome.
Are we talking arm wrestling lifts? If we're talking that, it's the karate belt, just some weight.
Yeah.
Riser, pronation. That's just hit the most angles with one thing. So I guess that would be the favorite exercise at the moment.
Love it. What about you guys?
Yeah, I'd go with the karate belt too, only because I hate it, so I make myself do it more.
Beautiful.
I'm terrible at it.
I use a climbing rope. And I attach onto a resistance band or a pulley. That's the best thing.
Yep, there you go. What about you, Dave?
Well, in all fairness, you know, and I'm not telling these people that know me well anything new. I really don't do enough arm wrestling specific exercise. I'm more, you know, general strength training. Although if I, you know, arm wrestling, I have been trying to work on, you know, cupping lately, just with the, you know, because, you know, my wrist is my weak point, not the arm.
Now, yes, have dinner with me now. It's a good time you come in, Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler. Now, before I tell you my favourite lift, first of all, Hugh, my friend Hugh in the comments says, my favourite lift is a VB to my lips. That's a beer here in Australia. And Beer Man says, only thing I lift is beers or your mum. But what I do want to celebrate, ladies and gentlemen, that is hanging around. 20 hours. 20 hours has ticked over. We're going strong. Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler sitting down having dinner with me. She's made me a couple of nice hot pockets that I hope don't burn my mouth. We are 20 hours in, and I've got my boy Zeus here. And at the 23-hour mark, I will finally have a beer, because I feel that if I start having a beer now, I reckon I just might fall asleep. So,
well, I'll take a shot for you since you're.
Ah, you rock star. You rock star.
I'm gonna sign off, boys, but I'm gonna leave the
even
whole
better.
thing off.
Done.
Thank you,
Julio.
TJ.
Ooh.
Thanks for sticking around, man. You pumped in quite a few hours. Really appreciate it, man. You're wearing the Aussie Armwrestler hat. You're just a good dude, man. Thanks for stopping by.
It was my pleasure, man. Good luck.
I woke up and saw this morning. I've been watching it all damn day, man. This has been fun. So I'm gonna put this one up to Ozzy.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Josh. Yeah, that is yum, yum, yum. That is sexy. Beautiful. Bang. Oh, my, jeez. No, thank you. I'm very tempted to have that.
He's hanging on every word. I haven't seen him get the bong out once.
One time. I did once.
Oh, okay. Well, all right.
I was sneaky about it, though.
Yeah, because I'm not sure what a YouTube live stream would look like with, people doing drugs. That's like before when Artem was on, man. The comments were going nuts, and I thought I was like in an underground drug deal. I had all these arm wrestlers in there, and they're like, I like this THC, then I use this, and I'm going to do that, and this milligram and that milligram. And I had to jump in the comments, and I was like, dude, just talk about arm wrestling for a bit, because I just sat there and thought, I'm running a drug mule here. I thought I was like shipping everything, and I was like, I'm going to get in a bit of trouble here, but the lovely people.
Well, that was the second thing they were coming up with me. They figured if I'm not a hired assassin, I'm probably a drug mule, hitting all these practices all over tarnation.
You're just enjoying life, Dave, and that's what I love about it. Driving all over the place, driving the different practices, it's awesome. So don't stop. Good to see some people in the chat. Jay Miller, Brennan Joseph, Savage Arm Wrestling, who's just been hanging around. That man from Japan. 4 more left. Fox 8 Ball. He's back. He's back. If he had a little nap, he bloody deserves it. And if I'm gonna have a chat with Fox 8 Ball at the end of this.
He's on in Zoom or in the chat?
No, he's in the chat.
Have we ever seen him?
I've seen John, but yeah, he's awesome.
Hey Jay.
Yo.
So you guys are having a girl. I didn't hear if you guys had decided on any names yet.
That we will take to the grave, my friend Travis. That is so fun story. My wife and I, we fell in love on the first date. Knew we were going to marry each other. Proposed at the end of my last giant run, and I reckon about 6 weeks into us dating, we had all of our kids' names picked. We've got like 6 solid, ready to go.
No kidding. Well, that's how many kids I have.
Oh, wow.
You have 6.
Yeah.
Any twins?
I have Irish twins.
Aww.
Same age, different mom.
Aww.
Wow.
So cute.
That's unreal.
Making good decisions out here in Indiana.
Mate, if we ever have trouble having kids, I'm just going to get you to drink some of Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler's water. She'll be pregnant like that.
No joke, man.
Let's see who iPhone is. Who has come in? iPhone. Why don't you come in with a name? Well, we'll see.
Famous Nick Marapodi, perhaps?
That's who it's got to be, Nick Marapodi.
No.
That's who it felt like. That's who always comes in his iPhone.
I don't know who it is. I had Joel
He'll
K.
get you to join the Knights of Columbus. Just watch out.
Although it's a little bit, well, see, it's a little bit late. Usually, you must have worked overtime tonight. He usually comes in a little bit after 11.
It could be anybody.
What does it
Could
say
be,
in the
our
chat?
gut reaction, Dave. It could be anybody.
Who's Mickey?
Oh, it's raining.
Maybe it's Ram Rom official.
Oh, it's Ram Rom. It would be cool as Ram Rom. No, it's an Australian puller, Mickey Lomkarovich.
Okay.
We just got to somehow, he's got to turn his video on. There he is.
Oh, yeah, okay. I thought I was joining as I just wanted to listen and enjoy the show. I didn't realise I was joining as a person chatting along.
Yeah, Mickey, don't be silly.
Yeah.
You're coming on, you're joining us. For those that don't know, I've watched this man win a state titles in thongs after turning up late to the event at the Queensland State Titles late. What year? That was 2020.
It's a couple of years ago now, dude. But
Yeah.
I probably had a few too many beers under my belt that afternoon too. I wasn't planning on arm wrestling, and I kind of just got caught up in the moment. It was one of those things.
It was awesome. 98%. Mick, one of my favourite people in the Australian arm wrestling. This is Mickey Lonkerovich. I never ever pronounce his name properly, but this man always looked after me. I came up to Queensland Arm Wrestling State Titles and sitting there, and I commentated for 7 hours straight. One person was at the bar sending beers over to ensure my throat was moisturised and ready to bang, and that was this man right here. And then we caught up a bit later at Ryan Bowen's wedding. I was very lucky enough to be the MC for that. My lovely wife come up, and I got to meet Mickey and his lovely wife and things like that. We just hit it off again and had a really good laugh and that. And he's always just been a good dude and supporting what I'm doing. And he's a good arm wrestler as well. I'm
an okay arm wrestler.
Yeah, man. I mean, if you put in the effort, I mean, at Arnold's 2019, you're solid in your division there. First of all, you qualified for, or you're invited to Arnold's, or you qualified, and that's like a top 8 type thing, guys. And then you kind of realise that at 2019 Nationals, that arm wrestling has changed a bit, and you can't just rock up and pin people anymore. There's people training, there's people putting in effort and things like that. So then, you put in an effort and so welcome, my man. Welcome. How have you been?
Yeah, good, dude. I've just been watching the show in bits and pieces. We drove home. We had an hour drive home. We put it on in the car. Me and the missus were chatting away, chatting away, commenting on what you guys were talking about and stuff like that. We were watching Evan and Sam was on, and Evan Burgoyne was on. Evan Burgoyne was pretty entertaining. I give it to him on Facebook every now and then, but he seems like a pretty entertaining guy.
Yeah, he definitely is. He's actually a really good guy. Like when you bury underneath that big bad beard of his, he's just a cool dude. And I love it, and especially when you tell him what you think of his upcoming match, because he'll just let you know. He's like, I don't care. I don't care about you, man. A lot more colourful. He's like, I don't care, and things like that. What do you think of this whole 24-hour thing, mate?
Mate, once again, I'm pretty impressed, dude. You seem to find these little niche, things to do that are just fucking hard, dude. Like, the big run you did in 24 hours, dude. I'm flat out staying up to past 8:30, so I don't know how you're going, dude.
Wow.
What are you running on at the moment?
At the moment, Hot Pockets and water. I did a full day's work yesterday, and I tried to come home and have a nap, didn't I, babe? It lasted about an hour. And then we started doing a DIY project like an hour before we started the live stream. Like, my wife bought me like a desk that like all my stuff's on, which at the time I hate flat packs and DIYs. I was like, babe, it's like an hour before like the biggest show I'm going to do. But now that I've had it, everything is just slotted in perfect. So, of course, Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler was always right.
Can you imagine standing up for this 24 hours, like you said?
You did as you were told. Smart
absolutely. Move. And look how happy I am. It's amazing. Yeah, and that was one thing. So then the thing I started, and I purposely started it at night because I thought that would have been the hardest thing on the mind. Thinking, when it's dark and everyone should be asleep and things like that. And then I thought once my wife gets out of bed, I reckon I'm rock solid. And it has been. Well, we didn't realise it's, 20 past 5 in the afternoon.
You're on the home stretch, dude. You're in the last third and past halfway, so you're doing well, dude.
Oh, having a bit of fun. But what's going on with you in the arm wrestling world, my man? Are you looking for any matches? Are you looking to train? Are you just doing your family thing?
Nah, dude. For me, it's all family and work at the moment, dude. To be honest, dude, I enjoy going to training and training with all the new guys, dude. I probably go twice a month to training. And arm wrestling up in Brisbane's just gone ballistic, dude. Like guys like Sam, Bayside Krakens, the Gold Coast boys, they're just like, those guys are hustling so hard. Like you go to one of their trainings, like the Gold Coast boys, like 30, 40 people at a training session. Wednesday night at Krakens, like, dude, we've had 40, 50 guys. Like we've had 8 tables full and people standing around trying to get on the table. If there's a super match, I remember the night Sam and Jordan had a quick super match. Mate, we almost took over the whole car park. It is, there's so many young guys here joining up. Like I don't, when I first started, here we go, this is how old I am. When I first started arm wrestling 5, 6, 7 years ago, we'd go to training and there'd be 10 to 12 people tops.
Yeah.
Like these days, dude, we go to training and minimum 30 or 40 people at training. The guys that are running Bayside Krakens are young, they're enthusiastic, they got a heap of lead in their pencil, dude. They're running super matches, comps. They're on Facebook all the time promoting it. It's a good time to be an arm wrestler up in Brisbane, to be honest.
Oh, it's super jealous watching because at the moment I've had to start like a club. I had to start a club like at my house. Because I'm not allowed. Unfortunately, at the House of Pain, there's one arm wrestling club there, and unfortunately, that's a big bump. And
Yeah,
I'm not.
I was going to ask, is Queensland really the hotbed of Australian arm wrestling? Because I know you're from Victoria, and I met one from Western Australia, but the other 3 states, I don't think I've ever heard of anybody say, "Oh, I'm from South Australia" or whatever. But Queensland seems like everybody and their brother is from Queensland.
We've got a couple of boys up here making a fair bit of noise. Like everyone knows Ryan, Jordan, Lachlan. They're the elite arm wrestlers in Australia, and they all happen to be in Brisbane. But the Victorians, there's a lot of good arm wrestlers down in Victoria, New South Wales. There's big clubs down there. There's a lot going on all over the place. There's a lot of little small clubs. South Australia is probably one of the smaller clubs, same with WA, but there's guys scattered all over the place. But most of the big comps are either in Victoria or Queensland, and then usually New South Wales after that. So, yeah, Queensland, we're just in a...
How is Australia broken up? I'm trying to follow along. I don't know how Australia's broken up.
What do you mean broken up?
And whatnot.
6 states in a
Far
territory.
apart.
Yeah, it's just big areas. So we got big states.
Yeah, with the states, how many states do you guys have?
So there's
That's a question for the Aussie arm wrestler.
Yeah, there's six states and 2 territories. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 6 states and 2 territories. You've got, so on the East Coast, you've got Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria, and then for some reason we've got a bit that's split off and it floats by itself, and that's called Tasmania. In New South Wales, we have the ACT, the Australian Capital Territory. That counts as a territory. Then in the middle of our big island bit, you've got Northern Territory, South Australia, and then you got this big chunk on the west coast. You got this big, and that's just Western Australia. And basically, so if I wanted to go where Mickey is, it's a 2-3 hour flight. If we want to go to Western Australia, it's like a 4-hour flight, probably a bit longer, depending on where in Western Australia Mickey wants to go. It's just a big, massive. We've got a big, massive block of land with hardly anyone in it, and we're so far away from everyone as well. 10-hour flights minimum to get just about anywhere.
Damn. Is Tasmania, is that where the Brits originally put all the really bad prisoners, or?
I don't remember the history.
New South Wales was the...
Yeah, New South Wales.
New South Wales. Botany Bay, Sydney, New South Wales. Sorry, I teach history, pardon me.
No, it's good, Dave. You're helping me out, you know, because if I go, yeah, that's right, Dave, it looks like that I knew the answer. So it's like, yeah, that's right. Yeah, there, Dave. No, but you are right. Botany Bay, Captain Cook came in and, yeah, did the works, and that's where the Aussie Armwrestler's from. You go down south, Melbourne, and if you bang a left at Melbourne, you head down the southeast for about 35-40 minutes if the traffic is all right.
Devils as ferocious as they're depicted as?
Sorry, Dan?
Are Tasmanian devils as ferocious as they are depicted as?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Koalas too. Do not, if you ever come over and hang out with the Aussie Armwrestler and I'll take you out to see the wildlife, it's called wildlife for a reason. They don't fuck about. Like, first of all, koalas aren't bears and they're not cute and fluffy. They will scratch your eyes out if you try and pat them. That's not in like a national park and you've got a trainer with you and things like that.
Yeah. The only cute fluffy thing down here, the only cute fluffy thing in Australia you want to pat is the Aussie Armwrestler. Everything else wants to kill you and scratch you and mess you up.
Give me a pat.
Hey, if you guys are ever over here and you run into some raccoons, just pick one up and hold it.
No way. No, thank you.
You'll have a pet for life.
Possums too. Pick it up and they'll hang by your finger by their tail. It's easy.
Yeah, show it your teeth. Dominance thing.
Well, see, what Americans don't stop to consider is, they say, oh, yeah, the British founded, Australia as a jail. Well, why? Why did they found Bontney Bay in 1787? Well, they couldn't dump them here anymore, for God's sakes. We had just gotten our independence. They used to dump everybody here, and so we have to find somewhere else. So, hey, what the hell? They used to transport them to these colonies.
A couple of good comments going on in the chat. Timmy Turner nailed it on the head. He said, would like to see the Aussie Armwrestler hit 10,000 subs this year. I'll tell you what, if my maths is right, Timmy Turner, and the Aussie Armwrestler hits 10,000 subs this year, I think with the content that I do, I won't need to go back to work. Just that low, I think. So that would be pretty cool. At the moment, I left my bit of background for your channel, Travis, for your new show. Bit of background on me. I was a sports and aquatic manager for a professional sporting club over here. I gave that up, quit, very good pay. Gave that up, and now I am a postie. I am like Santa Claus on wheels. I deliver...
You're a what?
A postman.
Mailman.
Mailman, yep. I drive a van around every day, and I drop parcels off to everyone. So...
Well, you guys are left-hand drive, so the mailbox situation works out better for you guys than the postman over here, I'm sure.
It does. It absolutely does. We go with the road. We're not idiots. We don't drive on the opposite side of the road. We are guided. King Hoddle with a very good question. I don't know if you Americans will get this, but can Beer Man break David Boone's record of consuming 52 cans of beer on a flight from Australia to England? That for those that don't know, David Boone was a cricketer. And one day he got on a 22-hour flight and he smashed 52 beers in a day. And that's like the unwritten world record on a flight from Australia.
That's 2 beers every hour. That's doable.
Oh, yeah. Hey, David, who was the baseball player that did something like that? Set the record over here. Do you know who that was and how many beers? It was like 108, but I don't remember who it was.
No, you got me on that one.
No.
Yeah.
I'll have to look.
Probably
gonna drive me crazy now.
I'm
Boggs?
not gonna.
Was it maybe Boggs?
Wade Boggs. That name sounds familiar when it comes to drinking. I don't know if it was him though, but I tell you what, in 2 hours and 40 minutes, I'm gonna have a couple of beers during the last hour of the show. So yeah, Wade Boggs, 53 from Von Claude. Damn ham. Now, Mickey, you've come on the show. I've got to get a few tips off you. Got to get a few tips. Devon versus LeVan. Who's winning that one?
Oh, mate, I'm like I put the jinx on anyone I always back, dude. Like, every time I back someone, they always go down.
We'll put the jinx on people and the rest of us can make money because we'll just bet on the opposite then.
I'd have to say LeVan, dude. The guy's just so bloody big. Like, I mean, I'm sure the guy's a competent arm wrestler. Like, he's a great arm wrestler. But when you're talking that size, dude, like, there's no one else out there anywhere near as big as him. And when he's that big, dude, like, who do you put him up? Who's in the same weight category as him?
Yeah, that's
no
what
one.
I mean.
Everyone's giving up 100 pounds on him. Like, you can't bet against him at the moment, dude. He creamed the last guy out of a match with. Who was the last guy I had a match with? I can't remember his name.
Dave Chafee. Smashed Dave Chafee.
Yeah, no disrespect to Dave Chafee, but he dusted him. And Dave Chafee's not a joke. Like, he's a legitimate arm wrestler. So you can't.
It's very hard. The data doesn't lie. You're very right there.
That's it. I mean, like, if anyone's going to find a way, it's going to be Devin. But I think at some point in time, size and weight just come into it. Like, who can hang on to a 400-pound person, dude, or however heavy he is? Like, you've got to be a weapon.
Oh, and Levan better go on a big Weight Watchers thing afterwards. I am genuinely scared about how big he's going to get. Both their healths. I've said it once, and I'll say it 100 times before their match. Their health. Yuck. Mate, heart attacks waiting to happen. See you later, Guy Allen. Guy Allen's in the chat. He's been in and out all stream. Congratulations on the stream, Jake. Time for me to hit the bed. Amazing work, sir. Thank you very much. Alrighty. Your friend Ryan Bowen. Can he beat RVJ, the 3 letters of doom?
I'm a big fan of Ryan's. Like, we've been mates. He was the first time I ever went to training. I turned up at the Roma Street Parklands. It was meant to be a training session on, and 2 people turned up, me and Blue. That was it for the whole day. Me and Blue turned up, and we trained together. And I'm a big fan of Blue. Like, love him, hate him, whatever, but he's done a lot for the sport of arm wrestling. So I'm a big fan of Ryan, and I would always say Ryan's going to find a way to win. But I think he's going to get dusted. Like, that's my heart says Blue's going to win, but my mind says I think he's going to get dusted. I hope he doesn't, but...
Well, I don't know if you can see all of us, Mickey. I don't know if you can see all of us, but look at Berger's background.
I'm not that fancy with the phone, mate. I don't know if I could make everyone pop up at the same time.
Here, let me talk so that way it'll pop up. There you go.
Ah, here we go.
Does that work for you?
Yeah, I've seen that meme getting around.
Yeah, Berger's the one that makes them.
Okay.
He's the one that makes them, and absolutely...
He's a wizard behind the curtain.
No, Ryan's an amazing arm wrestler. Like, when I grip up with Ryan, like, his hand, wrist just feel like steel. Like, not even like, I arm wrestle big guys all the time, dude, and you can always feel that little bit of give. There's always a little bit of give in the hand or the wrist, but Ryan's hand and wrist literally feel like steel. But, I think RVJ's just genetically gifted. I think Blue's going to have a tough day at the office. I hope he wins. My heart says Blue, but yeah, the data says RVJ.
Yeah, it's a bit like that. That's going on. I kind of, part of me wants the same. Have you been watching any of the matches? Are you a big fan of all these pay-per-views popping up? Little $5 here, $5 there.
Yeah, love it, dude. I don't have an issue with it. Like, there'll be, you'll get the 1 or 2% of the purists that think everyone should be arm wrestling for free and all that sort of stuff. And we should all be arm wrestling, only for arm wrestlers. But I've always been about growth of the sport, dude. The only thing I've ever done to grow the sport is throw a bit of money at sponsorship and stuff like that. I don't sit there running comps and stuff like that. But I've always said for the sport to grow, there needs to be money. And if it means pay-per-view, I'm happy to pay $5, $10 for the effort that the guys go to put it together. I really enjoyed, other than I like the pay-per-view that Blue put on the other week. I don't have an issue with $5, dude. It's like, to be honest, I go to the pub and buy craft beer. It's $15, and I enjoy the craft beer, but I also enjoy watching the arm wrestling. So I don't have an issue with paying for pay-per-view, dude. Like, there's these guys that think money's evil, blah blah blah. Like, you see it on Facebook all the time. I try to keep my nose out of Facebook. Commenting, I just like to read it and have a little giggle. But for arm wrestling to legitimately be a proper sport one day, there needs to be money. I think everyone knows that. Yeah.
And speaking of Facebook, you do like to stick your nose out of it, but there's sometimes there, young fella, there is sometimes when the comment section get a bit on your nerves there, because I see it all the time. When you've got, what, fuck these guys, I'm, bloody buggers. Yeah, and you comment on there, and I do love it, because you don't care, like a lot of these guys in the chat, you don't care, you just call it how you see it, you'll have a reply, you'll defend what you think's right, you'll call someone out that you think's wrong. You don't do it all the time, but when you strike, I like to have a bit of a read, it pops up.
When I've striked, it probably means I've had a few too many beers, and I normally, if I go to reply to a message, I normally read it and then delete it and leave it at that. I'm too old to get involved in that sort of rubbish. I just, it is what it is. Social media, it is what it is. I like to have a giggle every now and then.
Oh, yeah. You got to, or you'll go insane. Of course you've got to. A man who's not going insane, who is undefeated in super matches while wearing the Aussie Armwrestler shirt, is Joe the Hammer Valentine. And he's come in with a super chat. And he says, Jake, you goddamn ledge of all ledges. Thanks heaps, Joe. You've been a big supporter. Undefeated. 2 from 2 whilst wearing the Aussie Armwrestler shirt. Like, brings magical power. Makes me do a 24-hour live stream.
Where's my Aussie Armwrestler shirt, dude? What do I have to do? How many beers do I have to feed you to get an Aussie Armwrestler shirt?
Send me your address and I'll send you one.
Hey, Jake.
Yeah, will do.
So,
I'd love to come down to Melbourne. I'm really keen to go down to Melbourne this year, and I'd love to. All the years I've been arm wrestling, I'm yet to go down to the club down in Melbourne. Never once been there. So
the House of Pain.
That's on my to-do. Yeah, I couldn't think of the name for 1 second there, but it's on my to-do list big time to go to the House of Pain. I'm training with all the boys down there. They're always coming up. All the Victorians always making the effort to come up here. So I'd love to come down, have a chop with some of the boys, see where they're at.
Absolutely. We just had Garage Wars. Andy just ran Garage Wars. So the next one's going to be in Sydney, but definitely whether it's Sydney or Melbourne, get you on a Garage Wars. When Andy's doing the next one, I'll be like, get my man on there. He'll wear the Aussie Armwrestler shirt so he won't lose.
Which hand is it? It's left hand. That's the hand we want.
So, hey, I got
left hand, bang! What was that, Travis?
On the pay-per-view thing, are you concerned that, if everyone starts doing the $5 pay-per-view, that'll kind of lose some of its, specialness? And I was just kind of worried that if everyone starts doing it, it'll saturate the market and people will, just generally stop caring. I just don't want to see all of them do it, just kind of sporadic.
Nah, I don't think so, because what it then does, one, it'll make you choose. Like, okay, am I going to pay the pay-per-view over here this week and see RVJ versus Ryan, or am I seeing Tennessee Tim versus Hobo Joe? You know what I mean? It's like, cool, you can charge a pay-per-view, but I'm not going to watch it. So I don't think it saturates the market. But then, if it does, it's the same with YouTube channels. Every man and his dog has got a YouTube channel. Then it forces the ones that want to make a go of it, they've got to be consistent and they've got to change it up. Therefore, production value comes in. So if we've got 30 channels offering pay-per-view, Trav, for all the matches, then suddenly it's like, well, I might go to Burger's one and watch that match because I know I'm getting quality. I might get an interview afterwards. And for me, he might even let me bloody commentate it on his channel. So then it's just like with anything. Yeah, if there's only one McDonald's, then everyone's just got to eat that. But then if there's like 4 or 5 different restaurants, well, they better have some good bloody quality food. And I think that's what will happen. There'll be that wave where every man and his dog has...
Yeah.
You've got a pay-per-view, Mickey's got a pay-per-view, Dave's got a pay-per-view, I've got a pay-per-view. And then it'll be like, well, suddenly I'll have a pay-per-view. And you'll be like, guys, that was shit. You did it off your iPhone. And... it was just one view, where I'm going over to Dave's channel and he gave insight, commentary, pre-match, post-match interviews. And yeah, it'll just force people to be creative. And I think it can only bring the band up. Because, when you go to a restaurant and you pay your $10 and you're like, that was a pretty bad meal. You don't go back, you go find another restaurant. Be the same as pay-per-view.
Yeah, that's a good point.
If I could just butt in briefly, I'd love to stay with you till 5 o'clock Eastern, but as I indicated, I have a 4-hour drive to Virginia for Fun and Games pulling down there tomorrow. So, you're doing a great job here. I'm sure you'll last, and you'll just be going great guns at 5 o'clock Eastern and 9 o'clock your time and whatever. And so I'll see you around.
Dave, the Professor, always a pleasure. Hanging out with you. Really, really enjoy spending time with you, Dave. Thanks for coming on and spending some quality time with me.
Okay, thanks for having me. Bye-bye.
I'm going to be leaving shortly, too. My phone's going to be dying. Not because I want to leave. I'm just going to be dying out. So, if I disappear, that's why.
No, appreciate it, Dan. You've been, you've been awesome. You're a Patreon supporter. Thanks for hanging out with us and things like that, and having a laugh and just talking.
Always a pleasure, man. Always a pleasure. Always a good time.
Yeah, can't believe we are going. What are we at now? 20 and a half hours. 20 and a half hours, and we still haven't spoken about everything in the arm wrestling world.
Yeah, I told you I'd run these 98% guys out of here, didn't I?
You're scaring them one by
I'm
one.
still sticking around.
One by one, we're dropping like flies.
But Berger looks comfortable though. It'll be a good battle.
Hey,
I'd love to
I'm in
pull
for a
Berger
long
one
haul.
day.
He's got his Big Mac mug. He keeps changing his
Got my
background.
my burger mug.
Damn.
You had like prints that looked like you.
Here's the best part about this mug though.
Oh wow!
It's a nice tobacco pipe.
It's a tobacco pipe as well. It doubles. It's going to help me stay awake and stay relaxed.
Very nice. Does the tobacco help with your recovery, do you find?
It does. It does.
Yeah.
And appetite.
Yep.
That way it helps me.
I had a couple of collegiate football college buddies that swear that tobacco helped their recovery.
And I'll be honest, there's been times where I took a break from it, and I didn't feel like it hurt. There were some things that were better because I had more energy. There were some things that I felt like being off it helped. But man, like the joint aches and stuff like that, like it really does help with that. Like I can just, I don't think it was placebo or any of that. But inflammation, yeah. Like I had this weird wrist thing going on for a while, and I just smoked some tobacco, and bam, it wasn't like bam right away, but it started to work out. But it did. It was a weird release of that inflammation real quick.
There we
That's
go.
interesting. How was that? Sorry, Jake.
I was just going to ask everyone in the room. I was going to ask everyone still watching. What's the best thing you guys like to do? Whether you've pulled a big tournament all day, or you've had an absolute ripper of a super match, or you've sat at a bar, had 5 beers and won Queensland state titles in your thongs. What's the best way that you can relax? What gets you just going, right, I'm sorted?
I use float therapy.
Float therapy? Sitting like a bar?
That shit's amazing. That shit is amazing. And it helps me get into a better mental state than anything else ever.
Wow.
It's sensory deprivation. So there's no sight, there's sound, no sound whatsoever. You're floating, suspended in 1,500 pounds of Epsom salt and water, and you're just floating. And it's like you're in the Dead Sea, and you're just kind of just hanging out for 90 minutes. It goes by quick, but like your mind is able just to let go of everything.
Do you do those freeze tanks too? Have you ever tried that?
Yeah, I actually work at one of them. That's one of my jobs. I do a cryotherapy, whole body cryotherapy, and then I got this sauna in there as well. So I do all that.
Jeez.
I do all that for recovery.
There you go. What about everyone else? And what about everyone else watching? What do you like to do after a big long day on the arm, even if it's arm wrestling training, and you've just had an absolute killer session? What is it?
I'll say I get the high reps quick. I mean, usually it's even the night of or early the next day. I like to get some high rep, low weight, just get the blood flowing in the joint again.
Yeah.
I always equate that to, I was a pitcher in high school and all through baseball career. But there'd be days after just throwing 100 innings or 100 pitches, whatever, and I can't imagine throwing. And I would never just not throw. I wouldn't take a practice off because my elbow was a little sore from pitching the day before. I'd warm up. I'd still go through my routine. Coach would have me take it easy. But I've kind of applied that to training, and that's kind of helped the joints out. Just do something easy on it.
There you go. Yeah. There you go. What are people saying?
I see Savage Arm Wrestling says massage gun. That really does.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a couple of those that I sometimes use.
Those are
anybody dealing with the brachialis pain, like the toothache stuff. I like to get a racquetball, kind of soft, but like a field hockey ball or a lacrosse ball, something kind of hard. and to dig that against a wall and just try to work through my range of motion like an active release thing. Yanis talks about that a lot on his old channel.
Yeah.
On the Voice of Arm Wrestling way back when. I mean, it was a while ago. I haven't seen it lately, but
I'm big on all that
that
old school
information
type of
doesn't change.
stuff. I get the ball into everything. I love the ball, absolutely. And I mean everything. I get it right in there. Right in there. Like, and yeah, just
loosen it all up.
Just make it relax, and then I'll stick the ball in my trophy. Third place left arm, 2019 Melbourne Cup, weighted at 95 kilo. Thank you very much. Whatever, third place champion. Most sought after trophy in the arm wrestling world. Stick the ball up that and then up my ass. It's yeah, it just works.
Can I have it?
Can you have it? You need to put up big dollars for this one. You think all these people that are getting pay-per-views and they're getting cash money, hey, we'll give you $1,000 to come to our event and we'll give you $1,000 for pulling and then $500 if you win. You better be winning lottery kind of cash if you want a chance to win this bad boy. This is just, it shines. It's beautiful. It was won by a dead set legend on a ripper of a day.
I won it.
I just, 7 figures without a decimal point. Travis?
Damn.
And you can
I
compete.
could tell some of my kids.
Well, if you talk to Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler, we could have a deal because she loves kids and she wants 1 million of them. So you could be a front runner at the
Throw in
moment.
a couple rabbits too.
What happens if the young guy from Brizzy dusts you? You're going to hand over the trophy?
No, he was like, and he goes, "Oh, do you want to put the trophy on the line?" I'm like, "Dude, you haven't got enough pocket money for this one." I do like Jamie though. I met Jamie at that Queensland thing. He's just a very nice, young, respectful young man. He's got a passion, and he'll probably bury me, but I don't care.
No, you got a chance, dude. He's not a very big. He's a young fella. He's not very big, so he might have a shot.
I win. I win 3-0. Both hands. But good on him for doing it. If we can work out how to get to each other's state, I'll be pretty happy because I just like the guy and I just want to hang out with you guys. Like, how much was it fun at Ryan's wedding? Just after the ceremony and everything, just. You guys are like, he's hanging out with your friends, he's having a beer and a laugh, and he's carrying on like a dick. It's just cool. Like, can't.
That's pretty much me for arm wrestling these days, dude. I'm just about the social aspect of it. These young, like, Jamie's one of these young guys up here, dude, that are just fired up, dude. Like, training, every comp, every event. Like, I love watching these young guys. They're so enthusiastic about it, dude. It's unreal. I just turn up and they all want to grip up. They all want to. Like, they're all training hard. They're talking super matches. Like, it's awesome, dude. Like, where the sport is now up here to where it was 3 years ago. Like, it's awesome.
Chalk and cheese. Done a huge 180. It's been unreal. Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler has just gone from hero to zero. We're talking about what our best relaxation techniques were. Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler says, cuddles with my man and pup. Perfect way to relax. Bit of ready bang action. Don't blame her. I'm a stud. But behind my back, she's talking to Travis in the chat and says, I'd trade Jake's trophy for a couple of kids and a rabbit. Trade. This is not a legally binding contract. I do not agree to this sale.
I want that trophy.
Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler, what have you done? Sorry, guys, I just need to, can you guys just check something here? Can you see any knives? Can you see any knives? She has just attacked me. She's just stabbed me right in the back. What do you think, Zeus? I've just been attacked by the love of my life. The poor thing. But if, like, seriously, if the people that are in the chat, my guys here, if you don't know what is going on, I'm your host, the Aussie Armwrestler, and I set out a challenge. I said I want to do a 24-hour show talking about arm wrestling. I want to reach all corners of the globe and have a bit of a laugh in the meantime. And boy, oh boy, have we done that. We are 20 hours and 42 minutes in. We are having a laugh. We're shooting it. I got 3 guys from the US, and I got one from up north, Brisbane here. We've had people from Bangladesh. We've had people from Singapore, all over Australia. Every single part of the US and Canada has dropped in on the chat. We've had England come in for the chat. A couple of Latvians did apologise. They wanted to come on and things like that. And some just forgot. And things like that.
Speaking of that, there was Savage Armwrestling. I saw him in the chat earlier. I think he said he was in Japan, and I had asked him in the chat. I was just curious if he's stationed over there or lives there, because I was actually stationed in Misawa for 3 years up north. So I was curious if he was anywhere near there.
There you go, Savage Armwrestling. If you're still around, if you're still around, if you could answer my man Travis's thing, whereabouts are you from? Actually, we did find out a fun thing about Japanese arm wrestling. I can't remember what hour it was, but we were, showing off some tattoos and things like that. There you go, Savage Arm Wrestling Station. I'm former Navy. I am a GS now.
Okay, nice.
Does that mean General
I guess
Sergeant?
you're not by Masawa then. What, Jake?
Does that mean General Sergeant?
No, it means he's a civilian contractor.
All right, not even close. Sorry. But no, like Savage is, we got Sweden in the chat still, who's been punching on he's about to go to bed, Diffan, you big ledge. We've got, Japan in the house, which is awesome. Someone asked.
Jake.
What was that?
Can I tell a quick story about Japan?
Absolutely.
So me and the missus.
Oh, hello.
We went to Japan for our baby moon, and I shot up a couple of texts to some Japanese guys I found on YouTube, arm wrestling and stuff like that, and they were nice enough to organise a training session for me when we were in Osaka. And me and my mate James, who was arm wrestling at the time, we were looking for this arm wrestling club for hours. Anyway, we turned up to this little shed, must have been, I reckon, 2 by 3 meters. And there must have been about 30 guys training out of this tiny little storage unit shed, and just full of tables and trophies and gears, dude. They love their arm wrestling over there, dude. They are awesome. I think I arm wrestled their 60 kilo, local area champion, dude. And he dusted me, dude, like the biggest dusting in the history of dustings, dude. Like, this guy, there was nothing on him, dude. Like, he was the smallest guy in the world. And when that guy said ready, go, he hit so hard, dude. The table actually rocked on, sideways, dude. He hit so hard, this little dude, and he destroyed me, dude. Absolutely destroyed me. But super duper, they love their arm wrestling over there, dude.
They take everything very seriously, very seriously. Even the McDonald's workers. The sandwiches you see in the pictures and stuff, every sandwich you order looks like that damn picture.
One of the highlights of my arm wrestling. Every time I go overseas, which isn't that often, but every time I go overseas, I try and hook up with, wherever I go, I try and find somebody to arm wrestle, whether it's Japan or Thailand or Bali. Every time I try and find somebody local to arm wrestle with. And Japan is up there with one of the highlights of not just my arm wrestling, but just a fucking great night out with some really nice guys, super friendly. We missed the train home. They hopped in the car, drove us an hour out of their way to drop us back to the hotel because the trains had all finished up. Just super into their training, dude. They wanted to know how we train. They were just right into it.
Man, that would have been awesome. I've thought about doing that, but then sometimes I think, I'm on a trip away with my wife. I'm sure I can have a couple of days off arm wrestling. That sounds awesome.
It was a 2-week trip. I got one night to myself. It was all right.
Yeah, that's still cool though.
Yeah.
Did you get to go to Tokyo, downtown? Go to Hard Rock?
I went to Tokyo. The only place I could really catch up with any arm wrestlers was Osaka, and there was a little bit of lost in translation. There was a few little hiccups, but once we got there, the guys were awesome. They had the club. I don't even know what you'd call it. There was this old, I'd call him a club coach. He must have been 80 years old, and he was giving all these guys pointers. And the guy that started the club, what's his name? They sent me a shirt with his picture on the back of it, and I can't even remember the dude's name. That's how shit my memory is. But it's like, he was a chef by trade, and like the dude, you just gripped up with him. And I always thought my left arm was okay. Like, you know, hey, I'm the best in Queensland on the left arm. I'm pretty good. Like, this dude was like 60 years old, dude, and he would have just wiped the floor with me, dude. Like,
Just
not
concrete.
even couldn't even move him, dude. Yeah, like that was a really good. That was a really good trip. Opened my eyes up a bit to where I thought I was at the time. Like, I'm the Queensland, top guy in Queensland. I thought I was king shit, and then I went overseas, and I quickly learned where I was at.
Ah, there you go.
I can make you feel a little. Sorry, Jake.
No, you go, Travis. Go.
I was gonna just real quick. I was gonna say I can make you feel a little bit better. So since we were over there, my supervisor was a staff sergeant, and he wanted to participate in, I think, judo. And so he went off base, finally found a spot, went off base, and his very first practice got his ass kicked by a 14-year-old girl and never went back. And came back and told all of us for some dumb reason. Yeah.
Wow, got whooped. That is terrible. But Savage was letting us know earlier in the stream, in Japan, you've got to wear makeup or cover up. You're not allowed to arm wrestle with tattoos.
Oh. Oh, because Yakuza?
I'm not too sure. Why is that the rule, Savage? Arm wrestling? Let us know. You probably said it 12 hours ago, but I'm not going to lie. I'm a bit knackered. Which is good. But then it's little things like this that just get my energy going. Like someone from Germany is in the chat.
Tattoo going went to Japan?
I think you might have. But you worship.
I think that tattoo thing might be a little bit. I think that's a little bit here and there. Like I went to like the traditional Japanese bathhouse, and I have a tattoo, and you're not meant to have a tattoo there, and no one really had an issue with it.
Okay.
So yeah, it's
yeah.
So it depends where you go, who's implementing the rules.
How hardcore traditional they are.
Ah. That's
I went to bathhouse as well, and I didn't run into any issues. The only thing is the old mama-sans that are in there cleaning, because all the bathhouses you have to be completely naked. They love to follow the American men around and pretend they're cleaning while they stare at them. It's pretty uncomfortable because they're like 85 and they're not even cleaning. You think they're just staring at you.
Do they want your money? What is it?
Yeah, something like that. Oh no, you're naked. They're staring at your junk.
That's very weird. Well, we've got here, Savage Arm Wrestling was saying it has a little to do with their central religion. So in public organisations, you are not allowed to compete. There you go. Interesting. Grease Goat. Love all these weird YouTube names. Grease Goat. Someone sat there one day and said, I'm starting a YouTube channel. Oh, Dan's battery died. Thank you, Dan. No, he won't hear me because his battery's dead. I don't even know. I said, nah. Yeah, thank you, Dan. Grease Goat. How big do you think arm wrestling can get? I think realistically it can be close to strongman in terms of popularity. It'll be a good goal for the sport to try and achieve. That's a very good question. Very good question. And a question I will answer. It can get as big as we want it to. If we stop our carrying on, if we stop our whinging and things like that, and as I mentioned earlier, if we fix our like setups and things like that, we need longer matches, less setup time and characters, and we can get back on ESPN, we can get back on TV, we can move and groove and go from there. I think
longer matches.
Yeah, as in the battles. So like you and me, Travis, we go bang, and instead of just, I've got ya, us purists were like, oh my God, that was awesome, man, we got inside and drove with the shoulder. But to get the popularity, tug of war, back and forth, and I want to come from behind, and they got to go for, 10, 15 seconds around.
Well, from that aspect, then the King's move would be really good for that.
Now that's where it gets contradicted, because the King's move is ugly as shit. It's a part of the rules.
Fans don't know that. Yeah, fans don't know that. And take the UFC, for example. you got two elite technical wrestlers or two technical jiu-jitsu guys. Everyone's booing. They're bored. It goes 15 minutes. They're like, this is stupid. But to anybody in the know, I mean, it was an amazing match. They're both so skilled. Then you get two dumbasses in there just swinging like, there's no tomorrow. People love it.
That's what we need. We need dumbasses swinging and having these big, massive matches. Yep, we need them because... I'm
a dumbass.
Because we're doing it our way. We've tried to do it the traditional way and things like that, and it's getting a little bit bigger on YouTube and things like that, but it's just not growing to where we need it to be. The arm wrestling world, I think we should be a bit further ahead than what we are, and it disappoints me just a little bit.
Yeah, like the Larry Wheels will help that.
Yeah.
Speaking of, did you see Leonidas, the big giant bodybuilder arm wrestler from Germany, has been calling him out?
Yeah, but he didn't take him. He is taking on Khalid.
Yeah. Well, I just thought it was neat that, you've got another big, strong bodybuilder, getting into this. It's got a lot of viewers. It's catching.
Oh, definitely. I wonder if we get a marketing team and they sit down and they're like, all right, well, why don't Larry Wheels, we focus you getting more YouTubers into the sport and things like that, because it's somehow got to grow. It's somehow we hit the jackpot with Larry wanting to do it. Not many people want to arm wrestle. You guys have all been there. You see a stranger walk past and they give you that stink eye, like, what's that you're doing? What's that? Weird pirate accent. And then, no, I don't want to break my arm and things like that. So, yeah, once we can figure out that code, that just attracts that average Joe, because, us that love it, we're always going to watch it. We're hooked, but we need to get more of those people in.
But I feel like we need to figure out a way to, because a lot of people don't fight because it's scary and dangerous. But it's still entertaining and they like it and they're fans of it. We got to find a way that they appreciate it, arm wrestling for what it is, without necessarily having to want to do it. You're right. Getting a lot of people to start is tough because they, don't want to break their arm and all that. But you can still watch it, enjoy it, and think it's cool. But it seems like they just draw the line at that's dangerous or it looks scary, and then it's over. But how can we make it more appealing? I think that's the trick, and I think production value is the answer, big time.
Yeah,
I mean, WAL was on the right track, and same thing with all the Eastern Europe, the European stuff, and that's why it's good over there. That shit's done right. I mean, that shit looks big time. It's produced well. It's high quality. High definition, all that stuff. It's got commentary for the most part. But I think if we can get that back, which I think we're working on, I think that's a big ticket to making it viewable to the average person.
Yeah, well, I'd have to combine your answer, Josh, with Mickey's answer because, dollary dues, absolutely. You pay some dollars, obviously you got to attract bigger person. But, yeah, if you look at the two main ones, especially when I was growing up, the two main arm wrestling that was on TV was WAL and Arm Wars.
Arm Wars, yeah.
And things like that. And WAL made everything look amazing. So it was... Yeah, it was unreal.
But Arm Wars did it too, because if I go back and think about just like when I first started, what did I really watch when I wanted to see like really good arm wrestling? And it was between Arm Wars and WAL. It looked so good. It was produced well. It looked like professional arm wrestling. And now I look for good arm wrestlers that are at the county fair. I can see it and understand what's a good match. But when I first started, it was the production value that drew me to it.
Yeah.
I'm embarrassed as an arm wrestler to say that now, but it makes a difference.
I think as much as like everyone in this room and all arm wrestlers out there love arm wrestling, I think deep down in my head, I think arm wrestling will always be a niche sport. I don't think it'll ever be massive. And I think deep down, if everyone thinks about it, as much as we love arm wrestling, the reality is it's always going to be a niche sport. We're never going to have, Red Bull's never going to sponsor arm wrestling. Like, it is what it is in my head. Like, as much as I love arm wrestling, and I've been doing it for a long time, every time arm wrestlers love to cut down other arm wrestlers, dude. As soon as you see somebody, like, putting their hand up, trying to grow the sport, you get all the backlash. Like, I'll use Ryan because Ryan's the only example I have. The only person that I know. Every time he tries to grow the sport, he just gets the backlash of it. He's legitimately trying to grow the sport to a point where he wants major sponsors. He's chased down major sponsors, hasn't quite got there yet. The only thing that's going to get it over the line is money, and there's just no money in arm wrestling. As much as I love arm wrestling, and I'd love to tune in on Friday night instead of watching a footy. I'd love to watch arm wrestling. I'd love to watch 12 super matches on a Friday night instead of the NRL, but I just can't see it happening, dude. Like, arm wrestlers, they cut each other down, dude. As soon as someone is growing, doing something good, the negativity just cuts them down, dude. I just can't see it ever happening. I'd love to see it, but I just don't ever see it happening.
Well, it's interesting that you bring that point up because the president of the Arm Wrestling Federation just jumped in the comment section. And of course, the link is up the top there. Phil, if you want to come in and join us, because you are one that is chasing big sponsorships. You are one that is trying to get Australian arm wrestling, on the map and helping out, working along, on the same stream as Ryan, money matches, sponsorships, big tournaments. Phil's trying to do a $10,000 first prize in April, over the top, recreate all of that, which is... so Phil, if you've got 10 minutes, man, we'd love to hear from you. I think you're a fan. And he says, Jake, you stud, still going strong. Josh Barker's jumped in the chat and he says he's back, baby. Josh Barker, if the count back is right, I think he's won himself a personalised Arm Wars shirt. I may have to check that out. Neil Pickup ran a competition when he was on. We were having a chat and he goes, whoever super chats the most will win a personalised Iron House shirt. And I think Josh won. Cool. I think he just beat my man Tony Goodman. I think he won anyway. So that was a really interesting thing. Thank you to Neil Pickup because there was a very good bidding war going on and made my super chat count look amazing. But I will reinvest all that back into the sport and Phil, come on. Of course, I'm buttering you up. You are officially the Aussie Arm Wrestler's most handsome man in the arm wrestling world. You've been given that title, and you know you have. Frodo Haugland's number 2. So, Phil, we'll see you in a minute. But as you guys know, I'm just all about trying my best to give back to the sport where I can. I sponsored Garage Wars, so some of these guys were... the first time ever paid, dipped into my own pocket that I've made from that, and a few guys got $100 each for winning their super match, and it was awesome.
So I just wanted to ask a question real quick, Jake. What's it cost to run a Garage Wars?
Doesn't really cost anything. So what they did is they organised super matches, which you can organise with anyone. Just try and pair up some really good matches. They just asked Leo Marcus from Queensland. They asked him to come down. Mario was already down, and we had some Victorian guys, and we had a guy that let us use his gym, chuck a table at a backdrop like this, and Andy and Mario have like some pretty cool tech. So if you go check out the Andy and Mario show, go have a bit of a watch.
I like Andy. I like their show. I think it's underrated. I like it because I know all the people that they're talking about. So I love watching the Andy and Mario show. I'm waiting for all the super matches to come out so I can rewatch them. Yeah,
so they've put a couple out already. Gary Roberts, we've got 3 hours to go. 3 hours to go. Mrs. Aussie Arm Wrestler, if you are in the chat, turn your phone off now because the most handsome man in all of arm wrestling has jumped in. Let me fix the screen for everyone.
Hey, Jake, how you doing, man?
I am going fantastic. Phil, for those that don't know, talking about trying to give back to the bloody sport, Phil Rasmussen has given, like the old saying is blood, sweat and tears. And if you could add anything more to that, this man is giving it to the sport of arm wrestling. He wakes up, he tries to work a 12, 15-hour day, and then in the meantime, work another 12, 15-hour day in order to build the sport of arm wrestling here in Australia. He is our president of the Australian Arm Wrestling Federation, and someone I think he's doing an absolute ripper job. Phil, welcome. With 3 hours to go, welcome to the 21st hour.
Mate, the fact that you're that coherent, 21 hours in, that made perfect sense. I'm very impressed. Thanks for having me on, man.
No, glad you have popped in. We were just having a talk about Mickey, Josh, Trav had some very interesting points. We're talking about what can we do to get arm wrestling just over that hump, and you've gone up that hump and gone back there. You've gone on. What is it, mate, that can just go? Shoo. Mickey's under the impression will always be a niche sport. We don't think there's that thing. I'm a believer of characters, entertaining matches, and whatnot. You know, Trav and Berg had some pretty interesting points. What is you that just you fight this battle every single day? Sponsors, TV time, whatever. What can we get, Phil?
Look, I mean, COVID's made this very hard. If we had great momentum, I mean, for the guys watching who maybe don't know the full story, I mean, the Arm Wrestling Federation has been around for 10 years now, and we emulated the European scene. The very first thing when I came on board was the best events I've ever seen. I come out of Europe. Zloty Tour, WAF, those are the gold standard. That is how you get legitimacy in a sport, is that you come out with a proper framework, proper governance, drug testing, and it looks professional. It's not dudes at a bar. You need to get away from dudes at a bar. This is where we've had to get away. That does not legitimize the sport. So our early days were, and you've seen, Jake, the events like FitX and Arnold's emulate what the best in the business are doing. Igor Mazarenko, he's got a lot of negative press recently. I don't know why, because the guy's done such an incredible job for the sport. But the problem is, you know, the online world, it's just all about recency now. So if you're not in the face of the online community, if you're not doing something, people very, very quickly forget your contribution. And so you look at what the guys at WAF do. They fly under the radar, but those events, I went to WAF in 2015. That was the coolest thing I've ever experienced. And I went to WOW as well, but WAF's just the scale of organization to have 8 tables running simultaneously with live feeds, with just the level of professionalism for athletes coming to represent their country, dressed in their country colors, with national anthems and podiums. This is what I imagined it would look like if it ever got to the Olympics, is what they're doing in Europe. So that has always been our sort of modus operandi, is to kind of present the sport as professionally as we can. And look, up until COVID, we were doing that. You know, it sort of took the wind out of our sails a lot when every event we had Arnold's 2020, got cancelled 2 days out. We had all of the stuff organized. You know, we had Schwarzenegger's coming. The year before, Devon's there. Devon had a great time. We sort of brought Devon together with Arnold, and all these great moments are created. John Brzenk, we brought out years before for the first time, and he was up on stage with Lars in front of thousands of people. That got people talking about arm wrestling. Thousands of people watching John Brzenk beat a much bigger man. That is what got people talking about arm wrestling, and Australia just boomed as a result. So what we're facing now is sort of, we're in this interesting time where we can't really host any major events. So it's been frustrating. It's been very, very frustrating. You've got Larry Wheels and these guys who have had to, by necessity, you know, sort of cross-collaborate with other athletes. And it's been great. I think people have just found a way to make this work. But I want to get back to the events where my favorite events are the ones where I get up there on stage, double elimination, masses of people watching, family and friends. That, to me, those are the great moments in the sport and the ones that I remember. So over the top, that's when we're going to do that again.
And when is over the top? Because, yeah, you've done a fantastic job and we've got to somehow bounce back. But when is, give us the dates of over the top and what over the top means, because I don't know if a lot of our young fans know what is going on.
Look, over the top was last year. We had to postpone it. You know, unfortunately, that was the nature of what happened in the world, but it's April 30. So April 30 on the Gold Coast. We've got the Star Casino, which is the big casino on the Gold Coast. You know, sun, surf, and sand. International competitors, as of this weekend, can now come without quarantine. So quarantine to Queensland has been removed. If you're traveling internationally now, the US competitors, Canada, Europe, I've had interest from teams from Africa, Eastern Europe, Georgia. They all want to come because they're all hungry for a big, audacious event with a big payout. And something that's fun. Over the Top for us is fun. It's an 80s throwback to the movie that got me into the sport. I mean, when we look back to what got us into arm wrestling, man, Over the Top, I've watched that so many times. I thought, what a cool sport. I watched Pulling John. I want to recreate these moments so that people see that what got me into the sport as well.
I think, yeah, the replica tables, and if anyone is in the chat watching, or you come back and watch all of this, and you have not seen Over the Top, you need to do your homework and then get back and you message the Aussie Armwrestler. And first of all, you apologise that you have not seen the greatest movie of all time. And then you thank me because you've just watched the greatest movie of all time. And that's how the Aussie Armwrestler got into it. I watched it when I was like 7, so I always had an eye on arm wrestling, and then it wasn't until my mid-30s that I went, yeah, I'll give this a go. My body's stuffed, so why not? Let's give it a go. And I've jumped in the deep end, and I think I've made me mark on the arm wrestling world, which is pretty nice. But I just really hope now, you know, you don't want to jinx it because April 30 is forever away. You know, I want to drive up there and hang out Over the Top. I want to I want to dress as the announcer. I want to kick it proper old school and things like that, or dress as one of the competitors from the movie. I mean, I've watched that movie like there's no tomorrow. So I think if we can finally get this one going, I think it can be an absolute jump start, because then because Berger was big on production quality, and you've just said the same, Phil. Basically, you know, you want to build atmosphere. Team sports, uniforms, anthems, you know what I mean? That feels pride, and you feel like you're at the place to be. So it can get there, but I think I'm just getting a little bit impatient. It's the last 2 years have just been frustrating because, you know, at one stage, if you were caught arm wrestling someone, you could have gone to jail and had a $40,000 fine, and it was just madness, the thought of holding another person's hand very closely in 2020 and 2021. But I want it, Phil, and I'm feeling how much I want it bad, so I can only imagine how bad that you want it. So that's very interesting. So then from there, what would be the next goal? Over the Top's huge success. Aussie Armwrestler wins the overalls. You know, he's now a star. What? Hey, whoa! What's with the laughing? What are you trying to say, Mickey? What's with the giggles there, son?
I just want to know where I can put my money down on the Aussie Armwrestler.
State Kings it. But what are we hoping for the rest of 2020, Phil? What is anything in the works, in the game plans that you can share with us?
Yeah, look, Nationals is the big one. You know, so the trick for us is we've got a committee. We've got a not-for-profit sport with volunteers on our committee. Most of our committee, a testament to it, we've got, I think 70% of our committee have been there for 8 years. Now, these are people that come on after their day jobs, after a long day at work, and they come to events, set up, pack down, organize their teams, their clubs to come along. So, you know, it's tough. You got to motivate yourself and your team as well, and then by extension of that, the rest of the country. And people are finding ways to, you know, I think everyone's tired of having to run events in little, you know, parks and garages, and, you know, we want something big. You can only do so many of those things before people go bored. I want to test myself against the best. I want to test myself against the best in the country. We've got fantastic clubs. You know, we've got more clubs popped up in COVID than ever before. I don't know why, but in Newcastle, massive arm wrestling club in Newcastle. Sydney, huge. Melbourne, you guys have had to sort of separate into multiple clubs because of what's happening, but you made it work. West Australia, multiple big clubs. And there's lots of very talented arm wrestlers around the country, but they all want to come together. We're sick of going up against our teammates. You know, how many times can you arm wrestle the guys you train with? So what we need to get back to is state events where all the best come to the States. Nationals, big, audacious national event like we had in 2019, Jake. Federation Square. We picked the most expensive spot in Melbourne in front of the most public space to produce an event that the public would walk past and our sponsors would get a lot of value for. So, you know, we're not going to get big sponsors with money hosting things in small bars. That's not going to work. Sponsors throw money at events with high production value, where they get value for money. And that's our focus. And that's been very tricky during COVID. But this year, all of our money goes towards our national event that benefits the whole country, benefits every club who wants to test themselves, and Over the Top. over the top's the fun one. I want to throw $10,000 to the first prize in the open class, and also prizes for every other weight class, including the ladies as well, so that everyone has a chance to come and compete and win something substantial.
Mate,
I got a question for Phil.
Yeah, man.
So the event you were describing, are you envisioning, this massive stage with 10, 12 tables live, televised, or more produced like an Arm Wars?
No, it'll be live. So, we've got Tom. I don't know if Tom's watching. Tom is one of the AEF committee. He's our head referee, big beard, very intimidating but amazing guy, Tom. And Tom is making the stages to emulate over the top. So I've got one outside my house, the hexa or the octagonal stages, LED strip lighting. And so there'll be 4 octagonal stages and then another smaller stage and then 4 tables with strip lighting built to the specifications of over the top. So you will get even the numbers hanging from the ceiling. Tom has had those cut out of aluminium, so it replicates the movie. So we're really, we need to put some more stuff up on the online channels to get you guys excited, and that's coming. But it's going to be a lot of fun.
Boys, book your tickets, mate. Come and hang out with the Aussie Armwrestler and hang out, have a beer, and pretend you're in the movie over the top, because I don't think you'll get an actual word out of me. Once I enter that arena, I'm only quoting the movie, and that is it. You try and have a normal conversation with me, that is not happening. Because I drive trucks, break arms, and arm wrestle. That's what I do, and it's what I do best. That's what I'll be quoting every single line from that movie.
We've got the truck, Jake. We've got the truck.
Yeah.
Right? We've got a sponsor called Over the Top Transport. The owner of this company is a massive Over the Top fan. He branded his trucking company after the movie. So he's based in Sydney, or actually in Melbourne. They're going to bring up the big 18-wheeler, park it out the front of the casino, just like in the movie. It's not going to be a prize, but it's going to create the atmosphere from the original competition.
Oh, I see the truck sometimes on the highways here, and I just giggle like a little girl and like, oh, that's over the top. Like that is awesome. So over the last 2 years, presidential Phil, it's been a tough time. It's been a tough time for everyone. We've seen some good things happen, i.e. the birth of the Aussie Armwrestler. We've seen some good things, but we've seen a lot of people fall out of sport. We've seen everything cancelled. What's been the hardest thing for you personally out of all this? You had a great Nationals, huge success, I thought. I absolutely loved it. And then, in a technical term.
Man, I run a travel business, so I got hurt in a few different ways from this whole thing. So, you got an events business in the arm wrestling, gone. It got wiped out very quickly. Everything got cancelled, and travel business is my actual source of income, because God forbid arm wrestling doesn't pay anything. So you got two major components of your life that just came crashing down. So look, it's just you've just got to figure out a way to make it work. You've got to look at everyone else as in the same boat. So you just figure we'll survive this. You look at what's happening in other parts of the world. What are the different countries doing? What's the US doing? What's Eastern Europe doing? Sweden. So we just look around and go, how do we bring this sport back? And it's been tough. I mean, we've been, I think, in one of the toughest boats in Australia, because our states are treating each other's borders like they're separate countries. Now, that is something that doesn't happen really anywhere else in the world, that each state can sort of draw a line in the sand. It's an arbitrary line to begin with. But you've got West Australia now saying, no one's coming. We're going to block ourselves off, effectively float off into the distance. And we've got a whole heap of great arm wrestlers over there who, how do we run a competition in WA? We can't, because no one can go there. So these are the challenges you face. So then you focus on the Eastern Seaboard and say, well, we've got a massive amount of people here. Let's just start running events. Let's get people excited. Let's give people a reason to train, because everyone's training and watching videos and getting excited because they need a goal. They need something to train for. So our job is to give them that thing, that goal, that event to aspire to come in their best shape and give it the very best, perhaps win in front of their family and friends. That's for me what kept me in the sport for so long, and meeting fantastic people. That's what it's all been about for me. And Josh's comments before, I heard those about production value. That's always rung very true, and exactly what we've tried to do with the AEF.
There you go. And not only that, guys, Phil is a national champion. He had to organise his own national event to become a national champion. And
that's right.
cut 7, 8, 9 kilos in that week.
Yeah, that was a big effort.
So you can watch a very good podcast with Phil and I back in the Aussie Armwrestler archives, but just in short form, just one of my favourite moments. Phil, he had to fly 4 hours. He had to fly from Queensland to Melbourne for Nationals. He had to organise the Nationals, get the committee going, make sure everything's running smoothly. Then he decided I need to host and commentate and ensure, people are walking by, are coming over and getting excited. Hey, everyone, you're seeing the best from Australia. I remember it because I was hoping Phil got tired because I was like, give me the microphone. I'm your guy. But this persona hadn't been born and people didn't know the skill set, the only skill set I've got in arm wrestling. So then he'd go from there and then it's like, oh, okay. And he'd look over at Drew and who's the next match? Oh, it's me. Microphone down, nice suede jacket off, come in, crunch, pin someone, jacket on, doing that, making sure the sponsors, the prizes, and everything is going unreal. And then for Phil to go out and become national champion at the end of that, I thought it was not just saying because you're the president, but it's been one of my favourite arm wrestling moments since joining the sport. Thought it was cool, man.
Yeah, look, I didn't expect that at all. There's all these young studs coming through. Look at the Burnett's. You're surrounded by people who are training their ass off to do well in the sport. So, the deal, Jake, you lose your voice. It's very tough talking for 8 hours straight. You lose your voice, you lose your energy. You've only got so much energy at the start of the day. And when you're talking and organising, that's depleting throughout the day. So, but probably someone's got to do it. So for me, I want to arm wrestle. At the end of the day, I don't want to get up there and just talk or run it. I'm in this sport because I like the actual act of arm wrestling. So you have to make it work. So we've got a great team, and the whole production happens because we've got Juan on the ranking system. We've got Andrew Lee and Tom refereeing and building the production of the whole event. We've got all the committee members doing something, and we all just participate and to help bring this to the masses. So I'm really happy with what we've created, and this is going to come 2022. I said this last year. This has to be our year. I don't think I could take another year of fucking cancellations.
Oh, absolutely. It was just good to see, as I was explaining to Mickey before, nice little garage wars from the Andy and Mario show. It was just good to see some people in Melbourne pulling. And we had an interstate puller come down. Leo Marcus come down. He was visiting his girlfriend. He's like, yeah, I'll have a super match. Let's do this. So it was a nice little slow start for us. Here in Victoria, we've probably copped up worse. Not that I'm looking for any sympathy or anything like that, but we've had it really, really bad down here. So thoroughly enjoying, even though I'd love to be training with Powerhouse and Bayside that Mickey was talking about earlier, those clubs up your guys' way, Sydney Spartans, South Australian Titans. But it was just good to see numbers back on the track and going strong. I think it can go well. What didn't go well, Phil, you had a horrific injury at Nationals.
No, that was after.
No, after you had a horrific injury, and it took you quite a while to recover. And then for some reason, I don't know why, your first match back was a super match against the former guest on the show, Sam Burnett. Why? You've just come back. You've come back from an injury and you take on one of the best.
I know. You can only hold on to your previous accomplishments for so long. You can't run around saying you're the number one a year and a half later without actually getting up there and defending it. So, look, full credit to Sam. Sam trained his ass off for that match, and he had a lot of people in his ear telling him how to take me out, and he did his job well. He beat me convincingly. I have no excuses at all, and I like seeing you guys come through. I like seeing you've got the Burnetts, the whole family of people who are arm wrestling in the same house. Their mum is fantastic. She cooks all these guys meals, five meals each a day. She's basically building up a little army of arm wrestlers in her own house, and they're all very talented guys. So this has been one of the good things to come out of this, is that there's clubs popping up with their own identities, new talent coming through. No one wants to see the same people sort of hanging around the sport for too long. You want to see new people, new superstars come through, and we're seeing that. We've got Gold Coast Club, we've got the Krakens. And then Jordan Davis. I mean, you've got some guys who fly under the radar, like Jordan, who's just a ridiculously good arm wrestler. He'll be over in the UK next week to go up against Stoica. So, yeah, we've I think it's exciting in many respects. And you guys from the US, Josh and Travis, I mean, obviously you see some things come out of Australia, but you don't see a lot of the things happen at the ground level, at the club level, and it's getting bigger. It's getting bigger despite the setbacks from COVID.
We're coming for you, Josh and Travis. We're coming. We're coming for the 98.
I like Phil's idea. I feel like if I started organizing my own events, maybe I could be like town champ, and then I could grow to like county champ. I could just keep expanding from there.
Write your name on the trophy as well. Create your own trophy.
That's what I was going to say.
I need to create him.
He said you challenged Sam Burnett immediately. I was going to say you may have lost the title, but you'll always have the trophy, as we clearly see.
Absolutely love it. Now, what I need everyone to do is get your phones ready for screen recording, whatever you need to do, because Phil has the magical key at this stage. Phil is... don't give me that look, Phil. Phil is probably the only person in the world that would have a rough idea where our unicorn Danny Tesh is. Phil whipped out, and I wish I recorded it, but Phil had a little training session and he chucked a little sneaky 10-second video. This would probably be 18 months ago now. And he had Danny Tesh, and he's growing his hair like Jesus, and he come out and had a bit of a hit out.
I'm convinced that man doesn't exist.
He does. And Phil's got the hookup.
And he's an enigma. He is an enigma. Look, Danny did it in Alexei Vovoda. If you take away the Bresnan match, Danny retired on a high note. He retired on the ultimate high note. And look, arm wrestling is not his focus at the moment. So he's which is a shame because he's an incredibly talented guy. You know, his physical attributes for the sport, his integrity, his shoulder integrity, the positions he was willing to get into. And he's just an awesome guy. Danny's one of those guys that you saw him at WOW. It's hard not to like him. He's sort of just that genuine, quiet guy, goes about his job, very unassuming, gets it done in a very efficient manner, and then goes off. Doesn't make a big hoo-ha about it. So it'd be great to have him back because I think he was just a little disillusioned later in the game with, going to WAF and getting smoked by the top 5 guys. He got 10 at WAF in the 90 kilo class, which is an incredible achievement for an Australian. If you guys know the names in that class. It's an absurd class to be in. And Danny got 10. He was still disappointed because the guys who won were the Gasparinis, the Prudniks, all these guys were up the pointy end of that draw. And he just felt like he was so far away from being able to get close to those guys. So in his mind, it's like, I want to be the best in the world. And if I can't, I'll give it my best shot. But if I can't, maybe it's not for me, which is a shame because everyone's going to take losses in their sport. Everyone. Devin says that. John says that. But he did so incredibly well. So look, I'm doing my best, guys.
How old is he?
33.
Oh, so he's just now getting into the old man strength where the ligaments and tendons are catching up to the muscle. So he would probably be better right now.
Well, I'll find out this next weekend. We're going to jump on the table and lift a few weights. So we'll see what condition he's in.
Phil. You need to ask Danny Tesh how much money it would cost for me to get an exclusive interview. I will pay Danny Tesh money. He doesn't want to talk about it. I checked on Wikipedia. I think he's only said 14 words in his entire life. I can do the talking. But if you could somehow get the Aussie Armwrestler, and it only has to be half an hour. He can set a timer up, give me half an hour of his time. I will pay him money.
You're not the first man who's tried this.
I know Neil Pickup is hot on his tail.
Everyone wants. Look, it's nothing to do with money. At the end of the day, Danny's he's a very introverted, shy guy. It has nothing to do with money at all. It's just not. My job is to try and subtly get him back into the sport, to sort of drop a few teasers, get him on the table, see if the very act of gripping up reignites some of those great memories. So look, if we can get him back, it's benefit for the sport. Everyone obviously wants him back. So
he just needs half an hour alone with the Aussie Armwrestler, and he will be back in spades. I'll tell you, it'd be interesting, the bidding war, to get that first exclusive interview with Danny. I hated Danny when I first met Danny because as Phil was saying, he's a very quiet guy, and if you go check his win against Quinlan Mendez, hey man, you won. What'd you think? Yeah, good. And that's it. So I turned up. Look at me, guys. I'm full of beans, and I'm turning up to 2019 Arnold's. I've got my first super match on the Sunday afternoon, and I'm there Friday night. Can I help anything? Can I do this? I'm so excited. Anyway, Danny's there on the Saturday, and I was like, oh, Danny Tesh is there. That's cool. Of course I'm going to go say hi. I think the guy's fantastic. And he's just standing there, and he looks at me. I was like, hey, Danny, man, how you going? You pumped for today. I reckon you're going to absolutely kill it. And he went, thanks. And just looked at me. I was like, oh, who do you think your opponent is going to be? Do you think it's going to be a tough comp? And he goes, yeah. And then I just kind of looked at him, and my inner, like I grew up in a, real weird town. My inner in me was like, don't you dare treat me like that. Like I was ready to throw down. Anyway, okay, I obviously didn't. I walked off. And I was fuming. I thought, no one disrespects me like that. And I looked over, and I watched him with other people, and I studied his body language. And then after watching him, he wasn't like looking me up and down like I'm a novice. He was making direct eye contact with everyone that he spoke to. He faced, like their chest towards the person. He didn't just turn his head. And I was like, he's just a shy person. He's just a shy person, and here comes this little chihuahua. Hi, Danny, how you going? And things like that. So, so then obviously I was like, yeah, Danny's a cool dude, and yeah, he's
RVJ said Bowen is like Master Blaster. I think it's more you, the Australian Master Blaster, where you can take Danny Tesh and you're like sitting on his back like cow.
Look, oh man, it'd just be unreal. If you can show us the pot of gold at the end of this rainbow. If you don't achieve anything in 2022 except for get Danny Tesh back on the table.
And I would love to see him at Over the Top in his best shape. Oh. Just out of nowhere, no one knows he's coming, and Danny turns up, and that would be amazing. We're still at 3.5 months, so it's still.
How long has it been since he's pulled?
Oh, what was that? Was it 2019? So Quinlan Mendez, I think, was his last match. So.
Yeah, 500 series of WAL. Beats Quinlan Mendez 3-1, I believe, and just he's like a catcher in baseball or a wicketkeeper in cricket. Just the catch out here, and he loved his defensive hook. He had some awesome battles at 2019 Arnold's, but just made everyone look silly.
Oh, you've all seen the match with, his practice match with Devon. I mean, look, Devon has the highest respect for Danny's talent and his potential. The people watch that and they go, oh, Devon was gassed and that. And it's like, look, Devon was, he was pulling other people. Danny had just pulled the comp as well. But that just goes to show you, they sort of quietly pulled in a match, and you see just Danny just does not give up. And, the integrity of his shoulder to get in those positions and hold Devon. Obviously in a real match, Devon's going to go straight through him, but in that moment, people realize this guy's legit. He's got a fantastic style and a fantastic presence at the table. We want to see more of him, and so let's see if we can get him back.
Yeah, but what you've also got to do as well, what I think puts Danny up even higher, go to the Australian Armwrestling Federation YouTube channel, right? Go to the 2019s, watch Danny Tesh's, he was the 95 kilo or 90 kilo, whatever that division was, right? And from there, watch his battles, and then go watch Devon's 2 super matches that he had. Danny, I reckon, was more gassed out than Devon. Devon was playing with us all afterwards, but I'm not moving him, and a lot of us there were just meeting him. So then when Danny and Devon jumped on the table, I think it was legit. I'm not worried about gassing out and things like that. I think Danny was the one that was probably more tired, and then to put in that effort,
Oh, Devon sorted him out in Street Fighter 2 a couple of days later, so it's all even.
The revenge is always sweet. I love that Devon loves video games.
And you guys are going to get me rooting for an Australian.
Man, go check out Danny Tesh's highlights. So go to the arm wrestling.
I've watched some of them.
Yeah, go a really good battle, Australian Arm Wrestling Federation YouTube channel and the 2019 Arnold's. And you'll see whatever's not the heavyweight, just under the heavyweights, 1995. There's a really good match with Blue in that one. You know, he has this one good match. I cannot remember the New Zealand puller's name. It's just forgotten me.
Charles.
Charles, yes. Oh! Getting excited. I probably should tell you guys the context. So you're both sitting there like, why is this guy having a fake orgasm? Charles dives in and just dumps everything. Gets the jump on Danny. And I'm telling you, I cannot make the gap between pad and Danny's back of his hand. And he held. And he held on. And he just somehow, like Phil was saying, gets that shoulder back involved. And Charles Puri, thank you, Phil, is just dying, you know, on there. And then you just see that moment where Danny Tesh just looks at Charles and says, I will have your soul, and I'm going to take you on the side of the table. Go watch that match on the channel, and you will not be disappointed. Anyone that is watching, go to the Australian Arm Wrestling Federation channel, and obviously check out plenty of videos while you're there. But also that one, the 2019 Arnold's, I reckon it was the 90 to 95 kilo division.
It was.
There you go. See, I know a little bit of my arm wrestling, Phil, and I've even got these two. Can you remember where these medals come from?
They were participation medals, Jake, if I remember.
No, almost. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, Travis and Berg. You've probably I told the story earlier in the stream. As I said, I was so excited for my first super match, and Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler turns up, and she came to support me as she does with everything that I do. Very lucky man. And then we were talking to Celine. Celine's on the committee. She's a female arm wrestler. Very lovely person. Very good for the sport of women's arm wrestling. I went up to her and said, she was in the under 65 kilo division. I said, how many people are in your division? And, she was like 2. And I was like, hang on. I'm no mathematician. But if people are handing out gold, silver, and bronze medals, and there's only 2 people in the division, we need a third. So I gave the nudge to Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler, and she jumped on, got pinned twice right hand, twice left hand, and before I even had my first match, Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler is the reigning under 65 kilo, what is it, South Pacific or South Oceania bronze medalist. Left arm and right arm before I even had my first.
So she's the most decorated ward arm wrestler, is what you're saying.
Travis?
That hurts.
Travis, you could be very close to killing this stream before the 24-hour mark. You have got me at a low point. You have kicked me while I'm down, young fella, all because I wouldn't trade your kids for my trophy. And now you're kicking me while you're down.
I want that trophy. I figured if I get your blood going, you'll stay awake.
But yes, if you go statistic-wise, I've won super matches. I've won a match at Nationals. I've only got myself the one trophy. It's the most sought-after trophy. It's the trophy in the whole of arm wrestling. But yes, my lovely wife has a left arm and right arm, and it's got Arnold on it. These medals are unreal. Did you have any input with these, or is that what you were just given, Phil?
No, they have. So Tony and Arnold obviously own the rights to that event. So Arnold's always give us great prizes. But yeah, that's produced globally for Arnold. So they come up with how many categories you guys have, and we tell them, and they give us gold, silver, bronze medals. And then they get the participation Arnold's medals as well. But the coolest ones we had were years ago. FedEx, very rare trophy in Australia. I think it was taken from the US. The US, you guys have way better trophies than us, I have to say. All the time I've had organizing events, the fucking trophies we get here are just very generic. No one has arm wrestling specific trophies. It's bodybuilding, it's it's an Atlas stone. There's the usual ones, but the stuff I see in the States, huge big bears arm wrestling. I'm like, where the hell do I get these trophies from? It costs a fortune to ship them out, but there was one we did years ago at FedEx, and it cost probably $200-300 each trophy. And it's a set of golden and silver arms arm wrestling. Tolentino has one. Brett Coots has probably the most of those, and Big Mate. Those guys have those trophies, and there was only first and second, so they couldn't afford to make a third. So you lost out if you came third, but first and second collected these very rare FedEx trophies. Ask Brett to bring them along, Jake, to training. You'll see them.
Yeah. He saw him pull Andy at Garage Wars. It was good to see Brett on the table. I want him to take on the big names. He really needs to start chasing these. Ryan Scotts, Lachlan Adair's, Ryan Bowen, and just remind everyone, Brett Coots is the real deal. He's still going. Speaking of Ryan, do you think Ryan's got any chance of beating RVJ at King of the Table?
Look, I think the Lachlan, it's you look at the logic behind what's happened and the matches, it's hard to say that he's going to win this match. I mean, look, Ryan's a resourceful guy. The same with Lachlan. Ryan's his job is to build his channel first and foremost. His arm wrestling career is there as well, but he's got a business behind it. He's got a great content creation business that he needs content for. It's in his best interest to put himself as having a great chance. I mean, that's what we're seeing. I thought the Lachlan Ryan match, I didn't quite know how that'd go. Obviously, Lachlan was dominant, and then Todd Zilla showed us why he is such a legendary puller. So, and knowing what RVJ has done with Todd Zilla in the past and how big RVJ's hand is and how technically he is an arm wrestler, I don't know. Look, I'd definitely be putting my money on RVJ if I had to bet money, but it's interesting for the sport. But yeah, definitely, it's hard not to say RVJ.
Yeah, absolutely. What about Devon and Levan, the big main event of 2022? Everyone's got to get a tip on this one. Everyone's got an opinion. What do you think of this big bad match?
Yeah, look, I'd never bet against Devon. That would be Devon is serious, which he will be. Devon's a legacy guy, so you saw what he did with Michael Todd. You saw him against John. Devon's the worst guy in the world to go up against for 6 rounds. It doesn't matter if he drops 2 rounds. The amount of mucking around that'll happen, that will slowly take its toll on Levon's hand. No matter how, if his starting percentage point is 100, Devon's at 60, Devon will slowly bring him down. Everyone's hand will get weak over time, and that's obviously Devon's goal, is to try and wear that hand out, because once he gets a stop, it's over. I think everyone can agree that if Devon can stop the match, could be the third match, he could lose 3, stop the fourth, goes to 7 rounds, Devon wins. That's what he's banking on. But for pure power, I mean, I heard the comment, Levin's such a huge guy. He's got such huge hands, wrists, thickness of everything is just so thick and big. Devon's going to have to stop that juggernaut moving sideways and start to get some, tax his hand.
Oh, could you imagine? I think the world would swallow itself up. I think the internet will self-implode. What would cause more impact in breaking the internet? And everyone that is still watching, I really appreciate you guys are hanging on to the end. We've got 2 hours and 20 minutes until the 24-hour live stream is over. 140 minutes, guys. 140 minutes. Timmy Turner, you need to rewind the video back about 15 minutes. We just asked about Danny Tesh. Phil gave us a great insight on that, and Phil has guaranteed me the exclusive first interview with Danny Tesh, so that was very nice of him to offer me that.
Yeah, on the Devon thing, I would have to agree. I mean, you challenge an actual warrior to a war. I know people get upset with his tactics or this and that, but the man is a legit combat veteran. He is going to do everything within the rule set and then some to win.
Yeah. Look, Travis, that's the side I think of people who watch him or who see him online. They don't see that side of him. And I've seen a few moments of Devon over the years at events where that very serious warrior side comes out, and the dude is not someone you want to trifle with. If it came down to it, he's the last guy I want to be stuck with. Like, there's a lot of bigger guys than Devon out there, Levan and Saplankov and that. Devon's a guy who does this for a living. He's been into some of the most dangerous places in the world for 20 years, and the man still is alive to tell the tale. he is a guy who knows what he's doing in that respect, and he might have a comical aspect to him, and he's very charismatic and jovial at times. But make no mistake, Devin's when he's in battle mode, he's in battle mode.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah. And if anyone is going to conquer this big Georgian, if anyone's going to upset him and upset the whole world of the arm wrestling, it will be Devin. It's just, it's just set up perfectly for him, that's for sure. What would cause a more internet meltdown? Devin stopping Levan mid-table and then just crushing him, or Ryan Bowen winning 6-0? People in the comments, you can answer as well. What would cause more chaos on the internet out of those two?
Oh, I mean, total, it's got to be Devin. Stopping Levan. Yeah, I mean, everybody. I mean, you can just put Devin in a post and it gets how many more views? I mean, imagine how crazy it's going to be when he does the impossible and stops Levan. It's going to be off the chain.
Oh, yeah, it's a really
I had a hypothetical for Phil. So for the newer guys that haven't watched Danny pull, just to kind of give us an idea of the level he was at. So 3 years ago, Danny Tesh versus Lachlan Adair today. How do you think that would go?
Lachlan. Lachlan's too strong. Lachlan has massively leveled up since. I mean, Lachlan was always just a strong guy. I mean, Lachlan came into the sport as a powerlifter. He had huge lifts on all the fundamental strength lifts. If you've seen Lachlan's frame, he has. Danny used to joke, Lachlan was rocking 20-inch arms when they were early 20s. He's just always had huge arms. So Lachlan has that framework, but he's since refined it. He's got Giannis coaching him, and Lachlan is he really takes it seriously. He takes the craft seriously. He trains very meticulously around making these different components stronger. He's proper strong, Lachlan, and he would definitely, Danny, there's only so much you can commit all you want. If you're not strong enough, you're going straight sideways. So, yeah, Lachlan versus Danny 3 years ago would hammer him.
How old's Lachlan now?
He must be the same as, I think Lachlan's 30.
Yeah, he's young.
Getting into the old man strength himself. And, I mean, that is a legit thing. I mean, even look at, like the high level World's Strongest Men stuff. You don't see 18-year-old winners or 23-year-old winners, You got to get that connective tissue stuff built up. Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Now, an interesting topic I wouldn't mind having a chat about, and yeah, I'm afraid of what the answer will be. And everyone in the comments, have a jump around. Is WAL dead? Do we think, because we're talking about Danny Tesh and pulling Quinlan Mendez at WAL, people in the comments, let me know. I might even start a poll. I'll start a poll. I briefly spoke to Steve Kaplan the other day, because Steve's very, it gives me a little bit of time, which is good. Let me, hang on,
Aren't they planning an announcement soon? Something exciting and new?
I'm hoping so. So let's so everyone let me know. There's a poll going, and you guys will have a bit of a discussion. Gary Roberts from Arm TV with a super chat. He goes, imagine how many creators will scrape the video and post the Devin Levan footage. It's going to be groundbreaking for the sport. Larry Wheels feeding the homeless. Yeah. Gary, yeah. Fair enough, Gary. Gary's got just a bit of taste in his mouth at the moment. He's come on and really just got stuck in the Rhine. Gary's very proud of his work, and so he should be. So thank you very much for the super chat. Gary, you're very proud of your work. I love your work, but yeah, he's really big on just leave his work alone and things like that. So I definitely get it. Cody Merritt, you're more than welcome to jump in the chat, mate. Cody Merritt, Jake, you're looking exhausted. Super proud of what you've done. You're more than welcome, mate, because we've still got a bit to go. 2 hours and 15 minutes. Now, Travis, you were just saying the WAL. Said, when did they announce something? Or going to?
I don't think that they have. I think Michael Todd hinted at something new. I mean, which kind of made me think maybe tournament style matches, or something like Phil was talking about with like a live televised, more professional, setup with multiple tables around, something different. I don't know. It's kind of what it seemed like it would be.
Phil, you're awfully quiet over there, young man.
I was just laughing at that background image.
Yeah,
Josh. That's cool. Look, at the end of the day, my thoughts on that is that WOW's a business. Steve is not an arm wrestler. Steve done great things with WOW, but he's not an arm wrestler. So you have to know at the core of this, if it's not going to turn a profit, it's not going to happen. So they have to find a way to monetize WOW again and to bring in that revenue, bring in those big sponsors. I saw firsthand what happens when that doesn't work to plan in 2017. I went over there with the guys, with Danny, and the event was cancelled under our feet. We had aspirations of competing at the big casino there, and we ended up competing at which was a fun time anyway. We competed at the some bar outside of Vegas. That's the one where Chafee was there, and all these guys were there, but we didn't have there's no video, no live streaming, no production value. It was a very big disappointment for all of us. But Danny then made his name. But that's the example of when the sponsors don't come through, the whole thing comes and collapses into a shit heap. And I think we need to just be aware that as much as everyone wants WOW, it ain't going to happen if they can't find a way to make money. This is not someone who's an arm wrestler who's doing this for an altruistic reason, because they want arm wrestlers to have a great event. This is a business that's found a niche, and if it's not going to perform, I'd love to see it come back. I've really enjoyed watching WOW, but it has to make money.
Yeah, definitely got
what do you think about
in.
that?
That's for sure. It was one of the... we've got a few votes, 17 votes. Yeah, it's about 50-50. Yeah, I found the entertainment aspect. I think they just hit everything right. They got, 90% of things on the money. I thought WAL was amazing. What say you, Travis?
I was going to say, I wanted to hear Phil's take on that. Not altruistic kind of take, as in, if someone is running it for money, do you think that has a positive impact on, spreading this out, as opposed to, maybe somebody like yourself who would be willing to run a giant tournament and make no profit or very little? I was just curious as to your take from a business side of that.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point. Yeah. Here today, gone tomorrow. If I think you've got an Igor is an arm wrestler. So while Igor is the equivalent over in Eastern Europe and hosts incredible events, he is an arm wrestler at the core, which means he has a greater underlying motivation to keep this going, because he enjoys the sport. He's succeeded. He's received a lot of accolades from the sport. He's an arm wrestler. So that would be my take on it.
Do you feel like a company coming from a profit standpoint is going to find ways that maybe, an individual that's willing to not make a profit, do you think that they could find an avenue that maybe one of us wouldn't think of as far as promoting this down a different lane and making it bigger?
Potentially. I mean, look, Steve found a great angle. He took that sort of UFC style cage, close quarters, very intimate combat into, live stream, make characters out of everyone. That works, and that really did work. And then, but look, the same thing. Neil Pickup's a good example of, in the same conversation as Igor. Neil's an arm wrestler. He's someone who's been around the arm wrestling scene as long as anyone, and he's an incredibly important man in the arm wrestling, both from a historical perspective. But Neil's events are, I'm sure he's made losses at plenty of those events, but as an arm wrestler and having a vested interest in that, Neil keeps putting on Arm Wars, and I'm sure when he finds a profitable angle, that's fantastic. But Neil's been there from the start to the finish. He hasn't gone away. Igor hasn't gone away. So you look at the people who are doing it as arm wrestlers; they're the ones who stay.
It's a good take.
There you go. We've got a few people in the chat saying, Gary Roberts from Arm TV saying WAL is dead. Travis Newsom with a $5 super chat. He says, damn, good to see you, Gary. Ready, bang. 25 votes in the poll. 56% are saying WAL is dead. Brock Lewis, a WA arm wrestler over there in Western Australia. Jake, great work, mate. Hi, President. Michael Todd and Mrs. Monster said something big was coming from WAL. They in the loop, but they're not allowed to say. There's a little bit of heartbeat left. Yes! So excited.
Got a pulse.
I'm always there. A few people saying WAL is definitely dead. And I think about that. Do you think there is too much separation in the leagues? Yes. All the leagues work for themselves. All the leagues want to be the leagues. There is. What is there in America? There's in the world. There was WAL, PAL, IFA, WAF. Like, I think there's too much. It'd be really good. Like in Australia, we work under the AAF, and we don't have separate leagues and things like that. So our nationals is the nationals. You're the best in Australia if you win that nationals. So sometimes I do wish the worlds would all just collaborate together, pull their heads in, and get that all going right.
Well, taking that same thought process back to my question when I asked you about the too many people doing pay-per-views saturating the market, you brought up a really good point, as in, it's going to drive production value. Eventually, the cream is going to rise to the top, and we're going to be left with the best of the best to choose from. I mean, having this many leagues, do you see that differently?
Well, there's not as many. Definitely understand there. But what's happening is probably the slight difference is if you go compete at WAF, they will ban you if you compete at IFA and things like that. So if suddenly we've got 5 different comps and Phil, and say the 4 of us are the best 4 in the division, but Josh has pulled at IFA, and if he's banned from IFA, he can't pull at PAL, and I pull at PAL. If I can't pull there, I can't pull, at all the other divisions. So then, therefore, the best 4 in the world can't really determine who the best is. Because if I pull where I am, I'm banned from your 3 and vice versa. And it was getting really nitty gritty.
Yeah,
it was getting very annoying, very upset.
Well,
Phil, you've dealt a lot with the world stage. Australia's registered under WAF, is it?
We're still WAF. Yeah, we had a vote on whether we were going to leave and go into IFA, and it's a tough one. You're so far away, you're so far removed from some of these countries. I mean, we're in Australia. You look at WAF, for example, it's predominantly Eastern European composition of the committee. And it was always difficult. We're there, and they're all speaking in Russian. They're supposed to speak in English, but I can't understand half of what's going on, what decisions are being made, who has interest behind the scenes. It's tough to see the full story. I'm just there to arm wrestle and to put on events for arm wrestlers. I couldn't give a shit about the rest of it. The politics, I think, it's very it's disillusioning at the best of times to see that. I kind of look back to what got me in the sport, and it was seeing Zloty, no top 8 pulling out or reducing the quality of the draw. It's just here are all the best guys. John Brzenk flies over. Chafee flies over. Every big dude or every strong guy on the planet is in that draw, and you get to watch this and see, right, there's all these matchups happening in real time. We're not waiting 3 months to watch a matchup in a super match format, which is what's happening now. I'm just like, I get that the super match thing's become popular, but in my opinion, watching Zloty Tour in 2010 or even before that, up until it sort of started to go top 8, was so much fun. You were seeing matches that, Gasparini's up against Babiev, and you got Chafee up against this enormous guy from Ukraine and Pushkars. These matches just happen. And you're watching the draw in real time happen in front of your eyes. And that was, to me, the most exciting moment in the sport, is just to see juggernauts from all parts of the world meeting. No excuses. You're in that draw, and the top guy walks away. And we haven't seen that for a while. Well, you've got you can't have athletes in competing in other leagues or vice versa. I just don't think that's particularly productive for the sport. but that's where we are.
Yeah, not
it's
right
kinda
now.
like the MMA
I think when there's a, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Josh.
I might have been going the same direction as you, but I think right now it's not a good thing to have no contracts. But eventually, once we have that cream of the crop league, then it will be necessary. But they'll be affording to do that. They're going to make it so no one wants to go anywhere else because this is where you make the most money, or this is the UFC.
Yeah.
You don't see UFC guys fighting in Bellator because you'll get hurt in Bellator. You just broke your UFC contract. So I understand it, but it's not ready yet. I don't think arm wrestling's there to where that's productive.
That's where I was going with it. You can draw a lot of comparisons from arm wrestling in its infancy stages right now to, MMA. As in Bellator, Pride, everything, now they're all feeders step by step up to UFC. And then when you are no longer good enough to hang here with the UFC, you start back down to Bellator, to Pride, to bare knuckle boxing. But with this being on a worldwide international stage, it just might take a little longer for that whole process to develop, I think. But eventually there should be a UFC of arm wrestling eventually.
Yeah.
I hope so, man. I hope we have something, man, because we need it. Because now, once again, with all these little pay-per-views, everyone's now got their own little leagues. And, Todd Hutchings he's pulled at Travis's. He's going to pull at Michigan State. And he's going to pull at East versus West. So 3 different leagues.
Yeah, I always kind of joked that I was always cool with the 98 not being like we never wanted to take over to be the only league. We want to be one of the bigger ones, but we always kind of wanted to be like in NASCAR, how they used to have Winston Cup and Busch League, where it was like the big boys, and you had kind of the not so good guys. Hey, the 98 we're already labeled the 98. Like we'll be the kind of the Busch League of arm wrestling. WAL or whoever it is, they can take the elite guys. But we'll put some good tournaments on for everybody else, and it could be people like that, the barroom stuff too. Some people like to just watch good arm wrestling, and that could be like the old what was it, ECW? Yeah, it was kind of a little less production value, but it was crazy, right? They were jumping on tacks and shit. They were going bonkers, and some people liked that more than WWF or it was WWE.
Oh,
so
there's
I
always
think there's a place for it all, but
there's always a market for each. 100% right there, Josh. But I think we need the WWF first. We're not getting that. We're getting all of our little independents. I want a WWF. And then when we're watching that, and my Devons, my Levans, my Michael Todds, my Ermies, they're all going head to head. And then suddenly 98% pops up over here, and I'm like, whoa, man, what's this little Busch League NASCAR thing? That's awesome.
Sure.
This is cool. And then but I think for your thing to work, I think we need the big one.
Yeah.
Right. Well, hopefully we're kind of doing it. I hope that we're doing it kind of organically and slowly, because we had like matches with like Brandon Elcester and Jordan so early, and now we've got Brandon Elcester kind of branching out and pulling for on pay-per-views and all that stuff against Travis, and we've kind of done it like on a small scale. So hopefully we can kind of grow with the bigger organizations or whatever, and hopefully still feed them and do it the right way. But we're never here to compete. We want to see WAL get bigger. We want to see whoever else is promoting stuff get bigger matches going, Larry Wheels and Neil Pickup. We love that stuff.
Yeah.
We're not trying to compete with that as the 98%. I promise you that. We're kind of doing the same thing. We're putting on tournaments. We want to have higher production value at our tournaments. That's one thing we're really working on. But, I don't think where our plan is to, take over worldwide. But, be a regional version of that, that people local can really get into, and maybe they'll get recognized for the WAL from the 98. That's kind of our goal.
Yeah,
that's you got more events is a good thing, Josh. I mean, more as long as there's no contracts that bind people to certain leagues, that's where it becomes problematic. Is when you can't have this guy versus this guy because of a contract. People should be able to go where they want, compete where they want, and that's how it used to be. I don't know how it's become so fragmented now, with so many people wanting to kind of control where athletes can go. That's not in the spirit of the sport.
Yeah. And to that point, Phil, that's something I was going to talk about, is that, these higher tier athletes are going to have to start watching what's in these contracts and the length of these contracts, and what it prohibits them from doing. You know, like Francis Ngannou, the heavyweight champ of the UFC. You know, it's a so many fight minimum. You know, with certain conditions, he doesn't sign a 4-year contract saying, you know, oh, you know, that amount of money's fine. However many fights you want me to do is fine. You know, they get say so and conditions in their contract. So that's something that people are going to have to watch out for if they, again, want the sport to grow and some of these leagues to grow.
Yeah, totally agree.
Yeah, beautiful. And we've had someone else just come in the last hour and a half. It's just been the 4 horsemen. And now we are the 5 amigos. We've got a world-class athlete. He's done it all, so it'll be interesting to get his take. Don't shake your head, Cody. You get a big, bloody, awesome intro. Because you're my man. Left arm. You came on the Make Left Arm Great Again show. You're a rock star. And boy, oh boy, have you got a big match against Morozov coming up, which we'll get into in a moment. But Cody Spur Merritt, how are you, my friend?
Tired. Not as tired as you, I'm sure.
I'm getting there. We can quickly celebrate, guys. 2 hours to go.
Yeah.
2 hours to go. It is 7:08 here in Melbourne. I'm going till 9 o'clock. I'm pumped. I've made it off. My eyes are heavy, but like energy-wise, I don't know if it's because heaps of people are still in the chat and people are constantly coming through. I still feel up and about. I still feel pretty good for now. We'll see how we go at 9 o'clock.
Well, I'm surprised you've been going strong so long. You look tired though. I can see it in your eyes, dude.
Yeah. Oh, I'm tired. I'm not like calling it. I'm noticing the one thing I probably am noticing, because I love talking and I'm an energetic guy and I'm up and about, but I'm not noticing, especially probably the last couple of hours, I just can't get the sentence to go together. I keep chopping and changing. I've said a couple of different words and I just need to grab them all together and plonk them and go, that's what I've been meaning to say. Just all that there. But it's been a great journey, mate. It is well, it's not over yet. We can fit plenty in 2 hours. Some WAL shows went for 2 hours. So plenty of action to come and you've got heaps of action. But I think, Cody, you can do the Aussie Armwrestler a favour. And how did you get your nickname, mate?
Well, you gave it to me, sir.
Oh, let's leave that up there. World champion gets a nickname.
Yeah, it was when I had my match against Robbie Topi last December and where I broke my arm. You decided you want to commentate that or re-commentate that match, and in the match you said Cody Big Spur Merritt, and that just kind of stuck. I even named my business after it. So my business, Big Spur Industries. So all because of Jake.
Yes, bang! Not bad. Very.
I wanted to go with Ready Bang Industries, but I thought that'd be too obvious.
And there'd be. Actually, do you want to know a fun fact? I don't know. I think I've done it worldwide, but do you want to know a fun fact? I've registered the term Ready Bang.
Really?
Yep.
Good for you.
Internationally?
Yep. So my brother that was on the show a little earlier, he made me do it. Like when I started doing the videos, and he's like, "Man, that's gonna catch on. That'll catch on. I think people like that. That'll catch on." I was like, "That's cool." And he goes, "Someone will steal it. Someone will steal it, and they'll put it on a shirt." And I was like, "Man, I don't care." And anyway, he came home and he's like, fill all this out. And then, so we registered the Ready Bang. I've never used it, never needed it for anything, but. So if I see Cody.
Production company.
If I see Cody Ready Bang Merritt shirts come out, we might have to.
You should make some shirts though, dude. People would buy Ready Bang shirts.
Yeah, I'm thinking of doing more shirts because I've got a couple of good logos that people have made for me. So, yeah, now that I've got a proper Ready Bang, just got to work out how I want to put it on a shirt. I don't think I want it on a black shirt. I've done black, but it's a yellow and black logo. So I might have a chat with Presidential Phil. He's a designer, He's pretty clever. He's quirky. He's a well-dressed man.
Shirt colors are tricky, man.
Yeah. I like black because it makes me look slimmer. People think I'm in shape.
You've got a problem with looking overweight, Jake. I can tell you that right now. you need to do something about that.
Yeah, I need to wear bigger jumpers to hide my belly. I need to wear that. But how is the body holding up, Cody? You've got Morozov.
3 weeks. 3 weeks from, I guess, tomorrow morning for me. You're already on Saturday, so 3 weeks. Body feels good, other than I'm still having some pain in my forearm. I've been trying a few different things. I'm going to go get some... on Monday, they're doing the doctor's going to do what he called a trigger point injection. And it's supposed to help, like, loosen up some of the scar tissue and the trigger points in the muscles right where the pain's starting. I'm going to try that and see if that'll help. Other than that, I'm just trying to nurse it back to full strength. I don't know why it's doing what it is, but it's starting to get a little bit frustrating.
Yeah, it would do so close to a massive, massive match. Have you met all the other guys in the chat? Have you met Presidential Phil?
I have not. I don't think I've met any of the guys in the chat other than yourself.
Oh, well, Phil is the president of the Australian Armwrestling Federation. So when we're going to try and organise big money left-hand matches, this is the man that'll get a hold of you and say,
I think, Cody, we need you
top.
Over the top in April 30. Ryan Espy is coming out, so there's some big names. Lachlan's there. There's some Mario. All these guys will be there.
I met Mario. I met Mario at Washington State. Him and Lachlan Campbell, both great guys. I had a lot of fun with them. I've got a match with Travis on the 5th. Or excuse me, not Travis. Ryan on the 5th of March. So hopefully we can get our little thing figured out then and I would love to come to Australia. I think it'd be a great opportunity for sure.
April 30th, over the top, cash money prizes.
I think Phil, what we really want you to do though, being in charge of Australian arm wrestling, is like help Ryan with over talking sometimes.
Hey, that's not in my job description. Ryan's his own entity. You know what he says has nothing to do with what we do. The problem is, though, it tars us with the same brush. So, you know, I hear this. I see comments on YouTube videos where Ryan gets credit for things that he didn't do because he's perceived as being Australian arm wrestling. It's like, hang on. Ryan is Ryan. He's got his business, his pound for pound. He's very prominent online, but the nuts and bolts of arm wrestling in Australia have been running for a decade now, and that's what we do. So. I can't rein him in, but look, he gets a lot of attention.
He does a good. He's actually really good for the sport. I like to tease a little bit, but he just says some things sometimes like, "Where did that come from?" Like that, it just kind of blows my mind sometimes. But he does a good job. He's not afraid to put himself out there. He's not afraid to step on his own tongue. He will do what he has to do to make him and his business better. And I think that's admirable for sure.
He wears a very, very big suit of armor. Nothing seems to stop Ryan. I'm always amazed at, Ryan will talk a big game. It won't come to fruition. He just kind of dusts it off and keeps walking forward. That's happened multiple times now. So it doesn't seem like anything can really shock Ryan or get him to take a back step. So, look, it's good. The more people talking about the sport, the more people getting the sport out there. At the end of the day, all these YouTube channels, like what Jake's doing, it's just more people who have access to the sport of arm wrestling, which is what we all want. We want more people to see that it's a sport that it's easy, it's cheap. So I tell the guy in general when I talk to people, arm wrestling is the cheapest sport in the world. You don't need expensive equipment. You just need a flat surface and two willing competitors. Everyone's done it. Families, parties, pubs, kids at school, we've all arm wrestled. So that's what I think at the base level, it's such an accessible sport to everyone across any, men, women, elderly, young, everyone can do it.
I've heard people say that it's probably the oldest sport in the world because you're right. People have been doing this before it was even called arm wrestling. It's just it's a natural thing to see who's the man or woman
without getting your head punched in. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh,
exactly.
This definitely would have gone back to the Roman times, that's for sure. They were arm wrestling to settle bets or trade wives or whatever. There would have been, they would have gone absolutely bang in that one.
You remember an over the top, Jake, that Alexei said back in the Russian military they would choose the commanders from the best arm wrestlers. I don't know whether that's. I mean, look, Alexei said it with a serious face, so I have no reason to mistrust him. But that would be great if they did. If generals and battle commanders were picked from arm wrestlers, how cool would that be?
I'd have a bit more respect for them.
When I went to a world championship in Turkey in 2018, I kind of got an opportunity to get introduced to the African team. I don't know which part of Africa they were from, but they were a team from somewhere in Africa. And I was talking to one of them, and actually one of the local tribes where they lived, they choose their king, and they've done it for decades from an arm wrestling match. Like, the next person in line is who's the best arm wrestler. Now, he could have been pulling my leg, I don't know, but I believed him, and I thought that was a pretty cool idea. So it's been happening for years, like forever. They would choose their next ruler over an arm wrestling match.
I would love to see how they train for that, like how they're grooming kids from a young age to get ready to become king, what their arm wrestling regime looks like. That would be fascinating to see into that.
Yeah, so I thought it was cool, for sure.
I would love to see the style of the arm wrestling match. Is it a proper, on the pad and they're cupping and hooking and dragging, or is it your traditional elbow joint pivot to elbow joint?
Well, that's how you know it's everybody does it, because if you post a video and professional arm wrestling where you use your body, everybody has the rules and they say you're cheating because everybody knows how to arm wrestle, so they've all done it in their own way. Like at the bar, out the bar room or wherever it is. So there's some good.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see. Like the Japanese use the whole table.
Yeah,
I wonder what they would do over there. How they would approach that. That'd be interesting.
Well, they're obviously cheap.
Yeah.
Cody, you've got homework. You need to find me some footage of these African people pulling to become king so the Aussie arm wrestler can commentate some African people trying to become king so I can give these people a ready bang and then chuck it all over there. That's your homework, young fella.
I've never actually looked it up. I just went off of what he told me there. So I that would be interesting to find out for sure.
I actually have the African Federation wants to send a big contingent over the top. I need to give these guys invites. So I've got an email. I've got to respond to. I think there's 20 athletes from Africa, Nigeria Federation, a few others that they're really keen to come to over the top. So maybe we'll get a few of those guys there.
That's cool.
So we know their stamina and endurance are insane.
Well, that's certain parts of Africa. The Nigerians they're built like Greek gods. They're all muscular and huge. They're not the long distance runners that you think. They look like defensive linemen or linebackers in the NFL.
Oh. So then with over the top, Phil, how many countries have approached you and said we had a guy from Singapore, Greg, I forgot his name, Greg something, and he's he keeps losing to Valen like everyone does in Singapore because he's a beast. But how many countries have you reached out to or vice versa and inquired about over the top?
Look, before COVID, so during COVID, we did that great video with I don't know if you guys have seen this on our YouTube, but there's a truck and it's got the Sammy Hagar Winner Takes It All song from the movie. And then the truck dodges a mule and all the money pours out the back and it's $10,000. So Cody, if you don't know, it's $10,000 to the person who wins the right arm, 10 grand straight up. So it's a very big money tournament. And second and third also gets considerable prize as well. So look, there's Georgians, obviously, Ryan Espy and some of the Canadian guys, US. COVID has obviously made this a bit trickier because you've got to actually get to Queensland. And up until, this weekend is when the sort of wall comes down and you can get into Queensland quarantine free. That will change everything. So I'm going to do a big push marketing wise with our team to get everyone excited about Over the Top again. And just to say, look, it's open to anyone. This is not just an Australia, New Zealand affair. Anyone who wants to throw their hat in the ring, It's big money. It's going to be a heap of fun, and the Gold Coast is a fantastic place to go.
It's a sexy
Now,
place.
is that 10,000 American or is it Australian? Because
Australian dollars.
So about $45, Cody.
$45.
Which would be good.
Oh, that's funny.
We've
What
had a
is there
young
a left-hand-
Australian puller jump in the chat, Mark Denmead. He says, happy birthday to Jordan the Reacher Davis, also employee of the month at his workplace. That's nice. Jordan Davis, he drove to work 15, 20 minutes early this morning so he could jump on the show and throw his support. And if I didn't look at my phone right before he left, I wouldn't have known it was his birthday. Popped up, had a Facebook notification, and I was like, don't go. His boss turned up. I'm like, don't go. It's your birthday, isn't it, you jerk? But
It was his birthday in November.
What's that?
And go, was that Travis or Josh? You guys go.
Oh, I was just going to say, I have a question for Cody.
Yeah.
Now, you have the upcoming match with Bajent. Now, after the loss to Brandon Elsesser, are you hoping he'll take that a little bit more seriously coming up to face you now?
Yeah. I really, I don't want to take anything away from Brandon because Brandon's super good. He's doing well right now. He's on a upward trajectory, looking really strong. But I really hope that Travis, I hope that lit a fire under his butt because I want to pull the Travis. I want to know if I can compete with that guy. And I hope he really does. If he doesn't, it's going to be a little bit disappointing for me. I really want to know if I can. I believe I can compete, but I want to know.
Yeah, I think a lot of us are feeling that way.
Yeah, I want to throw some credit to Travis because, I mean, I was there, and that dude was running around with a chicken with his head cut off all day long before that match happened. So it wasn't like he was sitting there drinking waters, relaxing right before the match came up like Brandon probably was. Brandon was in there primed, ready to kick ass, and Travis was like, I'll just pull him at the end of this tournament when I've been on the mic all day and been repping all day and probably hasn't eaten a whole lot. So I'm not trying to make excuses for Travis at all, but that wasn't Travis at 100.
Oh, I know it wasn't at all him. Yeah, I know that for a fact. I know he wasn't the guy there. I mean, just looking at him, you could tell he wasn't in the shape that he normally is, and he's got a few months. Our match isn't until mid-June, so I'm hoping that he really does get excited. But it's going to be the same situation. It's going to be the end of a tournament, just like he did this last one, and hopefully he's not so wound up over that, and he can focus on our match.
So that match is still on.
I haven't heard otherwise, so I'm hoping it is.
Cool.
What an easy payday for you.
I hope he really takes it serious. I really do. So.
Yeah, because I mean, yes, it's a very nice payday, but you achieve nothing by beating a washed-up person that can't, put his pants on one leg at a time. Yeah, that's fair enough. You want to beat the best. That's why you're going to East versus West. 2 weeks, this week, next week, very soon.
3 weeks.
3 weeks.
3 weeks.
I keep getting the day wrong. With that, with East versus West, 16 matches on the card. And I've asked everyone who's come on that's pulling at this event, where would you like to be? So if Engen came up to you and said, Cody, you can pick whenever you want, wherever you want on the card. Match 1, match 2, match 16. What would be good for Cody to pull at where you would just feel, right, that's enough time for me to just rip Morozov's arm off?
I want to be right after Morozov pulls Prudnik right-handed. The very next match.
Very smart.
I really, honestly, Jake, I don't necessarily care. It doesn't matter if I'm the first match or if I'm in the middle. I don't care. I wouldn't mind being one of the earlier matches, so I have time if I can relax and maybe watch the other ones happen. Because if I'm one of the later ones, I don't really focus on anything else but what I've got ahead of me. So if I'm an earlier match, then it'll help me maybe just relax afterward and enjoy the show. So, but I'll be wherever they want me. I don't necessarily care.
You're so nice, Cody. I just want to give you a hug. You're so nice, mate. It's like, oh, you know, I'll just help out. You know, I've got this big smile and everything's okay. That's okay. My arm's not fixed before a really big, important super match. And yeah, I broke my arm during a match and still pinned Robbie Tope. Everything's fine. And yeah, I just want to give you a big hug. That's awesome. Yeah, I would definitely, especially with this stacked card, I would love to be first. And then after a big victory, just sit with my S gear and just kick back and watch the rest. I mean, this card is just it's
crazy, right? Like, it's insane. It's a card that you would dream about, like just getting a couple of those matches. And he's got 16 amazing matches. Like, every match is incredible. There's not one that you don't want to watch. I'm excited about the ladies' matches. Like, Fia and Rebecca, I'm stoked about that match. I cannot wait. That's probably one of my favorite matches on that whole card. I can't wait to see that match.
No, I'm pumped for we had Angie Rose on earlier. Angie and Anna, I'm pumped for that one. They're a bit worried that Anna might not make the weight cut, so it'd be good to reach out to Anna and see how that's going. And then wasn't there one more? Or is there only 2 female matches?
Those are the only 2 that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
Isn't Sarah pulling there as well?
No, Sarah's pulling Queen of the Table. She's pulling Gabby.
Okay. Where's that?
Gabby Vasconcelos.
In Dubai.
Oh, in Dubai.
Oh, where's that? I thought you said who's that. I was going to say, man, we've been chatting for like 22 hours. You don't know a 33-time world female champion is who mauled Sarah Backman. We had Sarah Backman on the phone earlier in the show. It's awesome. Yeah, it's a massive card. I mean, we've been through it a few times. We had Evan Burgoyne on talking about Schoolboy, and he reckons he's going to destroy Schoolboy, which is awesome. I love that confidence, but we all kind of know what's going to happen there. Todzilla was on. Todzilla was on the show. He was having a chat. He's just pulling everyone every month. Actually, Phil, speaking of Todzilla, what did you think when Todd crushed Australia, basically?
Look, there's always that possibility. I think people underestimated. They saw Todd in a scenario where he was training and he was out of seat. Like, you see that guy at Lottie Tour, you see him when he's on and when he's ready, and it's a different dude. As soon as I saw him walk up the stage and I saw Lachlan kind of glance sideways at Todd's arm, I think he was probably thinking the same thing. Todd's really big. And Lachlan's a big dude, and Lachlan was in the best shape he's ever been. He's in the best arm wrestling shape he's ever been. No one touching him in Queensland training sessions. I mean, there was guys using 2 arms in the, they were talking the Burnett's, and the guys who are top 90-kilo pullers had to use 2 arms to do anything to Lachlan. So he was, comparatively to where he was last year or the year before when he pulled Todd, he was way, way above that form. But Todd, you got to know that the guy you're going up against is also not sitting still. They're also going upwards as well. So Todd showed us why the guy is just a stud, why he's had all these epic wars at the highest level for so many years now. So, and look, Lachlan, it's a learning experience. Lachlan can't take anything away, but just this is a fantastic. You went up against one of the best guys in the world in his best shape. There's nothing to lose from that. So Lachlan knows where he stands now, and he'll just train and get better.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But it was just like, man, that was like our number 1 heavyweight. Yeah. And I was just hoping like to just nudge him a little bit, just give us something where people just turn around and went, oh, Australia, man, they've got some good pullers. And then in the end, Todzilla just went bang, and I was like, oh no. Now, like, everyone's relating us to Ryan, and everyone's going to get stuck into him. It's like, oh, well, you said that Lachlan would beat him, so everyone in Australia must be garbage. And then I feel bad for, the Burnett's and things like that.
Yeah, to be fair, though, how would Lachlan prepare for Todzilla? I mean, how would anyone prepare for that?
Hit and hope. It's like playing baseball with your eyes closed. Just swing and hope for the best.
So I
talked to Lachlan a little bit right before he pulled, and I didn't want to coach it. He had a plan, right? So I wasn't going to start coaching Lachlan. Like, I'm not better than I don't know his game, whatever it was. But he said he really relied just a lot on his cuff and just side to go over. There wasn't much back to his plan. And against Todd, I mean, I know even if he loses his hand, he still can pull. But I mean, if he had any chance, I think he had to go backwards more. And I think he just tried to go right at his strength. And
Lachlan
I think if Lachlan learned anything. What's that?
Lachlan was not going to apply back pressure in his original plan.
Not now. He's just stuck to his one awesome move, and he just wanted to really hit that really hard. And I understood his plan because he's stronger than everybody in Australia. And I think he found out it's going to take some more than just being stronger than everybody in your best move. It's going to take some, some other kind of
I think he did change.
It's hard for him to find that in Australia.
Josh, I saw a video Lachlan put out right after he flew back, and he did say that even though it looks like on camera that he's not trying anything different, he's doing the same thing. He was trying vastly different strategies each round. He just couldn't get to them. So in his head, he was like, let's change things up and attack Todd somewhere else. If Todd doesn't let you get to that position, it looks the same. It's the same result. So I think at the end of the day, he just didn't have anywhere he could go.
I wasn't trying to say he didn't plan to adjust, but I'm just saying his initial plan was to go right into Todd's strength. And I think once he kind of went there and failed where he thought he might get something, it was tough to, even if he did, like you said, try to adjust and stuff. It was, like you said, Todd was just too strong and kept him out of that position. But
no one was beating Todd that day. No one was beating him.
Yeah, real ballsy.
Yeah, look, at least Todd was sweating, which, I mean, look, he's always sweating, let's be honest. But Todd looked like he was working. I mean, it looked like it was a clean sweep. But you look at Todd's face and you look at the amount of pressure somebody's putting on. Todd was working. I'm sure he would have said, Lachlan's a strong dude. He didn't just flash 100%. Pin him.
So I do want to say something about that.
A little bit of strength difference can make a match go really fast.
Yeah. Jake, you'd mentioned how you kind of said that Todd kind of like shot down Australia. I don't think that was the case at all. Matter of fact, I was super impressed with Lachlan in that match. I didn't think Lachlan would win. I really didn't think he would, but like Phil was saying, like he locked Todd up there. They were in a hook where Todd is super strong. Lachlan locked him up and held him there. Like he held him off. It wasn't like it was an easy match for Todd. He made him work for it. And that's impressive in Todd's strength. That's very impressive. And another thing about Australia, when I got to arm wrestle Marcus in Washington State, he shocked me. I did not expect him to be as strong as he is. Oh, Mario. Yeah, Mario. Sorry. Yeah, Mario. I did not expect him to be as strong as he was. Like he and I don't know where he's ranked in Australia. I'm sure he's in the top 10, maybe top 5. I don't know. But my right arm isn't like great by any means, but he made me look childish. Like he really made me look bad that day. And that is a positive for Australia. I mean, that's a big deal. I mean, not that I'm saying that I'm some amazing right-handed arm wrestler, but I'm not a chump. And he really, you guys have got to, he knew his arm wrestling. He knew what he was doing. The second match, I took his hand, flopped his wrist, and he still held me off, put me back in the hook, and looked at the camera and smiled. He's, like, seriously, you've got a lot of stuff going on that's positive in Australia. I would not be down on that one bit.
Oh, absolutely. I just love Australia. I just love it. And, I would much rather be going, hey, Phil, how awesome is it that we've got 8 people over in Australia and they're kicking ass and suddenly we've got Ready Bangs going everywhere and then Phil has to go over to all the other countries because he's too busy managing all the Australian superstars on the world stage. But, yeah, it was...
Look, just on that, Jake, like... Lachlan up against Todd, you take that shape of Lachlan and throw him into the main draw of any of those events that were happening in the US, Lachlan would have been massively, I think, would have been very dominant. Lachlan, in his shape, Mario couldn't do shit to Lachlan. Couldn't do shit. Yeah. So you take Lachlan's shape and throw him into the draw of any state competition over there or even national, and he would have shocked people. But he happened to pick an incredibly informed Toddzilla, which is, we're talking a guy at the level of the Babievs and the Zolievs of the world. I mean, these are the elite of the elite arm wrestlers. He's not chasing after a backyard puller here. He's picked the best guy. So you can't ever be disillusioned by that. Todd saw Lachlan saw what he has to do to be at that level, and it's not easy by any stretch.
Right.
And
by the way,
Go ahead.
I was just going to say real fast that when I was critiquing it, Lachlan, it wasn't so much against Lachlan. It was I knew he was going against Todd Zilla, who was just an extra special guy. And everybody that gripped up with Lachlan after that, after pools, just talked about how freaky strong he was. So I didn't mean that to be any kind of knock on Lachlan. I just knew he was headed at
I was going to ask about that, Josh. I never saw any after because I was hoping that Lachlan would jump on the table afterwards. So I never heard what happened after. Who did he pull? What was the results? What did you guys think of him? But you just answered that.
Yeah. I was actually. This is mostly hearsay for me from what I'm talking about because I was pulling other people on other tables. But yeah, everybody that got to grip up with him on my team and other guys just said he was just really tough.
Do you know if Jaggers got to get up there with him?
I think they did. There's got to be some footage floating around Facebook and stuff like that. But
yeah,
I've seen nothing of Lachlan after the tournament or after the super match with Todd. Just his thoughts on the match.
Yeah, I'll have to do some digging and see if I can find some stuff.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'll message Jaggers too. That'd be interesting. He's a monster.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been amazing. Gentlemen, we are 88 minutes. Am I reading that right? 82 minutes away.
Jake, you've done very, very well, my friend. How many energy drinks are you in?
I had one. So when I started last night, I had a pre-workout. And you mix the pre-workout and with the excitement of the unknown and things like that, that got me till about 4 o'clock. I had my water throughout the night. Then Jess woke up. And she bought me some breakfast. So I had a coffee, a green juice, a banana smoothie, some good things to put in my body. And then I said, give us an energy drink as well. And then had the energy drink there, and yeah, that was it. I've had a Gatorade and just water, and I think because when you're just overtired, I wasn't hungry or thirsty or things like that, I'm just don't look at the clock because you'll just. It doesn't say 9 o'clock, so it doesn't matter what time it says on the clock. But in saying that, it's actually gone. As dumb as it sounds, it's actually gone really quick. It all just went in waves. And what's worked for me throughout this whole journey is I jumped on and I think someone quickly said, oh yeah, I had Jess with me and she jumped on for 15, 20 minutes. And then I think I was saying before to the guys, about 40 minutes by myself. I was about 40 minutes and then bang, once someone jumped on, I haven't been left alone. I mean, even the last, I don't know, Trav and Berger, I think you guys have been here for at least the last 3 hours. Probably minimum.
Yeah.
Maybe 4 for me.
Probably.
Yeah.
And I was going to say, if someone is in the waiting room, you got a couple guys in the waiting room, bigger names or whatever, I'll gladly hop out for you. But to be present for the decline over the next hour or so is going to be very interesting. I would very much like to stick and see how silly you get.
Man, how silly I get. Nah, man.
I was thinking you could take a bunch more coffee and some energy drinks right now so that when you're done, you don't go to sleep for another 3 hours.
No way. It's going to be 9 p.m. I'm going to say goodbye to everything. I'm going to check my phone. I'm going to give Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler a big hug. Because she's the number one supporter. She thinks I'm an idiot, but she loves these sorts of big challenges. And I only decided on Monday. I was like, let's just do it. Let's do a 24-hour and it could because I talk so much and because I'm that. You turn up to a party and there's always that one guy at a party. He's got a story about everything. He really does. And I'm that guy, and I try and hold in my stories. So I'm like, if I'm going to be a guy that talks all the time, I need to back up what I say. So not only am I going to do a 24-hour live stream, I'm going to do it convincingly as well. I think I've yawned twice throughout the thing, and Ryan, the bloody bastard, did a super chat and called me out. That he caught me yawning, for one yawn, and I think I did one about 3 or 4 hours ago, because someone else caught me in the chat, and they were like, well, did I just see a yawn? Might have been Savage Armwrestling. He was like, did I see a yawn? But for me, I feed off you guys. I feed off you guys. Like, you know, Phil, you are a very, very busy man, and it is Saturday night, Saturday afternoon. You have more important things to do, you know what I mean? And you're like, all right, I'll jump on for 15 minutes with the Aussie Armwrestler.
I really don't, Jake. I really don't.
But, you know, and you've jumped on for quite a bit of time, and everyone was like for this guy sitting here, you know, when I started, to now all of you guys like wanting, like Travis just saying, like I only met Travis a few hours ago. He's like, man, I want to stay to the end. You know, I met Berger through the 98%, and we just hit it off, and everything's cool. Cody's his nickname and his business I've given to him, you know, and Phil, the relationship we've built, you've really just got behind the Aussie Armwrestler and said, yeah, this is really good for what we, you know, you embraced. Well, I could be super annoying and sometimes talk way too much, but you know, you guys have embraced it. There's still 55 people watching. We've been going for 24 hours. Some people have come for the whole journey. And then the level of talent, I don't care, you know, the Monster Michael Todds, the Todd Hutchings, the Rob Vision Juniors, but then people that I've been messaging on Instagram or have gone, oh, you did a video for me 18 months ago. I'd love to come on and just say g'day. For me, that's the energy that's popped me through. Every time I whip out the world's greatest trophy, and like Cody just smiled then, you know, Travis wants my trophy, you know, things like that. It's that for me. I just feed off you guys. So the 24 hours, as long as people were hanging and banging with me, it wasn't going to be a problem. You know,
yeah, truthfully, Jake, that's why I joined. I was just kind of hoping to alleviate you a little bit, because the energy level you maintain is incredibly high. And I was just kind of hoping that if some of us could ask questions for you and just kind of let you chill for a minute, maybe you wouldn't just fall over. It's kind of what I was hoping.
Yeah, no, you've done incredible. And that's like, you know, it was coming near the end and Phil come on. And I was just like, man, I just have to say, hi, Phil. And Phil's just like, well, you know what? The term hello came back from the ancient Roman days, and they've come back there and the history and things like that. So it's happy birthday.
No.
Happy birthday.
Hello, Evelyn. Hey, Jordan. Happy birthday, buddy.
Thanks, guys. Just wanted to jump in. I'm about to go to the movies for my birthday, but doing great, mate. 1 hour 15 to go. Keep it going strong, all right?
Giving it a go. Hello.
Have a good one, guys.
See you, mate. Thanks for popping in. What a character. What a character he is. And I hope he destroys it at Arm Wars. Man, that's going to be unreal. What do you guys think about Jordan's effort? He's got Stoica first round, and then it's Dallas Froda in the other bracket.
Yeah. I think it'd be really... Go ahead, Cody. You're the pro. Sorry.
Oh, Travis. Don't be like, Cody's the nicest guy ever.
Yeah, but he's really good, so I'm going to let him talk.
I actually think that that Mr. Davis is going to win that 4-way personally. I would like to see Dallas do well, but I think Dallas and Frode are just going to destroy each other, and there's not going to be much after that match. I think whoever comes out of the other match is going to win it, and I really think that that's going to be Aussie all the way for sure.
It's gonna be brilliant, man. Yeah, I think I'm kind of with you. The winner of the Jordan Stoica bracket, I think, wins it all. Because Froda's just a super match. Like,
he and Dallas are like cut from the same cloth. They just love to get in those long matches and just tie people up until they wear out. And I just think it's going to be a nasty ugly, crazy thing that just goes on, and neither one of them are going to want to live afterward. Yeah.
On that point earlier, I watched their interview on Neil Pickup, and one of the interesting aspects to that match is that after Dallas and Frodo pull, there's going to have 2 hours to recover before the winner from each match pulls the other. So that might sway you a little.
I don't think it will. I know after I have tough matches, it takes like 3 days to recover.
Yeah, but I think Frodo is a freak in that he recovers like super fast.
So I actually think
Jake,
that
I'm
Dallas
going
is
to
going
drop off. Sorry, guys. My dog has run out in the street, so I
Go save your dog.
But no, it's great talking to you guys. I hope to see you guys in Australia.
Good to meet you, Phil.
It's been great chatting to you.
Thanks, Phil.
Thanks, guys. Good work, Jake.
Thanks,
Bye.
mate.
So I actually think that Dallas is going to beat Froda personally, because Dallas has got kind of a, I don't want to call it a king's move, but he's got like a sticking place where he doesn't go down anymore. And I think he can rest on that while Froda's beating himself up.
Yeah,
so I think that Dallas
was talking about that.
Yeah, I actually think Dallas wins the Froda match, but I don't think 2 hours is enough time to recover from that at all. I actually think that Jordan's probably, well, I don't know. Stroik is good, but I think Jordan's just, well, I'm hoping. I guess I'm going off of what Ryan says. I'm hoping that Jordan comes out of that, and I really think that that he will beat whoever comes out of the Dallas and Froda match.
Yeah, isn't Jordan Davis like 6'4" or 6'5"? He's pretty tall, right?
6'4", 6'3", 6'4".
Big old long skinny arms, like cable tendons.
But this
that's interesting.
Dangerous. Just that's where he's going. Just there. Once he's got you there, that's just look for that. Ready there.
He's got this like low hand top roll where he relies a lot on his wrist and pronation, and having a longer lever, it really is an effective move for sure.
Just sits on top of your hand, makes you, just turns it. Just makes you look like, you're serving dinner, just pops it.
That's similar kind of what I do because I'm a longer guy, but I have tough keeping that real posting high top right. My hand just wants to dump, and it's just I just don't have that riser strength, and it's something I'm working on. But because I'm longer, I can get away with kind of that low hand,
Yeah, actually,
it makes sense that works.
That's what I'm trying to get my younger brother in to help me prepare for guys like you, because we're about the same weight, Josh. But my little brother is 5 or 6 inches taller than me, and his hand is literally twice as big as mine.
Oh, wow.
So when I can get him in there on right, I'm much better left than right. Not that I'm a good arm wrestler by any means, but, getting that big, tall,
I'll be back.
Big hand guy, it's good practice.
Yeah,
perhaps you know what bigger hands mean, right?
Yeah, I know. I'm sure it's true, too.
Bigger gloves.
That's right.
He definitely has bigger gloves.
So actually, that's something to that a lot of people don't know about me. But my biggest weakness is also keeping my knuckles up that riser. So okay. I tend on trying to use my bottom fingers and control the back of the hand and lead with my wrist because I can't. My riser isn't that good.
Right.
Really?
Well, glad I'm doing the right thing since mine's not too. That's cool.
Well, I mean,
awesome.
if you ask Devin, he thinks the number one move in arm wrestling is a high hook, which is basically kind of that high riser, kind of a top roll hooking thing. So, but the way you compete against that is by controlling the back of their hand, if you can. So
yeah, something else that I've found kind of interesting, and you coming back from an injury too, you could probably weigh on this. So my left is naturally much better for whatever reason than my right, even though I'm right-handed. But I have shattered my left hand. I have had major reconstructive surgery on my shoulder. I have had to go to rehab 3 times for my shoulder. But my left, and like my tendon in my left arm is massively bigger than my right arm. Like, I mean, it's crazy. It just, I mean, do you think that that's due to like, the body healing due to all that damage, or?
Oh, you actually think that like your connective tissue is bigger in the left arm after the surgery.
Oh, massively.
That's what you're thinking?
Well, between the handbrake and the surgery and all the damage to my left side, yeah, my left tendon is much bigger.
Has it always been that way, or just since you've had the surgeries and the recovery?
After the surgery and recovery, and then being able to work out again, because I ended up dropping I was off work for 8 months, and because I couldn't use my arm, and so 6 months into it, I think I was able to start working out with it a little bit, and kind of because everything atrophied really, really bad, and then my tendon was just like I don't know if you can see my tendon.
Oh yeah.
My right one is nothing like that.
I don't know. I'm also right-handed, and obviously I do a little bit better left-handed arm wrestling. But I've had 2 major surgeries on my left arm too. I had the bicep come undone, and in 2017, and then I broke that radius bone last December. Actually, that broke exactly where they reattached the tendon from before. And before I had the MRI, I was worried that they weren't going to be able to reattach that or put it back together because of the attachment point. But luckily they were. But now I'm having issues getting over that with whatever's causing the problem in there. But I think that having a bigger tendon, your body tends to build where it needs to build, and that very well could be the case.
It's interesting.
So I'm by no means am I like some kind of medical expert,
but you did win a match with a broken arm. So Cody Merritt, you can say whatever you want, and when you hang out with the Aussie Armwrestler, you never pay for a beer. That is for sure. If we ever get to hang out and things like that, you do not pay for your drinks, because when a man can go snap and win 2 rounds, he doesn't pay for a beer in the Aussie Armwrestler's eyes.
There's 2 things of that. One is it's not that I'm kind of a superhero. It's more stupid than anything. Who would pull with a broken arm? Think about that. Like, if you knew your arm was broken, would you go back up to the table? I wouldn't, and luckily I guess I didn't know because I just felt the pop. And 2, I don't ever pay for a beer either. I don't drink, so.
Oh well, then I'll pay for your meals. Then you don't pay for dinner.
Yeah, you don't want to worry. You don't want to pay for my meals. I'm a big dude. I eat a lot of food. You'll go broke doing that.
Now, Cody, being such a high level arm wrestler, a year and a month after an arm break.
Well,
you heal that fast?
So, an arm break, it's your radius bone, right? So it's this bone right here. It wasn't so bad that, like, they put a plate in it. I've got a titanium plate in there now. But bones actually heal relatively quickly. Yeah. They're only like 6 weeks does it take a bone to heal. But then you got to go through all the connective tissue, and that's kind of what I'm dealing with now. Is I've got, so like when I arm wrestle and I go down and then I release, that sends a shot of pain through my arm really bad, through my forearm, and that's what I'm trying to heal right now. And I didn't, like 3 months ago, I didn't feel it as bad as I do now. So I think it's scar tissue that's building up, and it's frustrating. But my strength came back pretty quick. I had a good tournament in May, and then I also went to Kansas City this last year, and then also had a super match in Vegas in November. So I've done okay after this break, but.
You've done a lot of low weight, high reps thing, or?
So here's something that a lot of people don't believe me, but I rarely go to the gym. I rarely do any type of lifting exercises. Everything I do is table time practice stuff. I train on the table every Thursday night with my team, and I go till I can't move anymore, and then I recover for the week. Now I have been doing the last couple months. I've been doing some rice bucket stuff.
Yeah.
And to help get blood flow in and heal and make my hand a little stronger. And then just like the last few weeks, I've been doing a hand workout that I learned from Craig Toulier to help get that lower finger strength. better.
Do you do the sledgehammer Marcio Barbosa thing?
So it is with the hammer that I do the workout,
Sorry,
but it's more of I'd have to maybe show you here just a second.
No, you're right. I just read a comment and I started laughing. It was telling me Will Ferrell couldn't play Cody in the movie version.
Ryan Grondin's a knockoff Seth Rogen, so that's hilarious too.
Man. He cops that. Just quickly, B Sims from a while ago, your big legend, just throwing in a super chat as we reach the final stages. He says, still hanging and banging for Team Girl Dad and the hot tag. Hashtag the hot tag. Daniel Urick, mate, how are you, buddy?
Oh, hey, Jake, while we're at it, see, these are what Neil Pickup gives you guys if you win something, right? Customized. Huh? Name on the back?
Yeah. So is that what the guy that won during
Yeah, that's what you'll get. I cut the sleeves off of it, of course.
Oh, that's cool. So it'll have his name, Josh Barker, on the back. Yeah. That's cool.
Your flag and everything.
That's awesome. That looks cool, man. So did you win a super chat?
They're nice.
Turn around again.
I think he just sent me it for all the support, all the super chats and being on all everybody's channels and moderating and everything. But
you do a lot for the arm wrestling community.
I got a regular T-shirt sent to me and they messed it up. And then I said, hey, I'm not trying to say anything. I said, I was just letting you know it's been 2 months. I haven't got a shirt. And he's like, oh my God. And he was all mad. He got it fixed quick. And then this time he put my name on the back of it. But go ahead, Cody. Sorry for interrupting you.
Oh, no worries. But so basically I just take
a
regular sledgehammer and I hold it in the back of my hand so that my pinkies are kind of low. And then I just close that hand, the pinky and the back. And I just do that until I can't do it anymore. And then I slide down an inch and then go again.
Yep.
And I go until I get clear to the end of the hammer, and it's killing me to do that. And I do that every day.
Exactly what I do with this, thanks to Marcio Barbosa. See, you can see I got tape lines and stuff. Yeah, that's what I practice with. It's really good. I mean,
yeah,
you can use it for a lot of different things.
So that's my simple hand workout that I do every day. I've been doing it for the last 3 weeks.
How long for, Cody?
Every day I do
it. Yeah, that I can see that working. That's for sure.
Yeah. And Marcio Barbosa has a pretty good workout on how to manipulate it in just a lot of different positions, like Cody was just talking about. I guess he even walks his dog while holding a 12 or 14 pound sledgehammer. Yeah, he does all kinds of crazy stuff like that.
Just guys, 1 hour to go. And I'm having a beer. 1 hour to go. As you see, Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler has just put the timer in the chat. Josh is having a shot. Dan's just hanging out doing all great things, arm wrestling and wood chopping and things like that. Cody's teaching everyone how to arm wrestle. Cheers to all you guys. Cheers to people in the chat. Cheers everyone just being dead set legends. We've got 600 seconds to go. Not that I'm counting. I really enjoy your company, guys.
Hey, I have a question for you, Jake. I want to know how your wife feels about you bringing your number 3 place trophy to bed every night with you. Does she get a little jealous about that?
Jess?
That's what she keeps his balls in.
My friend Cody here wants to know your thoughts when I bring this trophy to bed every night.
And then he yells "Ready Bang" when he jumps in.
Ready Bang.
I got 6 kids. I need one of them shirts, man. I'm always
yes, you do, Trav. You gotta slow down on that.
Yes.
So what?
Jess, what do you think? You get annoyed with that trophy? Oh, that's what I thought.
Bit.
That's what I thought.
Sometimes.
That's it's been. So, you've seen... well, Cody was on the show the other day. Remember I was telling you how to pick between him and Brandon?
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, Cody will smash him. That's fine. And then you've seen Travis and Josh. And this is Daniel. So, Daniel's first time jumping on. But Daniel's on every
nice.
show. He helps every show, whether it's moderating. So, if you get like a...
delete crap.
Yeah, and things like that. Well, fuck's sake, Ball's being doing.
And I'm going to help relocate that trophy to America. I'm going to come take it from Jake one of these days.
It's the most sought after, mate. I reckon. Oh, I'll tell you what, if I could be bothered, which I can't, I would be very, very interested to see how many people have challenged me just in the last 24 hours for this one. I got 2 people in the chat now because Travis wants it.
I was OG on that. I hit you up on that a long time ago.
We need, big money.
I really think you need to do some Ready Bang trophies that look similar to that. And when you do your Ready Bang awards at the end of the year, you send those trophies to each person. I think that would be super cool.
Yeah, I would definitely do one for you. Cody won the initial. I didn't do the Aussie Awards because we were just getting stuff ready for the baby, but for those that want to know, so Dallas Langston has won an Aussie Award. He won the WTF moment when he pulled BLM and the whole...
When the tent came down? Yeah.
and Cody won the very first official Aussie Award Match of the Year with the match I bring up every time. I have a chat with my friend Cody, and when he just broke his arm, kept pulling and won.
Yeah, that's
Idiot,
crazy.
right?
You're sick in the head, Cody.
Yeah, I say that all the time. Everybody's like, that's so cool. I'm like, no, it's stupid. It is really stupid.
Wow. Well, see, so my first experience, because I'm pretty new to arm wrestling, was around that time, that match. And then I seen you in Washington State here last month, and it made no sense. I was like some sick, twisted, like Wagner style personality or something to pull with a broken arm. Nope, just nicest guy ever. Yeah, we got you, Daniel. We heard your name. Nice to see you. I'm like, what? He's so nice.
Badass world champion, arguably the best arm wrestler on the left arm, and he's just smiling and profiling.
I mean, you got guys like Derek Smith in Nevada, right? Just in the back of the room, just getting pumped up, jacked. At Washington State, Cody just sat there like this the whole time, and he's just like happy-go-lucky. I'm like, how are you supposed to go up there and have a good match if you're just like, it is what it is. I'm up there and start cracking.
Have you got any matches or anything, Daniel, coming up?
I had actually I went to Washington State tournament with both my shoulders out of the socket, and I couldn't do any side pressure. And the chiropractor told me just stop, dude. And I didn't, so I took the last month off. I'm just now getting back. So I was supposed to go to Michael Todd's house on the 24th through the 29th, and I had just got back to arm wrestling here soon, so I can't. But I'm working out something with Derek Smith. I want to do a super match down in California, and then Team Strong Arms is just 3 hours north of me. They're gonna have a tournament, so I can be part of that team. So I got to do that. I got to go crack on as many people as I can to move up from the bottom 20 to the top 20 on the team. It's a huge team. It's gigantic. There's like 40 or 50 people on it. They're not regulars, most of them. But and then what's the Fit Expo? That's the big one I'm going to next. So I got to make the comeback.
When did they move the Fit Expo? Because it's usually in January.
It was in January, and then the COVID crap and everything. And I knew a lot of guys had tickets already to go out there. And then they moved it. So some of the guys that were going to go fly down and meet Derek and everything, he's like, hey, I would have set up some super matches. So last weekend there, I think it was, or the weekend before, is when Derek had that video with the Texas guys came out because they planned on going to the Fit Expo. And then it didn't work out for him. And he's like, he felt bad. So he just held some super matches. And then his guys went and cracked all over Texas. They just destroyed him, unfortunately.
What's up with your shoulders, Dan? You got a subluxation or something?
Do I have a what?
A subluxation? Or what's going on with them?
Oh,
Like
we've talked about... No, we've talked about this on the phone before. So when I had Michael out in April for my tournament, I went to the chiropractor and I fall timber, so I'm swinging an axe all day, right? And so it's shocking him into the back like this. and they were solid. They were my strongest part of my body was my shoulders and my legs, obviously from hiking on hills. But he's like, hey, we need to loosen that up. Let's pull them out. And he ripped up all that fascia and all that. He got them into where they were just kind of loosey-goosey. Well, when I started arm wrestling, every time I'd pull back, you could see it in the muscle and watch the state tournament in my videos. As soon as I jerked back, my bone came out of the socket. And so all I could do was sit out here like this and fish until they got tired. And if I could go sideways, I would. It was
I'll tell you what, I've never had an issue with my back till I went to a chiropractor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So somebody talked me into it, and they destroyed me. They talked me into it, and they just ruined me. I couldn't work for 3.5 months because I couldn't swing my axe. It was messed up that bad. And I was completely fine before I went in.
Daniel, you do know that they have chainsaws now, right? That you don't have to use an axe to fell timbers?
Well, you got to wedge the tree over if you're directional falling.
Dude, you should see his chainsaws.
You're funny, though.
Dude, he's got some badass chainsaws.
I am the world's leading saw modification guy, too, as well, yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I make money doing that and then falling timber. Yeah, been in some magazines. So when Michael and Rebecca came out, I'm not, I don't fanboy out on anybody, basically. And then they were kind of like, oh, you not like nervous enough? I'm like, no, actually, you guys need my autograph. I'm more famous than you are. I've been in tons of magazines and shit. I don't fucking care.
That's awesome. That is so cool.
The timber industry is so much larger than almost anything, right? So, but it was cool. It's been a good not this November. The November before is when I found all you guys on YouTube and all that stuff and everything. And so it's been just over a year for me.
Yeah, man, we're very lucky that you came on board. You've been nothing but great, you know.
Well, I started out powerlifting, and I haven't lifted in 12 years. I was just falling timber. It's too hard to do both, right? That's way too hard.
Yeah.
And then arm wrestling got me back in the gym because I didn't want to go lift heavy again. I was like, I don't want to go lift something really heavy or whatever, you know. So I just I let it go, and then arm wrestling came around, and I got really excited about working out because it's a little different working out for arm wrestling, obviously. But yeah, I just wished I wouldn't have got my shoulders messed up. Stay away from the chiropractor, guys. I'm still dealing with it since April.
Bloody hell.
That kind of sucks.
Sean, have a look at the chat. Nashville Arm Wrestling in the chat. Joe Cagle's come back. Fox 8-Ball woke up. Tony Goodman's in there. The 6-0 switcheroo. Paul Italia is in the chat. How you going, Paul? How are you, buddy? Hope all is well, Paul. Hope you're doing well, my friend. If you want to jump on, if any of you want to jump on, Paul, you want to jump on for a few minutes, the link's in the comments, man. Just come say g'day. Come say hello. Come say g'day. We are there. We've got 50 minutes to go. So if you want to jump in, the link's at the top of the live. I don't even know why I'm pointing. You can't go see me point. I don't know why I'm pointing. So if anyone wants to pop in and say g'day, it's been a fun ride. It has been a fun ride. Good to see still rocking strong. 62 in the chat. This might have been the first time we've seen Paul. I'm shot, lying in bed, smoking a blunt. All right, awesome.
It was pretty cool being able to meet those guys in the after polls. I got a pin on Artem, but he was so drunk and he can't.
I think I'm a little jealous of Paul. I think I feel that, but I think I'm just jealous because he's lying in bed.
Yeah.
And I'm like so close but so far away, which is good.
It's not that far. You'll make it.
Daniel. Oh, yeah. I'll shit it in, man. This has been cruisy. This has been so much fun. You got no idea. Daniel, were you thinking of hitting Derek's super match tournament next week?
Nope, I'm not going to be healed up enough for that, so I'm not going to go.
That's King
I'll be there. I'll watch it. The Tim Breslin.
Yeah, the King of Cali one, right?
Is that what it's going to be? The King of Cali again? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's the King of Cali. I got my my young Padawan Jack Cruzy that's going to be at that Poland. So he's an upcomer 17-year-old kid that's just crushing it around here. So I'm excited to see how he does there.
Yeah, beautiful house in there. Joel Cagle, he did a very good Aussie Armwrestler impression early on in the stream. I thought he was trolling me. I got a fun story about that. He thinks he's thinking of rolling one himself. Paul, yeah, let's tee something up together. Let's work together. Have a bit of fun on this YouTube thing. Let's work together. I love the YouTube thing. I think Paul Latelli gets too much slack, if I'll be honest. The guy is putting a lot of his own money to try and make these matches happen, and he might cop it a bit, you know. I don't mind the memes and that. I'm glad, Josh, I'm glad you and Ryan have made peace and things like that. But, you know, I love the memes. I thought they were funny. Yeah, I like Paul's giving it a go. He's like, hey, guys, I'll put some money in. Oh, okay, that's a match you guys want to see. You know, Paul's only new to arm wrestling, so he's not going to get the matches right. He's kind of just watching all of our Facebook and YouTubes. And, you know, if he's over at the 98% and Burger, you're like, yeah, Daniel Uric, Cody is the best. And that's got 100 comments. Well, he's like, well, that match will probably be good for everyone. So I'll give you $500 each or however much it is. So I think he's doing all right.
No, he is. He's smart. He's smart enough to know who to listen to too. You know, if he doesn't know what a good match is, he'll ask who knows what a good match is, what it is, and trust them. You know, he does a good job to do his research and talk to the right people.
Yeah.
That's important.
Absolutely. Tony Goodwin, let's hear Daniel's pin one, lose one, get rid of one. Alrighty. All right. Well, how long left, Jake? Oh, Neil, how are you, buddy? Neil.
Oh, Neil.
47 minutes, my friend. 47 minutes. That's how long he's left. Mother fluffer. And Neil.
Derek Smith was going to try to hop on after work, but I think he thought you'd be done at 3, not 2 a.m. our time.
Who was that?
So Derek Smith.
Oh yeah, he was.
By the way, guys, you're missing out on a lot on Discord, man. You learn this training, you learn inside matches before you get to hear them on YouTube. It's pretty cool stuff.
Hey, Daniel.
Yeah, Derek was.
Hey, I got a question for you, real quick.
Oh, you go on.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Jake.
Oh no, I was just gonna say Derek was on real early in the chat for a few hours. He was awesome.
Yeah.
So like from a pull-up bar or whatever you have available to do pull-ups on, when you hang, do you feel like a slight pinch or a slight discomfort, like at the top of your shoulder? Or
not anymore, but I did for months. I couldn't do pull-ups.
Okay, so it sounds like you have somewhat similar shoulder issues to what I used to have with like a subluxation with like a slight impingement, and the best simple fix for that is hanging.
Chiropractor.
Just hang.
Yeah, I'm not doing that again.
Dude, just hang. And if you get to a point where you can't hang for a minute, you use your feet to take some of the pressure off of your arms and get to where you can hang for a couple minutes 3 times a day, and your shoulders will start like vastly improving.
I'll try that out.
We've got my friend Gary Roberts. Gary, before you jump in the chat, I just want to say thanks to you because you know I reached out to you you know over the journey, and I was like, hey, and then the last message I sent was, hey man, I'm doing this 24-hour thing a la Arm TV. Do you want to come on and say hello? You went radio silent. You spent time off. Now, you could have been selfish and you could have done a big, elaborate Arm TV is back and, got your views and things like that and your extra subs. But you went, yeah, man, I'd love to come on. I'd love to have a chat. And you've been on like 5 times over the 24 hours. So I just wanted to say thank you, Gary. That's all. Because what Arm TV did in the New Year's stream for the Aussie Armwrestler, I was hoping to achieve for someone else during my 24 hours. You gave me a platform to show everyone I could hang and bang.
Well, here's the deal, dude. I feel terrible because I've been listening in bed for the last 2 hours going, I'll wait till the final 45 minutes. I've been chillaxing while you're up here working hard. I wanted to support you a little more, but I have been a little lazy. I'm like thinking to myself, he looks way stronger than I remember being. I think at like the 15, 17, 20 hour mark, I was feeling pretty darn tired. I'm impressed. You're looking and sounding completely normal.
Yeah, I'm just for me, I'm a pretty lucky guy. Like, life is amazing. So if you think, when this whole Aussie Armwrestler thing, and I've mentioned it a million times, while this was building, my wife was battling cancer. So, like, this is going pretty well, and I'm meeting all you guys, and I'm you know, dealing with that. So then my wife is like elbow dropping the shit out of cancer, and now she's pregnant, she's got her hair back. So I'm legit, like, very rarely in a bad mood. And I was explaining to these guys, I don't know, about 20 minutes ago, you guys, everyone's just giving me the energy. You know, Gary, you mentioned something in the comments, and I read, and I almost spat my water out over everything. I thought it was funny. You know, ready bang, fair use. Ready bang, fair use. You know, things like that. And I had a bit of water, and I read it and almost spat it out. You know, Travis is a member of the channel, but he's pumped in a whole heap of his own money. You've been pumping in money. Josh has been a big supporter for ages, you know, and just meeting new people, you know, spending more time with Cody. I'm glad Cody jumped on for this last bit, because we did a show, and you guys just give me all the energy. So I legit, although I won't, I legit could go another 12 hours easy.
Could you?
Hey, Jake.
Yeah.
Wow.
Easy?
Easy.
Hey,
oh,
I just wanted to say what a monumental life swing that is for the positive, and I mean, you seem like a really good guy, and I'm just really, really glad and grateful that you guys have been blessed like that. That's really awesome.
Can I say that in the time that listening, Cody Merritt, I mean, I wanted to say he sounds like the guy I'd vote most likely to sit down and have a beer with, but he says he doesn't drink beer. But Cody sounds like a genuinely sweet dude. I've met him many times, but obviously I haven't listened to him talk for 2 hours. Like,
Cody's
I've been
the
in
man.
bed listening to you guys. Yeah.
But yeah, for me, to whip out another 12 hours, so long as people were coming and going and things like that, for me, it's awesome, you know. Like, Joel Cagel's in the chat. I thought he was, like, rom-ramming me earlier, but he did, like, he came on, and he's got this red mullet, and he's like in a truck, and then all of a sudden he starts ranting, but then I realize he's doing an Australian accent, and he goes ready bang at the end. He's like, man, yeah, I'm Joel. And I was like, oh, that was so, yeah, you hang with me, man. Spend a couple of hours here. I like you.
Well, anyways, I just want to say, when you invited me to come on, of course, I wanted to support. I've tried to tune in. I came on in my ranting, but I've listened a bunch. I've read a bunch of the chats, and you've had consistent numbers throughout your 24-hour thing. So I'm just happy to be here and to support my man. You're a good dude, and of course, I thought for a second that I could challenge you to time, but if you could go another 12 hours, man, I was done after the 24, so I don't know if I could have said that. So big props to you. I would like to say that I was on earlier with RVJ, and I completely forgot to say hi to my man, Uncle John. He was in another screen. He was in another screen, and I forgot to swipe over and say hi. So apologies to Uncle John.
Oh, I'm sure.
And then Daniel, I am now living in the greater Pacific Northwest. So
I'm coming for you.
It's time we get together
you.
and it's time we get together and hang out. I was at Washington State, and I saw you
dodged me, turd.
I saw you across the room, but my wife kind of wanted to ditch out after I got blown out of the amateurs, and I forgot to introduce myself to you. So apologies there. Bam.
No, she looked like she's a little antsy. I had no. I was gonna go over and talk to you too, and I was like, she looks like she wants to go home.
I mean, I drug her there. I said, listen, I'm probably going to go 2 and out. It'll be real quick. I'm not going to film. I just want to pull. But I did get one match. One match.
I got to see the craziness and live action.
Yeah, the guy that I beat, I totally thought he was going to kill me. he felt so strong, but man, he forgot to let go. He like Ryan Grunded me. He like got all intimidated by the noise.
Yeah.
Anyways,
you know how to turn a nice little 30-second match into a 10-minute affair.
Poor Ryan. He's
and
awesome.
we were way pressed for time there too.
Listen. All I got is the show. I got no skills, bro. All I got is the build up, the hype. Bam, bam, bam.
Mate, it is all about the sizzle. It's not about the steak. You know that, Gary.
Yeah.
You've been in the game long enough.
I disagree 100%. I want the steak.
Well, I plan to go to some arm wrestling practices, try to get the steak back. Try to get some steak.
Aaron Costello asked if you're going to go to Team Strong Arms. We should hook up and go up there one of these days.
What's the date? That's in Bend? That's the one for Oregon, right?
No, that's
Jacob Abbott's
Everett.
team. It's Jacob Abbott's team to practice.
When is it? This weekend?
Oh, they have them every Monday. Not
Every
this Monday coming up. Yeah.
I'm definitely
And
interested.
then Devin Mackin's 40 minutes south of me, his team. And then what's the one at Portland? Damn it. Why is that?
Yeah. So I'm going to message Devin Mackin. They told me they pull on Sundays. I'm going to try to go this Sunday if they're getting together. Come down. I'll meet you there. A big
we should do that.
2 hands, Daniel. 2 hands.
You're gonna need them.
Anyway, Mr. Aussie.
Yo.
Is there a top 10 highlights of your 24-hour stream?
Well, one of my top 10s is happening right now if this gentleman can connect to his audio.
His audio's not working.
We will see.
Is it the Armor Superfan Fox 8 Ball?
Fox 8 Ball.
Looks like it.
Can you hear me, son?
Oh, look at the gun.
Can you hear me? There we
Even
go.
got an Armor sweatshirt.
This is a highlight. This is Fox 8 Ball, Gary. I'm sure you've heard of him. This man shaved Arm Wars into his head. He spent the first day outside of Arm Wars, couldn't get anyone a ticket or anything like that, and then everyone hooked him up the next day and things like that. He spent the first probably 20 hours moderating this chat. He really helped me out because I got to read all the funny stuff, but when people were being dicks or racist, my man Fox 8 Ball had his head on straight and he gave it a go. Anytime someone does a super chat, he does reps. I'm not sure what sort of reps, but he almost dies and things like that. So this is definitely a highlight. John, Fox 8 Ball, how are you, mate? He's excited.
Dude, is there anybody? This guy has to have one of the records. He's been on. Anyone who's online, arm wrestling channels, hour-wise, over the last, like, say, 6 months, whatever. This guy has to have a record, right? Has anyone beat this dude? He's on every channel.
I was close for a while, but he came out of nowhere and he just overdid me.
I mean, are you a number one fan? Are you a number one fan out there, Mr. Dixon? You've definitely been a major
look at
supporter.
that shirt. Some highlights, Gary. If I was going through some highlights, one would be finding out about Uncle John's amazing tattoo.
What I missed.
So Uncle John came on early. I think it was me, Ryan, Derek, and Uncle John. And Uncle John was just in his... He was in arm wrestler mode, not podcast mode. He's a bad dude. So, anyway, he's wearing a singlet. He's got a giant tattoo on his chest of a grenade, and it says, fuck him.
No.
Wait.
Promise ya.
That's a real thing?
I promise ya, Burgers with me. As true as I'm sitting here, it was the highlight. It was amazing.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my.
Mate, next time you have a chat with him, go in there. There was that. What else? RVJ came on and I got to meet his lovely wife again. And they had a bit of a RBJ had
look at that.
a little bit too much
Look at that
to
right
drink.
there.
Yeah.
There's the top half of it.
Can
What's
you
the
see
top?
Berger's photo, Gary Roberts?
What? No way.
God. I bet if I turn my phone, it'll show it a little better. There we go.
Oh no, dude, that's gotta be airbrush.
Nah, that's real,
gotta
man.
be airbrush.
It says it's from Rambo, Rambo 2 or Rambo 3.
Oh, Uncle John is crazier than I thought.
Oh man, he's a bad dude.
Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Oh my,
I was not expecting that. That's news to me.
Phil Woody UK with the super chat. He says, absolute machine. 23 hours later, and Fox 8 Ball is finally on the TV, which is amazing. Very, very happy. And he's always got people's back. If you're a part of John Fox 8 Ball's circle, he's got your back, and he's had the Aussie Armwrestlers back.
He's got your back, not just on here, right? Like all my TikToks, my YouTubes, he's always the first to comment on any of my social media stuff and say positive stuff. He doesn't have nothing bad to say unless you start messing with his family.
Yeah, like
start messing with the arm wrestling family, you're going down.
Yeah, like I might make, I've got a live stream with Cody Merritt. We're making left arm great again. Suddenly, you've got a comment from Fox 8 Ball. Hey, Jaggy boy, hope you and Jess are going well. Hope your family are going well. Nothing to do with the video. He's just like, hey, man. And he's watched it. He's watched the video.
Yeah.
But he just comments. I'm just trying to go through. Love the staying power. Meeting Travis and spending a lot of time with Josh. That's been a highlight. Burger's Burger Cup. That he's also a bong. Is pretty cool. Or you can smoke through it. That's pretty. That was pretty fun.
I apologize. I missed. Did Ryan Bowen come on your broadcast?
Yeah, Ryan was on at the start. He spent maybe 3-4 hours at the start. So I had it was really cool, man. So at the start, I was like, I had Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler on. Of course, that's always a highlight. She's hot. And then we went. Then I went by myself for about half an hour, and I was like, all right, here we go. Then,
hey, Jake.
Yeah?
Ryan Bowen's already uploaded the first 16 hours of your stream to his channel.
Oh, don't get Gary started. Don't get Gary started.
His podcast.
Travis, we have half an hour to go. And
fair use.
But that's also been a highlight. Gary Roberts breaking his radio silence and coming on an arm wrestling podcast. And I'm very, very honoured that it was mine. It means a lot more than you think, Gary, which was good. Trying to think. Oh, Neil Pickup ran a competition and it ended up making me, no word of a lie, about $800. He ran, when Neil came on, he was like, all right, whoever has the highest amount of super chats wins a personalised Iron House shirt. And I had about 3 people go head to head and just threw money.
Did you get to ask him about your dream job, commentary with him?
Neil? Oh, every time I talk to Neil and we're together, I'm like, whether you like it or not, Neil, we're going to be co-workers one day. Every time I see him, like, whether you like it or not, I'm like, here's Neil. This guy's the greatest, and he's done so much for the sport. But whether you like it or not, we're going to be co-workers one day. And no, Neil's been nothing, like all you guys, nothing but good. And I find all this a very, very humbling experience, which is, which is amazing. Couple of quick super chats. Sap the Bee says, I'm a big fan of Fox 8 Ball. Big fan.
Love you, Sap.
Then.
Have we met Sap the Bee?
No, he's Australian.
I don't know who it is.
Sap the Bee is
I see him everywhere.
Stacey Morgan is coming with a super chat. He says, Fox 8 Ball muscle equals certified stud. Bit of love coming from Fox 8 Ball because we finally got him on the camera. Did the first, what was it, 19 hours, and then he had a nap because he did too many reps.
Mr. Aussie, you brought up the wall earlier today and did a poll, is it dead? And so I'm a bit curious about this because you slipped out there, you name dropped, me and Steve Kaplan go way back, I communicated with him, and then you proceeded to give no information on or a take on your, so you have Steve Kaplan incommunicado and can't give us inside.
I'm not allowed to.
What do you know, bro? Come on. Something.
Oh,
Jesus. Close out this hour with a detail. Am I wrong? Is Wall not dead?
You are wrong.
Okay, well then if I'm wrong, they are the greatest failure of companies of all time because they missed the boat of the pandemic. Michael Todd today on your stream said the pandemic has been great for arm wrestling. How in the world could this dude have not done anything with his social media but a few memes? I mean, come on, bro. Come on. The chat here could single-handedly run Wall better 100x. Come on. You know it's true. You know it's true.
I love when you drop truth bombs, Gary Roberts. This is the Gary Roberts we all missed. This is the Gary Roberts. We waited for a couple of months. Where have you been?
I mean, seriously, if your company is still alive, you wasted so much time.
As far as my inside information goes, which I do know a few people, he spent a lot of money on his little stint there. So he's probably recuperating his money so he can go again.
You have content creators working for free, super chatters. Mm-hmm. You're telling me one of us couldn't have been the cheapest date on the planet to go back to some wall
when
material?
You spend $1 million and your super chats add up to like 1,500, that doesn't really weigh out. I'm a businessman.
No, but I'm saying Steve Kaplan, bang for his buck, could have got some really creative content during this pandemic to create the Wall brand out there. I mean, yeah. It's sadly
like what?
Disappointing.
Give us an example.
I mean, they didn't update their YouTube page for 6 months. I mean, nada, 6 months, nada free. The most active person was their Facebook guy, and he just posted old memes. It's like, I mean, the lowest effort. If you were Trump, you'd be like, low energy. Wall is low energy. Okay? I mean, dude, I'm more productive when I take a dump, all right?
You know, I just have one song playing in my head.
I'm sorry. No. I like Steve Kaplan, but I'm just like, dude, you should have put us on your staff. We have grown your company by now for like a fraction of what you spent on studio lights.
We can tell how much you like him.
I just have a song in my head, and it's awesome. It's like, I'm hearing Gary go on a rant, and I've dearly missed it. And in my head, all I'm singing is, guess who's back? Back again. Gary's back. Tell a friend. Guess who's back? Guess who's back?
The beauty of my position in arm wrestling is I have zero fucks. I don't care. I'm not trying to get into someone's VIP party. You know, I've been there, done that. I sucked enough cocks, all right, in the back of the days, hoping that somebody would sponsor. And that was metaphorical, by the way. Hoping that somebody would like grow, whatever. But now, dude, I don't care. I'm not going to rub your ego. If you made a mistake, I'm going to call it out. I feel like that's my role in the sport. Is I don't care. I'm not here to make necessarily. I like friends, but you know, if you're saying you care about the sport and going to grow it, I'm going to point out, you know, some of the flaws.
Well, we just got a nice little comment from Neil Pickup. Long live the WAL.
Yeah. Well,
is Gary Roberts the only real arm wrestling journalist?
I mean,
how about that poll?
There's a lot of, listen, okay, I used to, you know, be the only journalist in arm wrestling. And then back in the day, I'll never forget, I went to a tournament And it was like, I remember I went on a podcast. We were the first podcast with Peter Milano, and we were like, oh, the tournaments didn't run as well. And I got, messages from the promoter saying, hey, no talking about that. Like, zip it. I was told, don't share this. And, I had to like walk the fine line where I had to like make people happy so I could have stage access. And now if I come back, I plan to have my own stage, or, Travis always
I wasn't being sarcastic. I wasn't being sarcastic. I meant it.
Dude, I completely agree with you. I'm saying there could be a lot more people, but everyone, it's hard. It's a hard balance when you are building relationships with people. Like, for instance, Paul Italia. Paul Italia is doing great things for the sport. And I saw he put on Facebook, he thinks I don't like him. And I'm like, what? I never said this, bro.
Well, maybe you should suck his dick too.
I mean, I'm saying I'm a huge fan of Paul Italia. I have no idea how he got the idea that I'm not a fan. I think Paul Italia is doing. I mean, if you want to talk about growing the sport, I don't know how much. There's 60 people on the chat. If 60 people start doing stuff like Paul Italia is doing, the sport's gonna explode. Now, if 60 people do what Ryan Bowen is doing and just stay at home and copying my content, the sport's not going to grow as well. It's going to grow for Ryan. But I'm saying, I don't know how I got into this. Anyways, Paul Italia, you're out there. You're still in bed. You're smoking the blunt. I love you.
No, he already said goodnight.
You're doing good stuff for the sport.
Gary, hold that thought. Neil Pickup is on his way. Hold that thought.
Chat, I am a loud talker, and so people are sleeping in the house. I had to go out to the van.
Yeah, dude, I'm in so much trouble just from my phone being heard across the house tonight from you. Oh yeah.
My wife's like, dude, why when you talk to these guys, you talk so loud? I can't go anywhere in the house without hearing it.
Yeah, I'm a loud talker. I'm just naturally loud. I think that's why I bond with you, Gary, because we rant, but our rant and talking is the same tone. It's the same pitch.
I'm going to need a ready bang. We need a mic check.
All right. This one's for you, Fox 8 Ball, you big legend. You've just spent 17 and a half hours doing reps for Super Chats. And also, ready, bang! The number one catchphrase in the arm wrestling community. I'd say it's the only way that it is happening. We'll see. I hope Neil hasn't messaged me on anything. Let me double check.
He probably knows this by now, but like the description link doesn't work, but the one that you have posted in the chat does.
Yeah, the one in the chat, because they're not in the thing.
The chat, there's. I mean, I get it. I rant. I'm sorry. I can't help it. I can't help it.
You got to rant. I like that you've ranted.
I mean,
love you guys.
Listen.
Gary, you need to take your show back, man.
Fucking thing on a positive note.
Gary, you need to come back, man. Like, literally, your show got taken over. I was shotgunning beers on live chats, like, trying to keep it afloat, keep the audience there. Beers on Burgoyne. Like, you got to get your show back.
Dude.
Now he's got his own thing.
Thanks, Mimsky. Mimsky 18.
I'm sitting down and I'm hanging out with the family. And I'm like, man, it's nice not to have to do anything on Tuesday nights.
Yeah.
I mean, it's let's have 20 minutes of awesomeness. Let's keep it light. I promise I won't call Ryan Bowen a dirty douchebag. I promise.
Nah,
that's over.
It's brilliant, man. Everyone's mate, the 20 minutes of awesomeness, whether you have a rant or we all just have a laugh. People coming in and out of the chat for the whole 24 hours. The one thing that I've been Neil reckons he'll be here in 5 minutes. The one thing I've just loved is, for me, the support, man. Like, just look, I feel like it's like the same 8 names in the chat, but the chat says 70. I think the most saved was like 150 at one stage. But knowing you're tuning into a 24-hour podcast And everyone was like, cool, man, let's check it out. And to be able to, you know, like Berger, Travis, they came in and suddenly 4.5 hours later, they're like, yeah, I'm still here, man. You know, Cody Merritt's like, yeah, I'll quickly jump in.
Well, Aussie, Cody Merritt looks like he's been on for 28 hours.
He does.
This guy's falling asleep on us. Cody, wake up.
The problem, what happened with Cody is Cody came at this very awkward time. I'm going to say between 2.5 hours and an hour and 45 minutes ago. I can't remember where it was. And Cody just started getting on a roll and he started talking. He's like, oh, I'll help Jake out half an hour, 40 minutes. I'll help him out. But then it got to that awkward stage where it's like, I think there's like an hour and 15 minutes left. So I kind of want to be there at the end because, Jake's cool and he looks after me and things like that. And then it gets to about 45 minutes to go and Cody's like, man, I'm tired. Hurry this 45 minutes up. You guys are cool, but I want to go to my bed and my beautiful wife and just hang out and things like that. So, I want to enjoy
That's about right. That's about right.
Yeah. It was just, you came on at this really awkward stage, and if you'd probably come on like half an hour earlier, you would have stayed for an hour, we had a good chat, and then you would have buggered off. But you came in that real awkward stage, and you're like, oh, I'm too nice to just leave. I can't leave now. I've got to stay till the end and things like that.
I mean, that's why I kind of was waiting till the last hour because I was like, if I come on 2-3 hours before, I don't know if I'm going to hang in there. But
should have
now
done what
I'm
I did,
fired up.
married a real bitch. Then you'd have no problem sitting down in the basement on this live stream.
Yeah, I'm feeling like we can go the other 12, bro. Let's fire this bad boy up.
Mate, do
Miss
not.
Aussie's like, no.
Nah.
Oh, man.
Well, there's 17 minutes to go. If I get $1,500 in super chats, I'll go for another 12 hours.
Yeah. You got me. You got me all awake now, bro.
Oh no, for 17 minutes.
I am pretty impressed though, Jake. You've consistently kept 70, 80 people for 24 hours, damn near. Yeah. On average.
And
that's
maintained
pretty
a
good.
very high energy level.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's a lot of sleep schedules, intertwining, and you were still managed to keep your audience. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's been every time I get to an end of a live stream or things like that, it always comes down to being humbled. When you break it down, and I don't break it down too bad because I love that you guys think what I'm doing is good, but I was just a dude that just commentated, ready bang, a one-liner, and then I was allowed to come on shows and you let me connect with you guys, and it's like, yeah, I'm an all right. There's other Australians that are pretty cool that are, in arm wrestling. There's not just one Aussie and things like that. And, John lives on the other side of the world. He's wearing my shirt. And you guys, and another thing, back when, Gary was doing his arm TV, and I would come on a bit later, and you just see people's body language change. It's like, oh, the Aussie Armwrestler's on. He's going to bring a bit of energy and things like that. He's going to give a ready bang, and he's going to be too loud. And all of this, and like you said, Daniel, just before, 70, 80 consistent for 24 hours. It probably dropped to as low as 50. Obviously, when I changed each, because you can only go for 8 hours per stream on YouTube, or 9 hours, but I just kept it at 8. And everyone's just hanging around, and everyone was excited, Josh and Trav were just like, yeah, man, we're coming with you to the end, and they've just been riding with me, which has been cool, and that's just something that I appreciate, because I'm sure there's times where your back's a bit sore. It's like, I could just jump in the bed, or I could just hit a nice fat one, and and go have a sleep, or I've had a few Berger's been keeping himself entertained, but he keeps changing his background, and it's highly entertaining. He keeps turning into a wizard and arm wrestling memes. But even at the start, the constant YouTube creators, I started off strong. I had Ryan, Uncle John, Derek Smith, man, and we were just hitting it, and it was just exciting and things like that. Then other people were coming on. I was just meeting new people, and that was that Joel Cagle that's in the chat at the moment. He came on, just the fact that Jordan Davis, it's his birthday today, and he drove on his birthday 15 minutes earlier to work so he could sit in his car and jump on the stream and say, "You've got it, Aussie Armwrestler. You know, you're doing well. Keep going strong." On his birthday. You know, if I woke up 15 minutes earlier on my birthday, I'd be leaning over to Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler and say, "I'd like my present now, please." You know what I mean? So I'm a very, very humble guy. So I break things down like that. So it's like, yeah, okay, Jordan Davis coming on the show. I was like, no, man, it was your birthday and you've ranked twice. You know, Gary Roberts was radio silent and he's come in 5 times and things like that. You know, poor Fox 8-Ball. The man wanted to go toe-to-toe with me. I had the easy job because you were just watching. You couldn't join in the conversations and everyone thought you died, which was...
Hey, Jake, before the time comes out, do you have any pro wrestling story that you love that you could share with everyone?
Pro wrestling? Oh, absolutely. Mega Mike has come in. Hello from Kelly. Mega Mike with a $9.99 super chat. Mimiski, yeah, I'll definitely get through. If we go over a couple of minutes, we go over a couple of minutes. But Mimiski says, Aussie Armwrestler, 24 hours with the greatest podcaster. You are an awesome person and loved by everyone in this great community. The new leader of all things to do with arm wrestling. Ready, bang. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Just everyone just like jumping in. Mega Mike, like we got to do a show together or something like that, and everyone's coming in. My pro wrestling stories, man. Where do they start? They were unreal. I've wrestled a midget.
A midget?
Yep. So there was a midget. His wrestling name was Joey Russell Jr. And I was like a mid-card champ. So all my mates came to watch. It was one of my maybe 4th or 5th last match to do that. So that was different, and it's what my mates always hanging on. I got DVDs upstairs of me wrestling. I used to, like, I was a heel, a bad guy. If you don't know what a heel is, a bad guy, and I used to get fake. I used to make, so just say...
You were the bad guy?
Oh, yeah, man, because I talk and things like that. So
hey, did you biff the midget? Did you biff him?
Yeah, of course, man. Got some cool photos and that, which is cool. Like, I used to have people wait for me out the front because, like, I would give fake motel or hotel key cards to, like, Cody's wife. And, you know, I'd be like, oh, you want to be with the real man. And some dudes would get angry and things like that. You know, I used to slick my hair back, drop an elbow. I loved it, man. I love it. I love it. Neil Pickup. First of all, before you start, before you start talking, you mother fluffer. Honestly, mate, without like pumping your tires up and things like that, that competition you did was unbelievable, and I don't know how, somehow, some way, I will return the favour. That was unbelievable and very generous of you. I know you don't want it, and that's why I want to somehow repay the favour. So thank you very much. One, for just coming on and keeping Marlon Kleinsmith under control. That was...
You scare me. It scares me a lot, mate. It scares me a lot. But, mate, you look amazing. You may even look better than... I think you look better than Gary did.
Yeah. No, dude, he
right
did.
at this point.
Yeah. No, bro, he looks way better.
You look... Yeah. How many Red Bulls? How many energy drinks are we in now?
I was explaining to the guys before. So I started, like, we're at 10 minutes to 9 p.m. So I started at 9 p.m. 24 hours ago, and I had like a pre-workout shot.
Yeah.
And I was just saying, I feed off you guys. So I was like, all right, that was cool. And the excitement of it all, like, let's go. And everyone just kept jumping in the chat. And I got to about 4:30 in the morning. It's 9 p.m. till 4:30 in the morning. And I was like, I'm a bit, I don't know what I am. Like, I was having water. Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler, she woke up at about 7. So I was like, from 4:30 to 7, I was like, people are coming on. I'm just going to focus on this. Let's just talk arm wrestling. Then Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler, Jess, lovely. She came in. She made me like a green juice, banana smoothie, you know, some breakfast, put some good things into my body. And then that's when I had my only energy drink. Had that at about 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. And then because my mind was re-switched, I wanted to do the night first. my mind was re-switched. It was like, well, I'm supposed to be awake because the sun's up. I'm supposed to be. So everything's fine. And everyone just kept coming in. And everyone was entertaining. And when you get, I mean, like Neil, when you come in, you're the best talker in the business. So when you came in, you almost like took over for a bit. You know, you were talking with Marlon, you're talking about matchups and things like that. So I kind of had like a powwow. It's just like, Neil's talking to Marlon. I'll jump in a minute, you know. And when guys come in and they know how to talk, that was cool. But yeah, about to finish my second beer. I had to wait until an hour to go because I thought the beer might knock me out. Second beer, 47 guests, 19 countries, according to my stats, and just meeting some absolute dead set legends. And that's what it was all about. It was just a personal challenge for me. I love this sport, and whether you like it or not, Neil, we're going to be co-workers one day. I'm just. I
know that'll happen, mate. And I also know I'll try and make it happen in some respects. As I said before, I've got a good idea behind that at some point, which I'd like to pull off over in your neck of the woods, but down the tracks.
No, but I just muck around, and for me, it was just a challenge. It wasn't about subs. It wasn't about money. It was just about showing everyone. That, you know, yes, I'm a catchphrase. I'm a silly Australian, doesn't get to pull as much as everyone else, but I'm dead set serious about this sport. I dead set love this sport. I don't have the 25, 30, 35 years experience like you, Neil and Gary. You know, I don't have the world titles like Cody Merritt and things like that, but I've just got heart and I just want to share it with everyone and just show you all, like, I'm in it for the long run and I want to help out as many people. Because when Gary
what you are is you bring enormous amount of energy into any sport. Any sport would be lucky to have you involved and to be passionate about it. In the same way that John, same situation, and a lot of guys that have come onto the show with you because you're the fire behind. Arm wrestling's only as big as its fans, you know. It's only as big as its competitors. It's only as big as its fans. And you're one of those guys that really does feel it, you know. So that energy that you bring in, which you've clearly illustrated, it couldn't actually have been a more fitting guy to pick up the torch from Gary, who's also another ball of energy, a complete nutcase. But he's the guy that could do that. He's the guy that would do that. And I'll tell you what, he is a torchbearer. Gary's done that a number of times. The 24-hour last year was something. You've picked up the torch and run with that as well, and it's really solid, mate. You both got that energy that the sport needs, and look what it brings to it. I mean, you sat here with, like you say, you're 23 and a bit hours in, and you've got all these guys on. Sorry for not saying hi to Josh, Dan, Travis, Cody, Gary, and John. How are you doing, guys? But yeah, you're an essential part, mate, and you're a great part to have in there. You bring a lot of spirit, you bring a lot of enthusiasm and passion, and yeah, thanks for doing what you do, mate. It's quality.
No, thank you for the kind words, Neil. It means a lot. I know you put your pants on one leg at a time like I do, but I look up to you a bit, as much as that bothers you. You know, you don't think you're anything special, but I do look up to you. And thank you, Uncle John, for the super chat. He's coming with a ready bang. It's probably the last super chat of the stream. But for me, because you brought up Gary's New Year's stream, and I
Rich, hold on. Can I say that you both were integral in helping me keep my energy up? I mean, I couldn't do that without you guys jumping in, right? And both of you, sincere thanks.
No, thank you. And I was more wanting to kind of pay it forward a bit as well, because when I jumped on with Gary, like I was watching, I was genuinely getting annoyed. So you guys started off the New Year's live stream, and I was like, okay, it's Uncle John, it's Neil, it's Gary. That's fair enough. And I'm not gonna lie, I was seeing other people come on the stream, and I was like, I'm more entertaining than them. Why aren't I getting a gig? And I was getting annoyed. And then a couple more hours went, and a couple more hours went, and I was like, oh, okay. Anyway, Uncle John messaged me, and he's like, do you want to come on? I was like, absolutely, I do. And I waited patiently. And I sat at my kitchen table for an hour waiting for my Zoom thing to be requested. Anyway, it gave me...
Wait, I let you wait for an hour?
No, mate, this was...
I left you
Barry
in the waiting
Bourne.
room?
No, because I was told... no, it wasn't you leaving. I was told Like, after the Barry Bourne segment. And that went forever and ever. Burgoyne was really drunk and it was all kicking off. And I was like, they're not going to let me on. Anyway, I got let on. And it gave me, with anything that I do, Neil, I mean, it gave me a platform. And I was like, I'm going to show everyone that is watching, one, I can hang and bang with anyone. I can sling and slang with anyone. I can hold a conversation. All right, Gary's about to fall asleep. Uncle John's knackered. Beauty. Hey, get on these shoulders. I'll take care of the next 2-3 hours. Not a problem. And Gary messaged, I had a few goes at it, and Gary messaged me after the live stream. Said, man, I was really impressed. I remember sitting there with you, Neil, and it was literally like this. It was New Year's Day, and everyone was a bit quiet, and you were telling stories, and you were kind of like, all right. And I could tell in your tone you were feeding. You're like, someone else, take the opportunity, take this bait that I'm feeding. And I latched onto it, and no one else was talking. I was like, and because, back then I'd only just met you, and I was like, well, I'm going to show Neo that, like, when it comes to talking and podcasts and commentating, I'm not a one-trick pony. I can be the colour by colour, or I can be your detail, play by play. So, yeah, and by doing my 24-hour, I just wanted to pay that forward because I got it from Gary's 24 hours. And if anyone...
And to your point, that 2 hours you mentioned, that was the worst. That was the worst section of the whole 24 hours. I thought the 6 p.m. to midnight, I envisioned a little bit more structured with having planned guests, and then it'd be a free fall after, but it fell apart with Evan and Barry Bourne. And my mom, of all people, was like, oh, I'm going to watch the stream. She clicked on, she goes, what's going on? What kind of sport are you in, bro? That was not good.
You know what does surprise me?
I have a quick question for Neil.
Surprised me, Jake. All right? You're an Australian. You're called the Aussie Armwrestler.
Yeah.
We in England know that the Aussies,
whilst they are bastards,
are also the most competitive race of human beings drawing breath. And yet, you're only going to...
I have a quick question for Neil.
Okay, mate, go on, and then I'll finish this bit, but go on.
Sorry, go ahead. Did I interrupt? I'm sorry.
It's okay, mate. Go for it. I can come back to it. Just hold that thought.
Wait, hold on. I have a question.
No, I'm not
Neil.
holding on. We're going to Neil again.
No, I'm saying we're going
Your
over
latest
24
series
hours.
of Arm Wars is amazing. The Uncle John episode.
Don't cut us off.
How likely is that to get picked up for television? Because that is amazing.
I would love to be able to answer that question. We will be going down that route. The first... let me finish what I was going to say a minute ago, because it segues into this nicely. But as I was saying there, Jake, with you being an Aussie and as competitive as you are, the fact that you're just matching the Yank, a bit weird. Because if this had been a Brit, right, if I'd have been on and I'd have done 24 hours and an Aussie would have come on to take that title, he would have gone for 25 hours. And so it begins, mother fluffer. As soon as somebody does 25, somebody's got to go 26. Somebody's got to go 27.
Well, I knew that was going to happen, but the difference being Gary's was a 24-hour call-in show. Mine was the first ever world record 24-hour arm wrestling podcast. Gary's was a New Year's call-in show. This is a 24-hour. I'm setting the bar, and like I said, I could go 36, but I don't want to absolutely smash it out the park, because what I want, Neil...
I wouldn't have gone for 36. I would have gone for 25.
Yeah.
Because it's better. If you beat a dude in a gym by reps and you know you've got 10 more, you don't beat them by 10 reps. You beat them by 1.
You beat your record, but don't cut the stream. We still have questions.
Well, let me read out some super chats. There's a huge battle going on for the last super chat. Travis Newsom. Uncle John doesn't get the last super chat. Great show, Aussie. Swedish Arm Wrestling TV. Who came on to my show? That was awesome. I'll get the last super chat ready, bang. And if everyone could please, no more super chats, because my wife
will kick your head in.
Mrs. Aussie Arm Wrestler has done a sticker, $2.99, and the fact that she is allowing me to do a 24-hour and 1 minute arm wrestling podcast.
Now we're going.
Because now, you know what I mean? Because I know I'm still going to be another 5 or 10 minutes. No,
but I have a final question, though, too.
Oh.
Don't cut me off.
TV just come in and did last.
No,
I would have stayed on. I just didn't want any more super chats.
I got to answer Travis's in a minute, but let him nail these super chats. Go for it, mate.
No, well, I was just saying no more super chats. So TV says last.
Lovely dart. So Travis, sorry, brother, just coming back to what you were saying. The initial aim is to build a YouTube channel. Hey, there she is. There she is.
Hi.
Absolutely. Hi, love. How are you doing?
Thanks for keeping him company.
Absolutely.
She's like, I like you guys, but leave.
That was you got 10 minutes, that's it, and I will literally swim to England and kick your dick in.
No, you can take as long as you want.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's the initial target is to get it going on YouTube. Ultimately, we need, like Jake does, so get sub to this channel if you haven't done already. Armwar's the same. We need the support of the arm wrestling community. I hope everybody can see. I came on Gary's show last year, or a few years ago now, isn't it? A couple of years ago, and said, I wanna do it differently. I want to bring something back which is a different concept, and said that we could do that. I was lucky enough to cross paths with a very talented man called James Statham, who can help me realize that concept. And there it is. That's what we're doing. So I hope the arm wrestling community gets it. I hope they like what they're seeing. These are actually below the standard that James wanted to do. We can do a lot better. Iron House is coming. That's where we're going to take control of things properly, and I'm going to be quiet and let James show me what he can do. And we'll go from there. But we do need your support, guys. We do need your support. And that just leads
What can we do extra to support you?
Sub to the channel.
And subscribe.
Spread the word. So we get that support from all the community, because so many people think that the matches have been out there. To Gary's point, people have posted matches everywhere. They don't know that they haven't seen what we're putting out there. They think they've seen the matches. And what I'm saying is, no, you haven't. This is different. You need to check this out. You know, this is different. It's unique. Nobody else is doing this. But really importantly, the reason that it sparked me to come on this last little bit, jump back on here. Gary said something earlier about the WAL. Okay, now I get it. He's a little grated with the WAL. The only thing I would say is, Gary always has this knack, right? So many times I've been in the shower, and that motherfucker says something on a show. I'm listening, and I have literally in the shower without getting dry. I'm onto it.
I'm sorry.
Well, he did it again today. Right,
I'm sorry.
Bang, comes out with the WL thing.
Really bang!
WL have grown the sport of arm wrestling, did grow the sport of arm wrestling, made a massive impact in the sport of arm wrestling. And for that, all of arm wrestling should take the hat off. The WL is not dead. It is not dead. And
that's my point. WL,
we, as a set of people, what we got to stop doing is knocking other promotions. Don't knock them. Big them up. Just because it's different, just because it doesn't matter. Big them up. If they're promoting arm wrestling, if they're doing something with arm wrestling, you know.
Piracy aside, Gary.
I'm sorry. Listen, I do respect Steve Kaplan. I know what he's done for the sport. I'm just saying, imagine had he done something small during the pandemic. That's it. Hey, it's very small criticism.
Listen, I'm very conscious of the fact that I don't want to come on this show. I just wanted to make that point because I feel passionately about that. I think arm wrestling's not big enough to knock lumps in each other. I think everybody in arm wrestling's got to get behind one another and say, look, you know, not literally speaking. But
I keep forgetting that point, Neil. You reminded me that. You are right. Wall's done huge things. I mean, maybe no Wall, no Larry Wills. You know, who knows? So thank you for reminding that. And, you know,
I think the Larry Wills thing's a great example. Look at the venom that's injected into this game. You know, then you've got Paul Italia doing stuff. Everywhere, I can go on and on and on. Engin with the East versus West. all this stuff. It's fantastic. Try to not work against each other, guys. Try to work with each other. That's what it's all about.
You bring up a final good question. Can I just ask you one question before Aussie closes out? Okay.
Like someone I can go 12 hours.
This is small. Someone in the chat, God bless his soul, I can't remember his name. He said, "Hey Gary, what's a memorable moment?" And there's so many. But for some reason, this popped in. I'm not saying this tournament, it was high above all others, but I have some really great memories of the Harley pole and the location, Mike Bowling. Oh, I don't know if it was like the most amazing prize money, but everyone had a shot at the Harley pole, and it was like a magical experience. We all were stuck at this hotel. We had so many parties, wrestling with John Brzezinski, great moments. And I'm wondering where arm wrestling is going today, even with your format, with Wall's format, with the super match format. Are the days of a promoter coming in and putting in big money for arm wrestling tournament formats like the Harley pole, are those days gone?
No, they're not, Gary. And this is the thing, just because someone does something, you said it earlier when you were talking about the piracy thing and you were having a go at Ryan and so on. And a lot of that, I agree with what you were saying, but you also got to listen to the points that you made. When you were saying, look, if I do something different, if I do something unique, it's fine for you to copy it to some extent, but don't rip it off. What I would say is that listen to what you said there. If people copy it, or if people do something different, you got to be a dreamer in some respects in this game. God knows that's what I'm trying to do. Simply that with Arm Wars. Myself and James are trying to do something slightly different. We did it one way, we're doing it another way. Other guys out there that are doing things a different way. Not that you have to be different, but if you do, give it a shot. Who knows? At the end of the day,
right? But it seems the trend is super match card format.
No, not necessarily. It's only the trend if we believe it's the trend. There's a place for super match. There's a place for main draw tournament. I love main draw tournament arm wrestling. I'm going to do an Arm Wars Open. I'm going to do a main draw tournament just to fucking show you. But I'll do it.
Well, okay. What about you do your card, but let's say if you want to be on Arm Wars the next series, you do the Open.
Yeah,
you do the Open, and you have a please do it. Please do it. Please do it. Please do it.
This is the thing, right? I'm going to jump off it with
Please
the guys that have stayed with us a long time, and it's not my show, it's Jake, so I'm going to get off and shut up.
No, man, this is all about support. I love this. I'm actually really enjoying it.
Please do it.
Two things. Jake, I need your chest size, mate, and I need your, I know this sounds dodgy, but take it as it's meant, I need your ladies' chest size as well, just so I can fire you over a shirt, because I'd like to do that anyway, because you bloody deserve one. And also John. Fox is a freak, and I want to send him one over as well. So, yeah.
He had a sweatshirt on right now.
Yeah, I know, mate. Dude,
he loves you.
Hey, Neil, check this out. This is the one you sent me.
There you go. Daniel's got his on. But, listen, I should get off here and let you close up your show, mate. I've taken enough time. I just want to say thanks I just wanted to make those points, and thank you.
No, I think it's great, and I've got no problem that you're coming in and speaking a lot about Arm Wars, because, like, for me and my personal goal, well, I need Arm Wars to succeed. I need this new Arm Wars to succeed. I need all these pay-per-views to succeed. You know, Monster Michael Todd's having his pay-per-view, Ryan's doing his pay-per-view, East versus West, King of the Table. I've got no problem helping and sharing, because I want all you guys to succeed. I want people below me to succeed, because then it helps it out. It's like, okay, King of the Table aren't really interested at the moment. Beauty, all right. Arm Wars might have me on as a commentator. Monster Michael Todd might have me on as a commentator. So yeah, I've got no problem anyone coming in and trying to get their channel, their promotion, their whatever over, because if that means 5 people that didn't know about Arm Wars go over and check out Arm Wars, and then one of them drops a massive sponsorship deal, then that's all about me. I'm in no competition with anyone. No competition. I support channels that have 3 subscribers. I support channels that have 1 million subscribers. I don't care. If you've seen my last 24 hours, I don't care. I think it's fun, man. This is all fun, and if I've said once, I've said 1 million times. I'm just so humble about this experience. You know what I mean? If you look at the guys that are currently with me, Gary broke his radio silence to come on. Fox has never met me in person. We've had some chats in the, messages and things like that, because he was like, oh, I think what you do is awesome. You got Josh from the 98%. He was like, oh, me and my crew think you're awesome. I've got a left arm world champion and arguably the number one.
98%. Mega.
Yeah, awesome. Things like that. Cody Merritt's a world champion. And he's like, Jake, man, I think you're all right. We got Daniel Urick that's come over to the sport the last 12 months. And he's like, man, I like what you do. Travis Beckley has come on and he's pumping money into the channel. He's like, dude, what you're doing is awesome. I wanted to come on in case you needed a chop out. And then, of course, I've got yourself, Neil. So the variety I've been able to reach out to, not only just in the chat now, in the chat throughout the 24 hours, whether it's on screen or off screen, from, like I said, like 19 countries, was just, for me, for a dude that just, I'm sitting in my garage for 24 hours having a beer, it's, this has been one of the
But ain't that the essence of it, Jake? I mean, seriously, I don't know about everybody else, but it's funny. We put the Arm Wars show out last night with Ray Lipinge and Craig, right? And at the end of that, if everybody goes away and they watch that show, my favourite thing is not the match, not the commentary, it's not the production. Les James done an amazing job, but it's none of that. My favourite thing is right at the end of it. Ray Lipinge, who loves the sport of arm wrestling big time, and he says, you know what? What I really like about arm wrestling and why I'm here is because of the arm wrestling community. Because you can go anywhere in the world and you feel like you're like part of some special cult, some special club, some special community. Yes, you do. And that's what the best thing about the sport of arm wrestling, the most enjoyable thing in the 37 years I've been doing this, is that you can go anywhere in the world, from Lycksele at the top end of Sweden to Kazakhstan, it doesn't matter. And some dude will be there at the airport with a friggin' Arm Wars shirt on, with a friggin' King of the Table shirt on, WAL shirt on. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, they love pinning arms. That's it. And we're all on the same boat.
Here's the coolest part.
You can even go to the Arm Wars Open.
But yeah, totally agree with you there, Neil. That was the only reason why I got into the sport. On this day 4 years ago, I was doing another night shift, staying up awake all night. Used to look after people with intellectual disability. And I was like, I knew I only had a couple of years of Aussie rules footy left in me. So I was like, oh man, where's an arm wrestling tournament? House of Pain, Andrew Lee. They had the WAL Oceanic qualifier 15 minutes down the road. So at 2 a.m., I rang my brother in the morning, and I was like, dude, we're going to an arm wrestling tournament at lunchtime. We're going to go check it out. And I stood a foot away from the table. I pulled Brett Coots in my first match. I stood a foot away from the table. Brett looked after me. He pinned me. But like you said about the community, no one laughed at us and pushed us away because we were absolute jobbers. We were absolute nobodies and literally had no idea how to arm wrestle. Tim Gatsby, Alfred Corker, Julian Beckett all sat down with us before our next match in the tournament. Oh, put your hand here. Try this, try this, try this. And everyone was up and about, and I was like, man, that is a sport I can get behind. And if anyone's, because you can't arm wrestle by yourself. And from the top of the food chain with people like yourself, Neil, to, people that are novices and things like that, where no one's different. I've never seen you, Neil, in the history of anything, look down at someone. You know what I mean? It's like whenever you're doing your Arm Wars thing, that all the reports, man, I had plenty of people at Arm Wars, and they said you always gave time to them. You know, you're a busy man. You're a very, very, very busy man. But I had family and friends turn up to Arm Wars to watch in England, and they went, yeah, we said hi to Neil, and he said a hi and things like that. So I love it. I love it. You know, Josh Berger will turn up to a tournament and he'll help anyone out. You know, Cody Merritt, world champion. Cody Merritt doesn't think he's better than anyone else. Cody Merritt,
humble man, underrates himself, bad man.
Oh, I know.
I'm number one in my house for sure.
That's a match coming up with you and Morozov, mate. Oof. Wow.
Hopefully it turns out well.
So yeah, it's on.
Hey, you got to end this stream so I can keep my last super chat. These people won't let me win.
The one thing I do like is things have not changed, Gary. It's all about you. I have to end the stream. Oh, someone's coming.
I know. I'm just kidding. I'm just playing.
No.
I'm just playing.
Right,
We're having a little...
I will, Jake. Thank you for the invite, mate. Thanks for your time and thanks for your efforts. Great job. Everybody have a great day. Thank you very much, guys. Biggity bong, motherfucker.
Neil, keep up the good work, Neil.
Cheers, guys. Bye bye.
Thanks,
Hey,
Neil.
Jake, I'm going to take off as well, too, sir.
Thank you very much.
Where's Cody?
Hey, nice to meet you, Fox. Hey, Paul.
Same you too. Number one,
I'll talk to you later.
Have a good day.
All right, bye-bye.
I lost the super chat lastness.
You did.
No, you've pumped in way too much money and you've done way too much.
That was a fun. Hey, what he said, if Arm Wars could get any better, if he had just a little open sliver to where somebody who just wants a piece of to jump in there, well, that'd be so amazing.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
man.
this has been fun. It's been fun, Aussie.
It's been awesome, man. Thanks for coming on, guys. Absolutely loved it. Absolutely, yeah, it was amazing.
Yeah. Before I go, I just want to say, Sap and B should suck these nuts.
Thanks for bringing me out from under the rock.
Anytime, Gary.
Awesome.
I'll see you more than a content creator, mate. I'll see you as a friend.
You too, brother. Congrats on the upcoming baby.
Thank you very much.
All right, good night, guys.
Yeah, I was I'm about to hit it, man. Thanks for letting me be part of history. This is awesome. It was a really cool experience. And I got lethal arms practice tomorrow with the White Orc over here. So I'm gonna get some rest. I'm gonna be tired tomorrow.
Josh and Travis, if you get a chance, can you guys send me your address? I want to send you guys an Aussie Armwrestler shirt.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh no shit, I'll rock that.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Send me your address, guys.
Yeah, we'll do.
Thanks, buddy.
Jake, if you're smart, you would end this because Derek Smith's almost off of work and he's coming with so much piss and vinegar.
Ow.
He's gonna be wide awake.
And just once he joins, I'll just end it. Nah, man.
Perfect.
72 people still watching. I might have to say a nice little goodbye to them all. Man, this has just been, I'll end the stream in about 30 seconds, guys. I don't know what to say. I've said it once, and I'll say it a million times more. I mean, I love this sport. It's been something that's just rejuvenated my life. Like, my body is cooked. I should not be arm wrestling, but I feel, that I'm elite in something. And that comes to podcasts, and that comes to commentating. I feel that's my calling. I absolutely love it. We've just sat there 24 hours, and I've had a lot of you just come for hours and hours and hours. The fact that I can sit there, I brag that I love my wife and everything like that. For us to reach people from all over the world is just, from just doing a couple of jokes and things like that and things like that. I am beyond grateful for anyone that has turned up over the 2 years for the Aussie Armwrestler. We've smashed it. We've almost gone 24 and a half hours, which is, I reckon, now officially the record. So I'm pretty happy with that. Officially the record as everyone has a bit of a battle. And I just talk too much. I'm not doing it for this bloody $1, $2 thing.
Well, you will continue to have the record of the. So Gary did the 24 hours, but this was 24 hours of just arm wrestling discussion only, right?
I really kept it. Someone tried to sneak in and talk about all the other stuff, but for me, like I was explaining earlier, my goal in life, you know, whether it's one person, whether it's a million people, man, if you could just forget what is going on in life for 2 or 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 5 minutes, 5 hours, because the Aussie Armwrestler, or Jake Ward, the man, has brought a little bit of joy into your life, man, that makes me feel like $1 million. You guys that are hanging out with me now, and like seriously, still people in the chat. Like I feel like the most famous person. I feel more famous than John Brezink and things like that. Just hanging out. I feel like I'm a man of the people. I feel like you guys get me as well, which is cool. And the best thing is, over this last 24 hours, I've actually made more friends. Like, you aren't YouTube names and things like that. I feel like you guys are my friends, everyone in there. Derek just got here. How much longer? Derek, I'm signing off. I've gone 24 and a half hours.
Oh, no. I knew it.
You guys have just been amazing. I'm going to go hang out with my wife. I'm going to, where is it? I'm going to press the YouTube stream is about to end. It's only one way to sign off, ladies and gentlemen. Ready, bang! And that is